Prelude. Philosophers claimed the Blood Wars had irredeemably corrupted magic. Historians insisted that Sabria's growing sophistication in physics, astronomy, and alchemistry, the almost daily discoveries that exposed another spell as nonsensical and another magical practitioner as a charlatan, was but a grand human evolution, on the order of our discovery of fire, the wheel, or sail. Whoever had the right of the discussion, a sensible man could not but admit that the practice of magic had lost its glamour, and I was an unendingly sensible man. Of course, it was not good sense, but rather my own incapacity that had caused me to relinquish my aspiration to life as a mage of the Camarilla Magica. 16 years' residence at the sole remaining school of magic in Sabria, and I could not charm a flea to a dog's back. With encouragement from my mentor, I had faced disappointment squarely, weathered the storm that followed, and accepted what solace was offered me. Yet somewhere, nurtured by the lost dreams of youth and exposed in the ruthless self-examination required to recover from despair, lay a small, intractable conviction, a seed that would not let me spit it out, a stone that would not be shaken from my shoe. I ought to be more than I was. Even if I lacked the blood-born talents of a mage, somewhere, in some capacity, my service would make a difference in this world. Perhaps that's why the summons intrigued me so, though it made no good sense at all. The odd missive had arrived in the late afternoon. Spring sunlight streamed through the casements of the collegial library, stretching all the way across the scuffed floor to the book cupboard labeled Formulary, Potions, and Herbals. Only incidentally did the beams illuminate the fold of fine paper in my hand. I peered again at the outside of the page. No insignia had manifested itself in the broken wax seal in the past few moments. The handwriting that spelled out my name remained unrecognizable. Portier de Duplay, Curator of Archives, Collegia Magica de Serravin. Bold and angular, a man's hand, I judged. 7 years of intensive study in this library and 9 more as its keeper, with little companionship but 5,000 moldering manuscripts and a transitory stream of increasingly vapid students, had left me unskilled in the discipline most important to me, but knowledgeable in many arcane branches of learning. I flipped back to the enigmatic message. Portier de Servan Duplay. Present yourself at Villa Margeroux on the Ventina Road no later than 17 Trine on a matter of urgent family business. A mount awaits you at the hostelry in Tigano. We require utmost discretion. Your kinsman. No personal signature, no politenesses. I had no acquaintance with Villa Margeroux or with any person who lived in the vicinity of Ventina. The note could be a prank, perpetrated by some student I had reprimanded for marking in books or dripping lamp oil onto irreplaceable pages. Mage Routin's much-praised validator, the small pewter charm I had wheedled out of the old sturgeon only with extraordinary groveling, wavered maddeningly between dullness and brilliance, refusing to designate the message as truth or falsehood. Yet the request was stated with a certain directness uncharacteristic of students. Uncharacteristic, too, was the distance involved. Ventina lay a good 4 days' ride westward. And a particular detail tickled my imagination, one that might escape a reader unburdened by the excessive expectations of names and bloodlines, or the private convictions of some greater destiny too embarrassing to mention, even to his long-time mentor. The outer address used my common appellation, Duplay being my father's unprepossessing domain. But the inner included Savin, the family name I had long discarded, which could not but lead my thoughts to one particular kinsman and couch the imperious tone of the message in an entirely different light. Present yourself. We require. A prickle of excitement minimized all sober considerations, such as how to request leave from my duties while maintaining utmost discretion, and how ridiculous it was to imagine that my 15th cousin, the King of Sabria, had summoned me to a clandestine meeting. I had never even met the man. My finger traced the Savin family device scribed on the back of my left hand at birth, then moved inevitably to the ragged 9-year-old scar that bisected it, scoring my wrist and vanishing up my sleeve. If not now, Portier, when? In an instant's resolve, I stuffed the missive inside my threadbare doublet, snatched up my compass, journal, and pen case, and locked my desk without so much as returning my books to the shelves. A hastily scribbled note directed students to see Adept Nidalo for access to the archives or the vault. At the modest age of 32, I'd spent precisely half my life inside these walls. My bones had near fossilized. Did my royal cousin bid me suckle his children, I'd do it. "Cousin Portier, we've not met before, I believe." The tall, broad-shouldered man in maroon and silver stood by a grand window that opened onto the sprawling country estate called Margeroux. His clear voice resonated with confidence. His extended hand bore a ruby signet, crested with Sabria's golden tree. "Indeed, sire, I've not had that privilege." I dropped to one knee and kissed his proffered ring. "How may I serve you?" I felt immensely relieved and a bit foolish. 4 long days in the saddle give a man occasion to recall every synonym for idiot. Philippe de Savin-Journia was a sovereign in his prime. His wealth and open-mindedness had artists, explorers, scholars, and academicians of every science flocking to his court. What possible need had he of a librarian, schooled in a fading art? I had decided that, at best, the kinsman awaiting me would turn out to be some moronic relation as bereft of fortune and prospects as I. Worse cases abounded. But the King of Sabria enveloped my left hand with his own, a broad, hard, warm hand, scribed with the myriad honorable scars of a warrior's life, as well as the same Savin family device that marked mine, and hauled me to my feet. Eyes the deep blue of Sabria's skies took my measure. "I have a mystery needs solving, cousin. The matter is delicate, and certain aspects require me to seek counsel beyond my usual circles. Where better than with a member of my own family?" "I'm honored you would think of me, sire." "Mystified, to be precise. Curious." His well-proportioned face relaxed into a welcoming smile. "Good. I've heard decent reports of you over the years and was sure you were the man I needed. I've delayed this unconscionably, hoping... you'll hear all the sordid complications soon enough. Come along." He led me on a brisk walk through a series of pleasant sunny rooms to a deserted kitchen in the back of the house. Pausing only to light a lamp from the banked kitchen fire, which seemed odd in the bright mid-afternoon, he headed outdoors. "Tell me, Portier," he said, striding across a shady courtyard, "the methods of sorcerous practice have not changed in these years of my estrangement with the Camarilla, have they? No revelation of opticum or mechanica, no new writ treatise on anatomy or mathematics or the composition of minerals has altered the teaching of spellwork?" "Not at all, sire. Indeed, some progressive mages believe that instruments such as the opticum will support our understanding of the physical melding of the 5 divine elements." Not many. Most magical practitioners stubbornly maintained their posture that the mundane sciences offered nothing to sorcerers. "And your brethren yet renounce superstition and demonology?" "Mages of the Camarilla work entirely within the bounds of earth. They practice as methodically as do the scientists and natural philosophers you embrace." Had I ever imagined having the opportunity to seed the king's mind with some good feeling for the art of sorcery, I would have prepared more refined arguments. Philippe was known as a man of lively intellect and devouring curiosity. "Sire, it seems a sad waste that political disagreements with the Camarilla have so undermined your confidence in an art that has so much to offer your kingdom." He choked down a laugh. "I will not argue science and magic with you, Portier. My bodyguard reports that you yourself carry a compass rather than some directional charm that might fail inexplicably at the dark of the moon and lead you off a cliff." We left the path and crossed a dark corner of the yard to a narrow downward stair. Wading through a litter of dead leaves, twigs, and walnut husks, we descended the stone steps to an iron grate that blocked the lower end. Philippe twisted the latch and tugged a rusty handle, the grate rising more smoothly than its appearance and location would suggest. The low-ceilinged passage beyond, much older than the house, smelled of stagnant water and old leaves. The king adjusted his lamp to shine more brightly. Once the grate slid closed behind us, a fierce sobriety wiped away my cousin's affable demeanor. Last year, on the 25th day of Cinq, an arrow penetrated my mount's saddle, not 3 millimeters from the great vein in my thigh. By the grace of the Pantocrator's angels, the villain archer's hand wavered, and he lies dead instead of me. Gross evidence implicates my wife.
Sainted ancestors! I never heard—
Well, perhaps a traveling mage had brought gleeful rumors of a foiled assassination plot, but I'd thought nothing of it. Few mages held excessive love for Philippe, who had set out to dismantle the Camarilla Magica's pervasive influence in Sabrian society, scholarship, and business, and done exceeding well at it. But the Queen, the Shadow Queen, rumor named her, or the Lady of Sorrows, who had lost one husband already, her parents in a fire, her firstborn to an infant fever, and 3 others miscarried. We proceeded deliberately through a warren of dank passages. Few know the complete story, in particular that the nature of the archer, and certain other aspects of the event, evidenced the collaboration of one from your magical fraternity. Somewhere a sorcerer has, for whatever reason, decided that his king ought to be dead. Though her 2 pet mages have no use for me, I utterly reject the idea that my wife could be involved.
Sorcery.
That's why I chose you, cousin. I need a sorcerer to serve as my confidential agent in this matter. The snaky uneasiness in my belly quickly tangled itself into a familiar knot of disappointment. Though I held no grievance against Philippe, man or king, or his predecessor, King Sorin, I forever cursed their presence in my family tree. As early as age 10, I had realized that our royal connection and its excess of expectations had ruined my father, leaving him with no true friends, no money, no useful purpose to his life, and a marital contract sufficient to produce me, but naught else. At 14, I learned that no girl with a wit larger than an acorn would touch a male who wore the interlaced S and V on the back of his hand. The Camarilla mandated severe penalties for promiscuity, and when one of the parties hailed from the most notable, if not the most vigorous, of Sabria's 17 remaining magical bloodlines, inquisitorial scrutiny was assured. In the very year I turned 16 and began my studies at Serravin, the coolness between the young King Philippe and the Camarilla broke into an open struggle for dominance. Determined to make my way in the society of mages, I had quickly dropped the Savin from my name. 7 years later, my ambition had died its humiliating death, my Savin bloodline too weak to carry me farther in a life of sorcery.
My lord—
At the end of a branched passage, Philippe touched a most ordinary-seeming door of thick oak. The door swung open all of itself. Cool air rushed out, bristling with enchantment. For one moment I allowed the mystical wave to engulf me, a sensory pleasure as deeply human as the smell of damp earth in spring. But 9 years of practiced honesty required I speak nature's inescapable verdict.
My lord, I must confess, I am no sorcerer, nor will I ever be.
He swung around to face me.
I am failed, sire, I said, lest he had not heard enough. Incapable of spell work.
I see. Yet you excelled in your studies. Reports say you are as intimately familiar with the history and practice of magic as anyone in Sabria, including those who wear the collar of a Camarilla mage. Is that true? Answer squarely, cousin. False modesty has no place here. The truth was not so simple. Yes, I had read widely. But who would ever separate knowledge of sorcery from its practice?
I suppose one could say that, but
skills can be bought. Knowledge takes much longer to acquire, and the ability to question, analyze, interpret, and deduce longer still. The capacity for loyalty is born in a man, reinforced, I believe, with family connection. I believe you the fit person to pursue a confidential, objective inquiry into a matter of sorcery. The burden of judgment is my duty and my prerogative. But if you take on this task, I shall give you freedom and resources to pursue matters as you think best. If you deem yourself unfit, turn right around and be on your way. My time is exceeding short. Royal assassination, magic bent to murder, the queen suspected. Were my eyes wholly dazzled with royal flattery that I would consider treading such dangerous ground? Did unseemly curiosity cloud my judgment? Or was I clinging to the improbable certainty that my life had meaning beyond breathing and dying? Perhaps reasons didn't matter. My mentor, Cajetan, had instilled in me a determination to honesty, and I allowed that to be my guide. "Beyond the practice of sorcery itself, sire," I said, "I do believe myself fit for such a task." "Good, because now I must unnerve you a bit more." Philippe moved through the open door, his boots rapping sharply on the uneven paving of yet another passage. "The last man I set to this investigation, a skilled warrior and experienced diplomat, vanished 9 months ago and is not found. For private reasons, I've allowed the public inquiry to lapse. Yet conscience nags that we speak not only of my personal safety, but of the security of Sabria herself." We halted beside an iron door. Philippe hung his lamp from a bracket and unlocked the door with a plain bronze key, but he did not open it right away. The lamplight ringed his pale eyes with shadow and carved false hollows in his firm-fleshed cheeks. "I don't believe in magic, Portier. For most of my 38 years I have judged its practice entirely illusion, trickery, or coincidence. Alchemists demonstrate every day that matter is not limited to sorcery's 5 divine elements. An opticum lens reveals that wood is not homogeneous, but is itself made up of water, air, and fibers. Water contains unseeable creatures and can be fractured into gaseous matter. Spark is but an explosive instance of heat and light and tinder. Similarly with air and base metal. Natural science brings logic and reason to a chaotic universe. We have discovered more of truth in the past 20 years than in the past 20 centuries, stimulating our minds, benefiting Sabria and her citizens in innumerable ways. However, in this room, it pains me to confess, we find something else again." He dragged open the door and gestured me in, and though I held ready arguments against his inaccurate understanding of the divine elements, an eager excitement drew me into the small bare chamber. Swept and brushed, the close room smelled of naught but damp stone and lamp oil. On a stone table at its center lay an arrow, its point, splintered shaft, and ragged fletching stained deep rusty red, a brass spyglass, as a military commander or shipboard officer might use, and an untarnished silver coin. Simple evidence, an observer might say, unless he could sense the enchantment that belched from them in a volcanic spew. "Sight through the glass, Portier. Then I'll tell you my story of magic and murder." Magic, as I had told the king, was entirely of the human world and subject to its laws, so it was bad enough that I peered through the enchanted glass and saw a man staggering through a tangle of leafless thorn trees toward a barred iron gate, a view nothing related to the place where I stood. Far worse was my eerie certainty of the land he traveled. To glimpse the Soul Eater's icebound caverns or spy on the surpassing mystery of the Creator's heaven could be no more fearsome, for every passing soul must first endure the perilous domain of trial and journey, Ixtador of the 10 Gates, the desolation that lies just beyond the veil separating this life from the next. Most unsettling of all was the reason for my certainty. The wailing, exhausted traveler was my father, a man 9 years dead. 1 short hour later, dread, like Discord's worm, had taken up permanent residence in my bowels. I would have yielded my 2 legs to return to my dull library. Less than 200 years had passed since Sabria had retreated from near dissolution. A century of savagery, fueled by rivalries between the great magical families and between those blood families and the civil authorities, had left our cities in ruins, half of our villages empty or burnt, and more than 2/3 of Sabria's nobles, scholars, and sorcerers dead. Entire magical bloodlines had been wiped out. Even a whisper of those times yet caused cold sweats and shudders in every Sabrian. Now someone had dredged up the foulest magic of those days to create an assassin and had dispatched him to murder Sabria's Golden King. Philippe was convinced that his mysterious enemy, who might or might not be his wife, would make a second attempt on the anniversary of the first, some 2 months hence. The king's death by unholy sorcery must surely relight the smoldering embers of the blood wars, and the mysterious spyglass hinted that this time the conflagration might drive us into realms uncharted. I, Portier de Savin-Duplay, librarian and failed student of magic, was charged to stop it. As the secrecy of your investigation must preclude our public relationship, I've engaged you a partner agent confide. Philippe led me, still speechless, back into the sunny, peaceful house. I felt out of time, as if I'd just returned from the Soul Eater's frozen domain. Cousin Portier, meet Chevalier Hilario de Silve. A tall, fair, long-nosed young man, garbed in an eye-searing ensemble of red silk sleeves, green satin waistcoat, gold link belt and bracelets, and lace, God's finger ruffled lace everywhere, swept off a feathered hat and dropped to one knee as we entered the reception room. "Gracious lord, such a delight to attend you on this glorious spring day, though 'tis a bit warmish for the season, and I am so forever humbled and ennobled to serve you, though my spirit trembles at the requirement for discretion." Another hour, and I was truly flummoxed. After charging me to halt the revival of the blood wars in the span of 2 short months, the king had paired me with an imbecile. But I had sworn him my service, indeed the implications of the spyglass could not be ignored, and left my first move clear. I needed a sorcerer. Chapter 1. 33 Trine, 64 days until the anniversary. "Tell me again, good Portier," called my lanky companion over his shoulder, the plumes of his velvet toque bouncing despite the oppressive woodland damp. "Right or left at the chestnut tree? By my sacred mater's nose, headings and inclinations slip through my ears like sand through a sieve. I could lose my way in a bath." "Bear right, Lord Hilario," I said, biting back the oh-so-sweet temptation to send the pretty-faced moron the wrong way. The ploughman was most specific. "Are you certain you'd not prefer to wait back in Bordeaux? There's no need to discomfort—" "La, brave comrade, how could I, a knight of Sabria, leave you alone to beard this fearsome mage in his woody den, our first foray into the world as partner agent?" My companion reversed the course of his palfrey with effortless grace, his idiot grin blazing like unwelcome sunrise in a drunkard's eye. "Surely I must collapse in shame, never again able to face our noble king or my fellow knights. Though naturally I could not discuss our business with my fellow knights until released from my vow of silence. I don't know that I've taken a vow of silence before." With a sigh, I checked my compass heading against the map I'd sketched in my journal that morning. All seemed correct. I waved the mewling popinjay onward, hoping to still his prattle with movement if I could neither send him away nor throttle him. Knight of Sabria, indeed. Hilario de Silve had been fostered since babyhood with his half-sister, Queen Eugenie. If he had ever drawn his fine sword outside Merona's fencing halls, I'd eat my boots. Philippe had claimed that Hilario's rank could gain me access to information none other could manage, and that the young lord's determination to prove his half-sister's innocence would provide me a trustworthy ally. 15 days together had eliminated my concerns that the fop's motives might be more complicated. Philippe's were yet in question. Even the humiliating need to hire a better sorcerer was easier to bear than the implication that, in my sovereign's eyes, my service ranked on par with an idiot's. As the spreading canopy of oak and chestnut dimmed the feeble daylight, I spurred my mount past Hilario's. "Turn right from the Carvalho road at the point where it leaves the village," so the Bordeaux ploughman had directed me. "Proceed through a bank of wheat fields and cow pasture, closing the hedge gate behind you, if you please, songeur, and across the weedy bog. Then keep right of the great chestnut, and pray the Pantocrator's angels the sorcerer's not bound a confusion spell to lose you in the groves. A well-trod path," he'd said, his great shoulders shuddering. Both the obscurity and the local popularity, and the shudder, had encouraged my decision to seek out this man. Only a skilled mage would be able to explain the spyglass and untangle the workings of complex and illicit sorcery. and every other mage I knew of lived under the inquisitive eye of the Camarilla Magica, scarce an objective position, considering the 18 years' hostility between the king and Camarilla.
"Halloo! Most fearsome mage, are you to home?" Lord Ilario's cheerful trumpeting caromed off the crowding trees, only to die a quick death in the breathless stillness. "Chevalier, I must ask again that you adhere to our plan," I said through clenched teeth. "We agreed to be oblique in our approach until we're sure of him. And please, sir, curb your good humor. Rumor names this mage easily offended and unaccustomed to courtly manners."
"Nonsense. Any man of the blood will have had a proper upbringing, whether in the bosom of his family or at Collegia Seravan."
"This mage is unusual, Chevalier. His hand bears no blood family's mark, nor did he study at Seravan." That a man not kin to one of the noble families who carried the trait of magical talent, and not formally schooled in the accumulated knowledge of sorcery, much of which was secret, could earn a mage's collar was as likely as a rabbit writing a treatise on the movement of the planets. But so this fellow had done. 3 years previous, he had arrived at Seravan and demanded to sit for examination, naming himself exsanguine, bloodless. After 5 rigorous days, he had won through to the rank of master, leaving the Collegia faculty in an uproar. Not only had he earned the right to practice sorcery without supervision, and to oversee and instruct other mages, but he was eligible to be named to the Camarilla Prefecture, those who ruled on the accuracy of teachings and charted the course of sorcery in the world. But, to the amazement of all, in the same hour his silver collar was sealed about his neck, he had walked away, vanishing into the obscurity from which he'd come. I had never met Exsanguine, but as Seravan's archivist, I had duly recorded his collaring and the domain he'd claimed as residence. 12 days traveling on the back roads of Louvel, and much cajoling of reticent villagers, had brought Ilario and me to Bordeaux. The villagers did not know the sorcerer's true name either.
"Saints awaiting," mumbled Ilario. "Rogue mages are the Soul Eater's servants. At the least I've some protection."
He pulled a lump of black string, seashells, scarlet beads, and silver bangles from his pocket and dangled it from silk-gloved fingers.
"Adept Fedrigo made this for me before I traveled to the sea last summer, as I had expressed my mortal fear of crocodiles. I think it must be a most efficacious charm. For certain I suffered neither scratch, bite, nor sighting of the wicked creatures. Indeed, I could not even complain about a poor bed upon my travels. Do you think it will suffice in this dismal wood?" I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. "Certainly, Chevalier. I'd wager we'll encounter not a single crocodile today." Hilarity bubbled out of him until he near choked on it. At least he took no offense when my annoyance burst its bounds so injudiciously. Damnable idiot. Our mount's hooves thudded solidly on the well-beat track through a tunnel of oaks and chestnuts. Stray gleams of sunlight glinted on bits of polished tin hung here and there on the lower branches. No matter the Camarilla's strictures against illicit practice, the ignorant would ever pay hedge witches and marketplace conjurers for such useless trinkets, thinking to ward their travels on perilous paths. As we rounded a curve, the path opened into a trampled clearing. The unhandsome stone house with sagging thatch might have been a particularly large acorn dropped from one of the thick, bold oaks. I signaled a halt. "At last!"
Ilario flung a long leg over his beast and dropped lightly to the turf. With a flourish, the lanky young lord removed his traveling cloak and tossed it across his saddle, exposing a sky-blue satin waistcoat and uselessly thin and tight leather breeches of the fashionable sort deemed suitable for rustic excursions. He swept his arm in my direction.
"Lead me, good portier."
I disembarked from my lead-footed mare and smoothed my sober gray tunic. No one would ever call me a fashionable young twit or a preening peacock with a mind less weighty than his feathers. Sighing, I scuffed a clod of dung from my boots. Quite a duet we made. Ilario the fop, the laughing-stock of Merona, and Portier de Duplay, librarian, bound together like a peacock and a tortoise, ready to face the assaults of the unholy.
"Divine grace shine upon thee and thy ancestors, Master Mage," I called. No one answered. Ilario kissed his luck charm, and though his expression maintained a proper sobriety, he winked at me in the intimate manner that I had not yet deciphered, but which felt most unseemly. I called again, a little louder this time. "Master Mage, a word with you if we might." No leaf stirred in the thicket of saplings, buckthorn, and laurel that obscured much of the ugly house. No smoke rose from the peak of the roof. "Bother if the fellow is away." Ilario pursed his lips, blew a disappointed note, and propped his arms on his saddle, gazing mournfully at me across his beast. Even his plumes seemed to droop. Dried mud, gouged with footprints, bore witness to a great number of visitors, both men and women, many in thick nailed boots and others on horseback. Some had come in sodden winter, others within the past 10 night, as approaching summer tempered the rains. Horses had been tethered here for hours at a time. "Ill-tempered," the locals had told us. "Wouldn't cross him, not for a purse full of kivre." Yet yeomen, merchants, tradesmen, and even the poorest of husbandmen and laborers sought him out, and he served them willing. "He fixes them as is cursed in the mind," was the clearest report we'd scavenged. That could mean anything from providing sleeping draughts to excising bits of brain tissue like the storied mad healer of Dock Street. So why the shabby surroundings? Even in these times, when magical practitioners' prestige had ebbed to the level of jongleurs or card cheats, a master mage could live as well as a duke. Privacy could be bought in fairer packages than an ugly hut in a chestnut grove. I rapped on the door, but jerked my hand away. The awareness of living enchantment slithered up my arm like a fiery snake. I'd never felt the like. I grasped a small smooth stone inside my coin pocket. The curé, a rare wardstone borrowed from Serravin, chilled my fingers, declaring that the lingering enchantment posed no danger. I'd no other way to tell. Disentangulation, discerning the particular nature of the enchantments or magical residues my trained senses perceived, required spell work, and thus lay beyond my abilities. Footsteps crunched in the brush. "Who's there?" The resonant voice was a presence in itself, deep, substantial, brittle, cold as the north wind off the barrens of Delure. I whipped my head around. A lean, wiry man halted at the edge of the trees. His gaunt face was unshaven. The dark hair that dangled wild and loose at front and sides had escaped from a shaggy tail. Despite the imperious greeting, the pick and 3 iron lever bars dangling from his belt, and the heavy boots, russet tunic, and work-stained canvas slops named him a common countryman. And though he measured scant centimeters taller than my own modest height, I was uncomfortably certain he could snap my scrawny limbs like twigs. He balanced a sizable stone on his shoulder with only one hand. He appeared entirely unlike any mage I had ever met. And yet... "We've come to see the mage on important business, good man. Is he nearby?" Ilario dabbed his long nose with a kerchief and craned his neck, peering deeper into the trees. If I could but glimpse the man's neck. Mages were forbidden to hide or remove their silver collars, the Camarilla's concession to the fears of the powerless. "Identify yourselves." The fellow emerged from the gloom and halted in the center of the clearing. Indeed, a seamless band of silver encircled his sinewed neck, wholly incongruous with his rough attire, and the collar's fine lay of gold designated the wearer a master mage. Yet it was the voice that marked him as worthy of note, and the eyes set deep under heavy brows. The fiery green of new oak leaves, those eyes could slice paper edge on. For certain, no common laborer had such. The fop snapped his hands to his sides and inclined his head. "Ilario de Silve, Chevalier is Sabria, Sir Mage, and my good companion Portier de Duplay." "Divine grace, master," I said, bowing with my left hand laid on my right shoulder, the mark of my blood family clearly exposed. "We would appreciate a word with you on a matter of interest." "I share no interests with aristos." "I am the archivist at Collegia Serravin," I said. "When examining our records—"
"Go away. I dislike company." The sorcerer hefted his burden a little higher and vanished into the oak and blackthorn scrub crowding the left side of the house. Hilario bolted after him like a startled doe. "Hold on, Sir Mage!" "Please, Master! Chevalier!" My call might have been floating dust for all it slowed them. I had no choice but to follow. I needed a talented outsider to pursue this investigation. If this mage had skills to match his arrogance, the level of knowledge his collar bespoke, and some quantity of honor that could be claimed or bought, we might have found our man. Thorny branches snagged my clothes, and my boots sank into the soft earth. However, the gangly fop darted through the tangle unhindered. "Hear me out, Sir Mage," he called brightly. "We've brought you an invitation, an opportunity, one might say. If we could but sit for a moment, share a glass of wine, perhaps, my mistress will be most distressed if her offer is unheard, most distressed." Mistress? Enthroned God, I'd told the fool to let me handle this. Wrenching my sleeve from the barbed grip of the brush, I stumbled into a small sunny garden, a few orderly hills and rows of vegetables, and a raised bed of close-planted herbs, swarming with bees. Garlic shoots and thick, low masses of dusty greenery bordered the plot. Astonishing. From the mage's wild appearance and the smoldering fury that tainted his words, one might better have expected devilish machinery or smoking pits. "I've tasks enough to occupy my time. Take your opportunity elsewhere." The earth quivered when he dropped his loaf-shaped stone to the barren ground on the far side of the garden. At least 50 similarly shaped stones lay about the area, some stacked, some scattered randomly, some carefully trimmed and fitted into 3 walls set square to one another. Chips and flakes of stone littered the dirt. Hilario blotted his cheeks with his lace kerchief. "Please, good Sir Mage." The mage whirled, his fiery gaze raking Hilario's turnout from purple plume to sleek boots. He flared his nostrils. "If my oven was built, I could bake bread and serve a noble guest and his companion properly. Even a coarse meal would better suit your taste than converse with the likes of me. But my bake fire cannot be lit as yet, so you must leave my home unsatisfied." He removed the pick and the iron bar from his belt and tossed them to the dirt. "Leave. Do fine gentlemen like you understand a plain-spoke word?" Shivers cooled my overheated skin. No welcome here. The villagers had not erred in that. Squatting with his back to us, the mage shoved the new stone close to the others. His wide, long-fingered left hand palmed the height and width of the block as if to measure it against its fellows. The back of that hand, thick with black hair, was clean of any family mark, as the tale of ex-sanguine bespoke. Odd how the right hand stayed so firmly inside his tunic. Was he armed? Despairing, I ventured into the dismissive silence. "If you would but allow me to explain, Master. My position as archivist led me to your name." "We are sent, Sir Mage," Hilario bellowed at the man's back, while bulging his eyes and waggling his brows at me incomprehensibly. "My mistress believes that current mania for scientific advancement has unfairly turned popular opinion against the mystic arts. She has assembled a concilium of mages, graciously lending her particular prestige to their works." He began to march up and down, bobbing his feathered cap like a cock in a hen roost. "Certainly your next question will be, what works might these be? Unfortunately, I am incapable of telling you. Though I represent a woman whose intellect scales great heights, my own wit plods along the solid earth. My comrade Portier here, himself a learned practitioner of your fantastical arts, could explain our aims better, but of course he is a modest man of modest rank, and shy of intruding in conversation between his betters. Besides, my lady has particularly charged me to offer you her patronage." Blessed saints, the mage would believe we were both flea-wits. The fool Hilario had gotten it wholly muddled. We had agreed that I would assess the mage by luring him into a test of his capability and honor. Only when I was satisfied would we broach the matter of the Queen's mages and what we needed him to do. The Queen knew, and could know, nothing about this mission. Yet, indeed, the mage twisted around and stared at Hilario with an intensely curious expression. My lady relishes nurturing new talent, I can assure you." Ilario's prattle skidded to a stop under the weight of the mage's scrutiny. The disconcerting gaze shifted to me. My skin itched. Unease swelled in my belly, reaching full growth, then relaxed again like a flower that buds, blooms, and fades all in the space of 10 heartbeats. My soul felt abraded, exposed. Likely it was my conscience. Surely this man recognized the lies. "What game is this you play?" said the mage softly, returning his attention to Ilario. His dark brows knit a line. "Speak as yourself this time, lord." Ilario's lips parted, but no sound issued from between them. I, too, felt rendered mute. "Does truth pain a Sabrian chevalier so much?" The mage extracted a stylus from a jumble of tools in a wooden chest and scored the new block across several of its faces, rolling and marking it entirely with his left hand. "So one or the other of you can tell me truthfully why you're here, or I can draw it out of your asses with a billhook, or you can go away and leave me to my common labor." A sighing breeze shifted the overhanging branches. The sultry gloom deepened. I rubbed my arms through the worn velvet of my doublet. I was no gullible stable hand who believed charmed cats could cure his pox or pond scum make his wife fertile. Though all agreed that Sabria's greater magic had faded, I had studied the testimony of those who had seen mages soothe whirlwinds and stem the advance of poisoned tides. I myself had felt the balance of the 5 divine elements and the flow of power through my veins and deepest self, no matter that the result was naught but a sputter in the scheme of the world. But the vibrant and richly textured power swirling about this sunny garden was no more kin to the magic I had experienced than a sunset is cousin to a candle flame. Pressing the back of my hand to my mouth, I fought a compulsion to spew King Philippe's secrets, though the mage had not even raised his uncommon voice. Ilario's golden skin took on the hue of sour milk. He swallowed, blinked, and dabbed at his quivering lower lip, then straightened his long neck as if for the headsman. "My apologies, Sir Mage. Allow me to clarify. That my kinswoman defies popular beliefs with support of sorcery is true. What I failed to mention is that she is interested in certain areas of magical pursuit that many people might consider unsavory. And I must confess that my mistress has not yet heard of you. I took this inquiry upon myself after hearing Portier's report. My lord." Father Creator, he was ready to tell all. "Discretion, sir." "We must tell him the truth, Portier, for my lady's sake. Sir Mage, some days ago my friend Portier told me of your unusual collaring at Collegia Seravin. I bade him locate you in hopes you might take an interest in my mistress's needs. In fact, I've been thinking of hiring my own mage. I've no staff at all save my valet, which is highly improper for a person of rank, depending on others to see to my requirements." Ilario, lost in his prattling deception, flashed me a desperate look. My head threatened to split. The mage tossed his stylus aside and settled onto the dirt, resting his folded arms on his drawn-up knees, as if prepared to lecture us. "What part of my history leads you, or you," he glared ferociously at me, "to believe that I might be willing to be kept in some aristo's menagerie alongside the horses, hounds, and birds? I work as I please and study what I please, and no one demands my time be spent making love philters or skin glamours or servicing whatever unsavory desires your mistress wishes to indulge. I've countless better things to do." As I tried not to stare at the mage's now exposed right hand, a red, scarred, twisted claw living ugly and useless at the end of a well-muscled arm, my mind raced to knit Ilario's unraveled stupidity into a useful story. The fop had skewed the truth just enough to leave me an opening for the very test of skill and character I wished this visit to encompass. If only I knew how to entice the mage into revelations. Obviously, he cared naught for comforts or renown. What induced him to accommodate those who came here seeking his help? Because the opportunities we offer are unique, I blurted, insight like a blade between my ears. Your history and this place, I waved my hand to encompass his odd home, and gossip of a forbidding mage who untangles the mysteries of broken minds led us, to believe we might find in you a certain non-traditional approach to your work, a talented man interested in puzzles. Go on. Scarce daring to believe I'd guessed right, I laid down another thread. We could offer virtually unlimited resources to advance whatever studies you wish, books, funds, connections to information and materials from every corner of the known world, the most prominent mages in Sabria as your colleagues. You would have the opportunity to collaborate in magic of a grander scale than you could— Mirthless laughter halted me mid-argument. So you are more fools than villains, said the mage. Unfortunately for you, it has been many years since I concluded that large-scale magical works are entirely sham and chicanery, and that the most prominent mages in Sabria have not the least concept of true sorcery. In short, your benevolent mistress is misguided at best, some duke's whore perpetuating a fraud at worst, and she could not offer me gold enough to participate in such a mockery. Speak no slander, sir. Hilario's words dropped in the mage's lap like a challenge glove. We serve the Queen of Sabria. Lord Ilario, I snapped, horrified. The fop had almost got me believing he had a wit. The Queen? The mage guffawed. So the prominent colleagues you offer are the Shadow Queen's trained Camarilla pups. I'd sooner bed a leper than ally myself with clowns and fools. No reasoning man could wholly discount the charges laid against sorcerers, that some of us paraded grand illusion in the guise of true sorcery, but this brutish arrogance was insupportable. Civilized men do not belittle those they do not know, I snapped, summoning what dignity I could muster ankle-deep in a vegetable patch. You may be gifted, sir, but the mages of the Camarilla have proved their talents over centuries. He only grew quieter and more contemptuous. Show me the great work of a Camarilla mage, student, and I will show you with what tools a minimally talented hod-carrier can duplicate it. Show me one of your own great works, or perhaps even a small one. And so was Hilario's challenge glove returned to my own lap, along with the mage's choice of weapons. I had not thought my failed status so obvious. Annoyed at my slip of control, I gathered my temper. I had not come here to demonstrate my own magical worth. If we were to fail at this, all the better this man believed me Hilario's intellectual peer. No, I said, crushing doubt and pride alike with the hammer of necessity. You show us. Elsewise we shall assume you're naught but a trickster with a crude mouth, afraid to speak your own name, and with no better concept of magical truth than those you disdain. I can provide interesting, magically challenging employment for a skilled mage who values truth, scorns danger, and bears no loyalty to the Camarilla or any other magical practitioner. One corner of his mouth twisted in what might pass for amusement. Far more satisfying was the spark of curiosity that flared in his green eyes. What employment might that be? You do not sacrifice your pride before a forbidding and unpleasant man for a charm to calm your horse. Swallowing my discomfiture at his insight, I laid down my challenge. If you are interested, clean yourself, dress as befits a master mage, and join us at Villa Margeroux off the Talmont Road within 3 days. A hired mount will await your use in Bordeaux. Be prepared to dazzle us with your demonstration of magical truth. If we are satisfied with your application, Master Ex-Sanguine, we will explain our dangerous proposition. I bowed to the fop and motioned him back through the underbrush to the horses. Lord Hilario nodded in return and marched away, patting my shoulder as if he had given birth to me. The green gaze scorched my back as I followed Hilario out of the garden. Dante, said the uncommon voice behind us. "My name is Dante." Chapter 2. 36 Trine, 61 days until the anniversary. I had believed the mage intrigued. Something had induced him to yield his name. Dante, exsanguine, bloodless. By the holy veil, even the memory of his stare set me glancing over my shoulder. But the third day had almost waned before the Contessa de Margeroux's housekeeper announced a visitor.
"He will not step inside, Comte Olivier."
The comfortable gray woman of middling years huffed as if the report scalded her mouth.
"He says he's come to see— forgive me, Lord, but he's charged me to repeat his words exactly— the student and the dance pole, and no inbred aristos. Is it certain he's the person expected? Such a dirty, crude ruffian?"
I doubted the housekeeper's protective loyalty to the elderly Comte de Margeroux and his much younger Lady Susanna was much tested. Though valued friends of the king, the couple lived quietly in this remote domain. The Comte directed an inquiring scowl at Ilario.
"Your report but confirms his identity, good Hania," said Ilario, shuddering. "And you'd best obey. Cross him and he'll likely change you into an ox. He is entirely yours, Portier. I've no wish to lay eyes on the creature."
He waggled his glittering, ringed fingers, his beloved lace cuffs dangling unchecked into his brandy, a measure of his disturbance. He had determinedly not spoken of Dante since we'd left the Chestnut Wood. As I set out to meet our visitor, Comte Olivier retired. I wasn't sure how much the elderly lord and his wife knew of Philippe's personal troubles, but the king clearly trusted their discretion. Not only did they house the assassin's implements, but for 15 days they had treated Ilario and me as familiar guests, never inquiring of our business. A bit of wilderness had been allowed to flourish amid the pristine cultivation of Lord Olivier's sprawling domain. Old joint pines, creeping laurel, and budding strawberry trees created a fragrant and secluded haven. The footman reported that the visitor had made his way there straight away. "Have you an aversion to sunlight, Master Dante?" I said when he spun in his tracks at my approach. His silver collar shone dully above the same shabby tunic he'd worn 3 days before, topped by a buff jerkin. 3 days' growth had left his chin bristling with black spikelets akin to fen sedge. His dreadful hand was tucked inside his garments. The other hand gripped a white walking stick. "I've a need to stretch out the knots of beast riding," he said, resuming his brisk pace as soon as I joined him. "Wasn't born to it." Of all things, I'd never expected to smile in this man's presence. No wonder it had taken him so long to get here. "I've scorched thighs myself," I said. "Tending a library gives one few opportunities to ride out. Even did Saravin have mounts to lend. The Chevalier must have a steel ass underneath his silk stockings." The mage glanced sidewise at me, flaring his nostrils as if an ill odor accompanied us. "How well do you know the pretty peacock?" I saw no reason to dissemble. "Lord Ilario is harmless and good-natured. Saints bless his empty-headed ancestors. I did not choose him to partner in this task." "Perhaps." He slowed to a walk. "So you expected to do the choosing, and you chose to approach me. Why?" "As I said, your history speaks of exceptional talents, which you have yet to demonstrate, and a certain independence of thought, which you most clearly possess. And even after our short meeting, I cannot imagine a danger that would deter you, did you find your work intriguing." Until that moment, I had not articulated, even to myself, this certainty that he was the partner we needed. "I cannot and will not say more until I have your assurances. I am no courtier who barters trust like paper words that can be burnt or ink-drowned or swept aside by any wind," he snapped. "I speak plain and expect the same respect. You'll get no assurances until I understand the whole of what you want. I don't know why I've wasted my time with you." I hoped my satisfaction did not show. He did not understand his own hunger. "Clearly, a man hiring a mage for a secret and dangerous task cannot reveal everything at once," I said. "So let us proceed step by step. But I'll promise you this. If I decide you are the right person, you will know everything I know before we begin." He considered that as we strolled deeper into the woodland. "If I agree to the work," he said at last, "I deal with you and not the lordling. I'll not abide deceivers." Agreed. My spine relaxed at such easy negotiation. "Now, before we proceed, I must inquire about your parentage." No porcupine could bristle so vividly. "That is not your business." "Bloodlines often hint at areas of expertise. I have been tasked to solve a mystery, and your expertise is your qualification." "Bloodlines are irrelevant. I've queried witnesses who vouch this body burst from my common mother's womb thanks to my common father's seed. The two of them bequeathed me naught but this." He yanked out his ruined hand. "Speak not to me of blessed ancestors or blood-borne magic. I've neither worth the telling." "But your talents, everything I possess of spell-making is learnt or discovered." He thrust his maimed hand back into hiding, planted the walking stick, and moved on, visibly quenching his flared temper. "Does that intrigue you, Portier de Duplay, failed student?" He sped his steps, and I could not read his back. What kind of agent confide could I be if a new acquaintance could deduce my own history so easily? "Show me, master," I said, more forcefully than I intended. "You boast and scoff, and I hear naught but a marketplace shill luring me into a diviner's tent where I'll be told the name of my true love for a mere 2 kivre. Teach me your discovered truth of magic. I may be only a student who has discerned his natural limits, but I am a very good student." He halted, waiting for me, his folded arms resting on his chest, the staff tight in the crook of his arm. His mouth twisted oddly, narrowed eyes gleaming fierce in the failing light, assessing me. I did my best not to squirm. "All right, then. I presume you have memorized the formulas for many spells. You've learnt to balance the 5 divine elements, water, wood, air, spark, and base metal, by choosing appropriate particles to embody each formula and adjusting those particles according to the spell's particular requirements, selecting a smaller shard of limestone to make a gate ward less rigid, or choosing 3 spoons of dust to increase the proportion of air and wood, allowing a sleeping fog to be easily dispersed, or adding a lock of hair from the person to be healed or warded or glamoured, so that your enchantment will be tight-bound to its focus. But tell me, are the particles themselves, or any other natural object, ever altered by your spell-working?" "Certainly not. Certainly not in my case, but not in anyone else's case either. A particle can be glamoured, disguised with light to fool the eye, but the other senses would reveal its unchanged state. Or the particle, as any other object, can be used as a receptacle, linked to the spell so the enchantment can be transported. But magic itself is ephemera. Dust is naught but dust. Stone is stone. A thistle is a thistle. The Pantocrator has rendered nature immutable." We rounded a corner and came to an open glade. At one end of the clearing, stones had been stacked and fitted, and a flow of water channeled to imitate a rocky waterfall. A stone bench sat to one side of the burbling font. "Yet we melt silver and shape it," said Dante, motioning me not to the bench, but to the ground in front of the font. "We alloy zinc and copper to make brass. We steep leaves in water to make tea." Irritated at his condescending tone, I cleared away a litter of thorny branches and last year's leaves and sat cross-legged on the cool ground like a child in village school. A rabbit scuttered through the underbrush to find a new hiding place. "I am not an idiot, mage. Such are blendings or reshaping, not fundamental alterations. Brass is but a variant formulation of the divine elements. The metalsmith has added spark, and the new metal's properties, weight, mass, hardness, malleability, remain appropriate to the combined elements. It is not magic." "Just what I'd expect a squawking parrot to report." Sit knees together, close your eyes, and quiet your thoughts." Curiosity, and a determination to see through whatever conjury he planned, goaded me to obey. From beyond my eyelids came a shifting and scraping and a grunt of effort. Whatever I expected, it had naught to do with an anvil being set in my lap. No, not an anvil, but one of the stones from the font. The cool solidity weighed heavy on my knees. "Your masters at Collegia Serravin would have you believe they can recreate a memorized formula and bind a potion to smooth the skin of an old woman, or generate a finger of holy fire to ensure a royal counselor's honesty. They preen when they succeed and provide a litany of excuses when the crone dies wrinkled and the counselor is caught embezzling from the treasury. They fail to inform their patrons that a common laborer could hold the lenses they've used to focus beams of light, or that any decent herbalist can provide a salve of apricots and olive oil to improve the skin as long as the woman is not too old and eats well and stays out of the sun." The mage's warm fingers arranged my hands side by side on the cool, flattish stone in my lap. His hardened palm remained atop my hands. "True sorcery begins with small things," he said, his ever-present scorn yielding to something more kin to reverence. "Every natural object in this world, tree, stone, person, honeybee, carries with it a pattern of sound and light that our eyes and ears cannot perceive. Some call it the object's caste." I released my held breath. What a hypocrite! Caste was naught but old wife twaddle, the trickster's love philters, geckets, and fairy rings this man purported to disdain. Yet before I could protest, the space behind my eyes, the center of my thinking self, began to heat like a glowing ember. "But it is more accurately called Kierna, for this patterning lies beyond our natural senses. A properly disciplined mind can perceive these patterns, just as refined lenses can perceive stars invisible to our eyes. Consider this particular object you hold." Against the dark background inside my eyelids appeared lines of shimmering gray light, some lighter, some darker, stacked one atop the other like some arcane glyph, the line at the bottom thicker than the one at the top. I'd never experienced the like. "The pattern reflects the solidity and strength that is the stone's nature." As the mage spoke, another line appeared at the top of the stack, curving gracefully around to connect at the bottom, touching every other line in the array. "As are its continuity, enclosure, boundedness. Now consider the specifics of this rock, the minerals it contains, the shape and weight and source and history that make it like no other." And woven in and out of the gray lines appeared slender threads of bright red, dull gold, and other colors I could not name. Permeating all was a low thrum, a sound so precise it was almost visible, a pulse that gave the pattern life. "Were I to strike the rock with a chisel, I would alter this pattern, its Kierna, but only in small ways. Because I study the language of Kierna, the pattern would yet speak to me of stone, cut from yonder crags, formed in fire in the recesses of history, and shaped a purpose to build this font." Ridiculous. Stone was stone, an amalgam of the divine elements of wood, water, and base metal. Stone was softer or harder, more or less of the wood that made it firm and the base metal that made it impermeable. It was black or red or white, grainy or smooth. Such properties helped us judge the concentration of the elements in a particle and create the proper balance to bind spells. No magical essence hung about it. "Human thoughts have patterns as well." The mage's rich and resonant voice seemed strained, as if he balanced 50 such stones high above his head, demonstrating their shapes and sizes to the world. "Those of true talent, and though there are more of them in this world than you might suspect, few wear mages' collars or reside in palaces, are capable of extending their patterns of thought and will to touch Kierna, to link and bind and manipulate the Kierna of various objects,
creating magic. Into my vision intruded a finger of light, a pinpoint of dark blue brilliance with a tail of silver and crimson. The finger shredded the thick lower line and picked out some of the thinner weavings. In that same moment, as the surety of enchantment settled over me like a garment, I would have wagered my life that someone lifted the stone from my knees, though my hands told me it had not moved and had not changed in length or breadth or thickness. And when I opened my eyes, unable to contain myself longer, indeed nothing had changed but the weight of the massive stone. A burden little heavier than a pebble rested on my lap. No, you cannot alter the fundamental properties of a particle, an object of the Pantocrator's creation. I lifted my hands, shoving his away, and shifted my knees, expecting to disrupt his illusion. Nothing changed. I inserted my fingers between the stone and my thighs and hefted it, turned it over, shook it, held it in one hand and raised it higher than my head before resting it in my lap again and staring at it. A child could have tossed the thing into the air or skipped it on a pond. Illusions deposited a faint magical residue the texture of dry meal. Dante's left the air crackling like summer lightning. The green eyes bored into mine, watching, waiting, judging me. I stared into their fiery depths and felt the foundations of my world crack. The mage did not smile, but nodded as if a conversation had been concluded. That, student, is the truth of sorcery. His clawed hand gripped his walking stick, and he rested his head on it. A side word and the stone's full weight pressed down on my knees again. I could not ask him how he'd learned it. To do so would have been to admit that I had failed not only in my aspiration, but in my striving. That I had wasted 16 years. That my chosen masters, the priests of my mind's temple, the most honored mages of history, by the 10 gates to heaven, I had read their teachings hunting answers to my failure, and none gave a moment's credence to cast. The idea that magic lived not solely in the blood and will of a practitioner, but in all of nature, waiting to be drawn out. How could they all be wrong about the fundamental truths of the world? I wanted to scream at Dante that he was the Soul Eater's servant, a trickster demon. Yet I knew better. Illusions deceived the external senses, but this strange patterning of light and sound had appeared inside my mind, where only I could render judgment. Unless I was myself a madman, he had shown me truth. Perhaps he understood the lump the size of his rock that had lodged itself in my throat, for he spoke quietly and without rancor or hubris. The mages at Saint-Ravin proclaim that only those they choose, only those born of proven bloodlines, only those who memorize their lists and follow their formulas can work magic. Sorcery acknowledges no such limits. Most of the truly gifted work their small magics by rote, imitating what their grannies told them, or by instinct, because they have not separated themselves from nature by dividing all things into 5 divine boxes. Some of these people actually sense Kyrna and are able to manipulate a pattern as I did. "Why don't we hear of this?" I said, grasping at arguments that evaporated with my touch. Fools and tricksters everywhere swore by their charms, philters, wards, by their mother's healing power or their uncle's virility potion. What few claims ever proved true had been traced to a blood family's bastard or some true practitioner's deception. "All those I've met work blind," said Dante, scritching the end of his staff in the dirt. "None claim to see the actual structure of Kyrna or attempt to display it for another as I did with you. Yet even if they did, who would believe? The Camarilla would name them cheats and deceivers and fine them into starvation, or torture them until they recant and brand them on the forehead, all to prove that collared mages alone hold the mighty reins of power. Cursed be their blackguard souls." He bit off a snarl, and his good hand tugged at his silver collar, as if it chafed, as if the masters at Saint-Ravin, jealous of his talent and despising his rude manner, had left a burr inside its enchanted circle or unbalanced its elements so that it would not accommodate the play of his muscles.
No wonder they had been happy to forget him. His results and the lack of a blood mark on his hand must have confounded them. And he was correct. If the Camarilla had any idea of the magical heresies he propounded, they would bury him so far below Sabria's deepest dungeon he would never see light again. The mage had leaned his back against the fountain and closed his eyes as if to sleep. Not a peaceful sleep, but that of a wary traveler on an unknown road. "So, do I pass your test?" I could not accept an entire reversal of my beliefs. Somewhere between his truth and mine must lie a connection I was too simple to recognize. But I could not deny him. Sainted ancestors, if all this were true, my mind could not encompass the possibilities of his talent. I raised my head and sucked in the heaviness that weighed upon my spirit far more than the stone I had rolled off my knees. "If you agree to the terms of our partnership, I'll show you what we face and what I propose for you to do about it." Of course, Dante accepted my terms: absolute secrecy, loyalty to Sabria's interests, and acknowledgement of my direction. These were not difficult oaths for him, I thought, a man who had secrets of his own. He clearly cared naught for the gold or political gain that could come from betrayal. More significant to my mind, this unpleasant and forbidding man had opened a small window into himself and shown me the one thing in the world he cared about: magic. What greater offering of trust exists than that? I liked him. As night fell on Lady Susanna's wild garden, I led Master Dante down the courtyard stair to the Comte Olivier's iron-bound cell. 15 days ago, I was brought down here, sworn to the same oath I asked of you, and told a strange story. One afternoon, nigh on a year ago, the King of Sabria rode out to exercise with his household guard, the Garde Royale, as he does every 10-night. He jousted, sparred with his favored partners, shot close targets with a pistol, and practiced with his longbow. His captain of the guard, a man who had stood at his back since he was crowned, challenged him to a wrestling match, a sport he much enjoyed in his youth. Though the king was soundly thumped, both he and the captain were laughing at the end of it. I unlocked the door with the key my royal cousin had entrusted to me. The arrow, the spyglass, and the coin lay on the stone table, exactly as the king and I had left them. As His Majesty rode from the field, this arrow struck his saddle, scarce missing the great vein in his thigh, to the peril of his life. I locked the door behind us and hung the lamp from a wire loop above the table, for naturally he had not donned his armor after the wrestling. The horse fell, but the king managed to leap free unharmed. His guardsmen scoured the field, in a fury that so bold an attempt was made in their very midst. 2 of them noted a man wearing their own livery drop his bow behind a tree. They attempted to question him, but discovered the man incapable of speech. Before they could alert their comrades, he hamstrung one of his captors and strangled the other. As he ran away, he dropped this spyglass. When he retrieved it, the hamstrung guardsman threw his axe, and fortunately or unfortunately, as you may see it, felled the assailant before he himself died. The villain would have gone free if he'd kept running. Dante's brow creased. He leaned his walking stick in the corner and squatted low to get a closer look. He did not touch the artifacts. Go on. The guard captain stripped the corpus in search of his identity, and instantly forbade any other to come near. The man's arms and legs were scored and scabbed, bruising, scars, and cupping marks every centimeter. "Transference," said Dante softly, his 2 fingers tracing the line of the half-split arrow shaft without actually touching it. "The archer was a source, a mule, and the sorcerer who leeched the archer's blood to grow his own power persuaded, induced, forced him to wield the nasty bit of weaponry. Did the arrow deliver poison?" The king assumed so, as the horse convulsed and died. Philippe immediately commanded his most loyal friend, Michel de Vernazze, Conte Ruggiere, to investigate the assault. The Conte ordered the horse and saddle burned in place as a precaution against a contaminating poison or a lingering spell trap. With a mage implicated, Vernaze Ruggieri chose not to call in a practitioner to examine the arrow. "But you've looked at it." "I detect no extant enchantment, only a strong magical residue, but I've no skill to analyze it." He took no note of my admission. "I'd guess the Aristo Lackwit had the assassin mule's corpse burnt as well." They could not allow word to get out. A hint that an unknown mage was practicing blood transference would send blood families running to their fortresses, unraveling 2 centuries of concord between factions. The Conte immediately arrested the guard captain, for on any other exercise day the king would not have shed his armor before leaving the practice field, and there the problem becomes infinitely more complex. The mage glanced up at me, sharp-eyed. "Could it be the Queen set the captain to propose the grapple?" No longer amazed at his quickness, I nodded. "There is a history of strain between our liege and his wife, their marriage when she was widowed so young, her failure to birth a living heir since their first boy died, disagreements over the role of sorcery in their aligned households, and more I think that he did not tell me. His own counselors have long pressured him to set her aside. Yet he holds determined faith in her innocence and would not, and will not, have her questioned." "So what is the coin?" "Likely nothing," I said, "though you'll see it is a double strike. Some people consider a two-faced coin lucky. The Conte found it in the mule's jerkin, the sole item he carried. I sensed no enchantment on it, yet—" I could not explain the sensation that had come over me when I'd first held the coin. It was as if I'd been thrown into a plummeting waterfall and emerged to the nauseating certainty that my body had been turned wrong side out or hung up by my feet, and all the blood rushed to my head. There is a strangeness about it. "The noble investigator has no theories?" And so to the next element of the mystery. A month after the attempt, Michel de Vernaze wrote a letter to the king stating he'd found new evidence and hoped to have a solid case before too many more days passed. He said he planned a second visit to Collegia Serravin. No one has seen or heard from him since. "Mayhap he found the villain he was hunting." Dante's attention shifted to the spyglass. "And this?" I swallowed hard and glared at the instrument, its tarnished surface gleaming dully in the light. It seemed wrong that such a fine invention, a marvel not so many years ago, could so strike my heart with dread. Naught is known of its origin or purpose, but when you sight through it, you'll understand why our dilemma is so much more than marital disaffection, more even than the revival of such evil practice as blood transference. And you'll see why we need a talented mage to help unravel this mystery. The memory of my own looking made me wish to creep into a cave and hide. Dante drew his fingers along the artifact's tarnished case and around each of its knurled grips. He brushed dust and damp from the lenses, and while bracing it awkwardly with his scarred right fingers, he examined its construction, expanding and collapsing its length and twisting the grips. "This was not expertly made," he said. "Its mechanisms are unbalanced, its material impure." He glanced up. "This takes no magic to learn, if you're wondering, but only the teaching of a skilled instrument maker. But the making shapes its kerna, and it's nae possible to comprehend kerna without understanding function and composition." Stepping back from the light, he balanced the brass instrument in the claw of his ruined hand and peered through the eyepiece. The color drained from his cheeks as it surely had from mine. He set the instrument gingerly upon the stone table and snatched his hands away, breath rapid, lips compressed, his eyes squeezed tight as if a dagger had pierced his skull. Dante did not tell me what he'd seen, but as we locked the cell door, I guessed that he too had glimpsed a scene beyond this life, a scene not even the most sophisticated enchantments should be able to show us. "The veiled teachings have never made sense to me," he said.
Why would a god who bothers to create living persons suddenly decide to ship them off someplace worse than this life when they're dead, all in hopes of some heaven that no one can describe? If I have to depend on my kin or some benevolent stranger to get me through 10 gates to a paradise that might or might not be better than this, I might as well give up right now. Dead is dead, or so I've claimed. I disliked such bluntness. In my youth, I had accepted what I'd been taught at the temple, that the blood wars had brought humankind to such a state of depravity that the Pantocrator had altered his creation, setting the bleak and treacherous Ixtador between the veil and heaven. Those souls who journeyed the trackless desolation and passed Ixtador's 10 gates would be well purified, worthy of the Pantocrator's glory. Those who failed would be left for the Soul Eater to devour on the last day of the world. Unfortunately, the dead could do little to further their own cause. The honor and virtuous deeds of the family left behind must provide the strength and endurance for a soul's journey. As I came to see that my weak family connections were unlikely to provide much support for Ixtador's trials, and that my prospects for improving the situation were exceedingly poor, I had shoved such concerns to the back of my mind, unwilling to relinquish either hope or belief. The spyglass insisted I confront the issue. The mage rubbed the back of his neck tiredly and tugged at his silver collar again. But then we must ask, what is this devilish glass? Gods, if you think I can answer that for you, you've less wit than that rock in the garden. It would take a deal of study, experimentation. So that's the job, is it? To find out the use of these things. Or I suppose it's truly to tell your employer, who is the king, I'm guessing, and not his treacherous wife. He paused and waited. I nodded and shoved open the outer cell block door. What sorcerer in this blighted kingdom could create such enchantments, and why an assassin, a voiceless mule, would carry them? He ground the heel of his staff into the stone. Did anyone see the mule use the glass? Not that we know. His dim-wit majesty ought to question his queen. I could do that for him. I had no doubt he could. His rumbling undertone shook me like the earth tremors I'd felt when I was a boy, on the day a god-shaking had razed the city of Katram 800 kilometers away. Yes, the king wants to know who's responsible for transference and attempted murder, I said. He wants his queen exonerated. He wants to know how this instrument can show him a 16-year-old battlefield disgorging its dead men, many of whom he knows, into a wilderness that perfectly fits every description of Ixtador beyond the veil. And he very much desires to know what's become of Michel de Vernaze. Though he's received no demand for ransom or favor in exchange for Michel's life, he refuses to accept that his friend is dead. We started up the dungeon stair. Beyond all that lies his duty to Sabria. The king believes magic is dying, and he bids it good riddance. He sees it as a chain that binds us to superstition and causes us to descend into myth-fed savageries such as the Blood Wars. This event tells him that someone is attempting exactly that, seeking power of such magnitude as to touch the domain of the dead. But for what purpose? As Sabria's protector, he must understand what's being done and by whom and why. He doesn't trust the Camarilla, the prefects, any mage, knowing how they resent him. But for some reason he trusts you, who lives and works among them. You're his spy. I prefer the title Agent Confide. It bore a certain gentility, less resonances of ugly execution. As it happens, I am His Majesty's distant kinsman. Fortunately for you, very distant, so I'll not take exception to your loose-tongued name-calling. Though we'd never met until a half-month ago, my cousin subscribes to the old virtues in the matter of family, thus has charged me to protect his life and search out the answers he needs. He believed I was... Again came the uncomfortable confession. 9 years previous, Master Cajetan had first forced me to admit failure aloud. As my mentor, he had insisted I speak the verdict to my parents, else I would be tempted to live forever with a delusion. My father, who had ever lived in his own delusions, had taken umbrage.
I still wore the scars, within and without. The ugly episode had left me shy of discussing my paucity of talent. Dante waited. I inhaled deeply. As you judge correctly, Master, I cannot even begin to unravel such magic. Though I have informed the king of my lacks, he insists he trusts me to solve his mystery. As for the spying, well, for that we must include the Chevalier in our conversation. Are you willing to go on, Master Dante? It is time for yea or nay, in or out. The lamplight scarce touched the bottomless well of the descending stair, and the sinewy, black-haired mage with the unsettling gaze might have been Dimios himself, returning to the world of light for his annual visit, the blighted hand the manifest evidence of his corruption. He halted just below me. I doubted you could present me a mystery that I would take on, a librarian with self-loathing so exposed as to make him bold. But I don't like events that contradict my view of the world. So go on. Tell me the rest. I took that as a yay. Chapter 3. 36 Trine. 61 days until the anniversary. Hilario's lanky frame sprawled like a creeping vine over an armchair at Lady Susanna's card table. He was spinning his crocodile charm above his head like a pinwheel, occasionally rattling a crystal-globed lamp or clinking his wineglass. The lady herself, a serene, intelligent beauty with the most luxuriant black hair I had ever seen, laid down her fan of cards when I tapped on the open door. She was a gracious hostess, indeed, to tolerate Hilario for more than a 10-night without the least ripple of aggravation. "Pardon, my lady," I said, bowing. "I'm sorry to steal your company. Chevalier, you wish to speak to our visitor?" "No matter," said Susanna, shifting a richly colored shawl to her shoulders as she rose. Her smile illumined her large eyes and the deep, cinnamon glow of her complexion. "I am a hopeless night-bird. My husband is long to bed, and I have teased poor Hilario into one game too many in search of evening's amusement. Though he carries the most perfect tenor, he will sing only when we play at cards. Alas, he seems to have run out of cheerful ditties." Indolence abandoned, Hilario contracted his spread limbs and slithered to the edge of his chair, peering curiously through the empty doorway behind me. "Your exceptional loveliness demands excellence, dear lady, a responsibility that weighs heavy on my bardic soul. My supply of drivel is endless, my supply of poetry not so, especially when awaiting a visit from a fiend. My companion Portier, as you see, is of a depressive cast of mind, but this fellow who's come to visit us makes Portier appear but a frippery. Where is the devilish visitor, good curator?" "He awaits us in the wild garden," I said. "You must persuade him to come inside," said the lady. "The night closes very dark. If he prefers more privacy, Henia will open the guest-house." Hilario got out an answer more quickly than I. "Lovely Susanna, I fear indelible bruises on your innocent soul must result were his company forced upon you." Lady Susanna laughed, a throaty ripple that issued from a deep center, and then kissed the fop on his flaxen head. "Sweet Hilario, innocent? Me? You must quit all indulgence in wine. I'll leave you to your fiendish visitor, but rest assured naught can bruise my soul. I am well hardened." She had scarce vanished when she poked her head back around the door-jamb, her eyes glimmering with pleasure. "One matter of interest, Songeur de Duplay. Our son, Edmond, returns home tomorrow on leave from his posting in the south. You needn't fear. He is reliable and discreet. Yet I would not have him compromised by awkward situations. You understand." She didn't wait for confirmation, but glided out of sight in a whisper of silk. Hilario gazed after her, as if admiring the afterglow such a luminary must leave behind. "Is any woman so much a vision of heaven's angels? How fortune leads us!" Then he lifted his head abruptly. "I could have had her, you know. She wasn't high-born. Even an offside pedigree such as mine would have raised her up. Yes, she's a few years older, but egad, this fossil she's got instead. Eugenie says Comte Olivier was His Majesty's first commander. Taught him everything about leading troops and bedding down in muck and staying on his feet in a battle. He was Sorin's first commander too, but I doubt he taught the shitheel much. Sorin believed he knew everything already. Eugenie de Sylvain, Hilario's half-sister, had been but a child when wed to King Sorin, Philippe's predecessor and an even more distant cousin of mine. When Sorin fell in a miscalculated raid on the witch lords of Kader, he had not yet bedded the girl, much less begat an heir. Through a happenstance of Sabrian custom, my 15th cousin, a wild young duke entirely unprepared for the throne, had inherited the domain of Sabria. To preclude any dispute of his position, Philippe had immediately wed Sorin's child widow, inheriting her virginity, the support of her powerful relatives, and her bastard half-brother Hilario. My overly sentimental mother had insisted that political necessity had grown into a true love match between Philippe and Eugenie, despite the burden of the ridiculous half-brother. But who could say what love meant, especially in such rarefied circles? I doubted my mother knew. "Thanks be, young Edmond got his mother's wit as well as her looks," mused Hilario. "Old Olivier has the cleverness of a turnip in anything but war-making and wife-picking." Feeling the press of time, I dropped my voice. "I've judged that Mage Dante's talents will suffice, and he agrees that the level of magic the glass signifies is extraordinary." Hilario bobbed his fair head and clapped his hands. "Excellent, Portier. I knew he would work out." As if he'd thought of it. "Go to it." "If we are to be partner agent, the three of us must agree on our next steps." He flared his straight nose and stretched his long saffron-colored legs in front of him. Heaven's messengers, I near piss myself when he glares at me, and these are my favorite hose. My royal cousin had insisted that Hilario was trustworthy and that his close bond with his half-sister could help us discover the truth. I could accept that, but playing nursemaid to the fop would test a saint's patience. "You must attend, Chevalier. It is your duty as a knight of Sabria, your sister's champion, one might say." "Oh, quite right." He jumped to his feet and inhaled until his bony ribs threatened to pop the buttons on his gold waistcoat. "You understand, Portier. Eugenie could not have done this thing, conspired. It is not in her nature." I had never seen him so somber when he wasn't frighted out of his wits or reeling drunk. Thus I found myself believing him, which was entirely foolish so early on. I had vowed to withhold judgment in all these matters until evidence led me to the truth. "I understand, Chevalier. We do this for her safety as well as His Majesty's, and Sabria's." I didn't think a reminder of our larger purposes would go amiss. Uncounted thousands of Sabria's people had died in the blood wars, the flower of her nobility, the most powerful of her magical families. A second orgy of death and ruin would destroy us all. The evening had cooled. Scents of thyme, lavender, and waking earth rose in the spring damp, and the soft, rasping twitter of tree crickets engulfed the trees. Hilario steeled his courage by clutching his spalls, the shards of onyx and jade he carried to remind him of the ancestors he held sacred, surely including the father he shared with Queen Eugenie, and her mother, who had so generously taken her husband's bastard infant into her home and raised him as her own. We found the stone bench empty when we reached the glade. I whirled in a full circle, relieved when the lamplight caught a band of silver near the font. "Master, I feared you'd left us." The dark figure hunched on the ground raised his eyes. Hilario promptly dropped his pouch, scattering his spalls across the rocks. Dante's lip curled. "I was relishing the quiet." His collection retrieved, the lord sank to the end of the stone bench farthest from the mage. I took the other end of the bench, which set me between them, a position I feared might become familiar. As I set down the lamp and pulled out my journal, I searched for the right words to launch our odd collaboration. "So, we are to be spies.
I said. No matter how distasteful the word, I suppose we must accustom ourselves to it. Michel de Vernazé made a public show of his investigation. The king refuses to believe his disappearance coincidence, which is why we must work in secret. In secret, said Dante scornfully. With one of us the guilty queen's pet? A fair question, I said, laying a hand on Hilario's arm to prevent him drawing his sword. We are investigating treason, with all its heavy consequences, but His Majesty believes entirely in Lord Hilario's sincere determination to keep our secrets unshared. I choose to accept the king's word. Though the pooled lamplight showed Dante's face impassive, his restless energies roiled the deepening night. I hastened onward, opening my journal to the notes I had made thus far, my eyes automatically deciphering my encoded script. So, to our case and our plan. As far as the king knows, Michel learned very little. The assault on King Philippe occurred at Castel Escalon. The assailant, who was never identified, wore royal livery. The evidence of his scars and bruises named him a mule used to feed a mage's power. Thus, we know he was of the blood. He wore no mage collar, and unfortunately, de Vernazé reported his handmark obscured by scars. So we are hunting a mage with talent and knowledge enough to work transference and the complex spyglass spells. Dante stirred from his contemplative posture. Hired by the Shadow Queen? The Queen's suggestion to the guard captain that he persuade the king to wrestle and thus divest himself of armor might only be a wife's concern for her husband's amusement. We shall not be privy to the personal disagreements between their majesties that feed the king's disturbance. However, the Queen does support 2 household mages, and it only makes sense to investigate them first. I deferred to Hilario, tapping his knee when he failed to take my cue. Chevalier? Orvienne is pleasant enough, he said, avoiding the mage's heated gaze, though a bit oily to my taste, always smarming after ladies above his station. But Gaetana is frightful. Women so large are surely an aberration of Father Creator, and she glares at me quite as much as you do. Orvienne has an indifferent reputation at Saravin, I said, trying to add more pertinent information. Competent, reasonable, pleasant enough. He has never achieved a master's rank. Gaetana has. She is reputed to be quite brilliant, but left teaching years ago, as she is more interested in research than students. Neither ever instructed me. They've resided in the Queen's household since the mortal illness of the infant Prince Desmond 7 years ago. Gaetana returns frequently to Saravin for study and research. She is polite but never familiar, and alas, it has never been my habit to pry into what mages study in my library. These 2 have apprentices, I presume, said Dante. Several, who seem to change quite often. Only Adept Federigo and Adept Jacquard have been at court more than a year, said Hilario. Federigo is quite gentlemanlike and ever helpful. I don't know Jacquard, as he is presently loaned out to some friend of my foster mother's. The rest scurry about like ants, fetching and sweeping, or they disappear into the mage's laboratorium for days at a time, only to reappear unkempt and entirely too exhausted to do a man a favor. I dipped my head in acknowledgment and continued. Neither the king nor Lord Hilario knows of any other mage with access to the Queen's household, and both have expressed a feeling that Orvienne and Gaetana have insinuated themselves between the Queen and her family. Unfortunately, the lady made it known to her husband, and thus to Michel de Vernazé, that no one in her household would be available for questioning. Without more specific evidence linking her to the assault, the king is unwilling to contradict her in the matter. Dante shrugged and drew his walking stick across his lap. Dancing about tender feelings will never get you answers. Did these mages inquire about the spyglass? Hunt for it? Not that we know, which means very little. Evidently, Michel de Vernazé never made any secret of his disdain for sorcery or his belief that a sorcerer planned the attack on the king. He tried to interrogate the Camarilla prefects without prior negotiation, a violation of the Concord de Praesta, and when refused, took his inquiries to Saravin. With such, "The Conte quite insulted poor Federigo," blurted Ilario. "Called him a trickster taking advantage of his station, just because he makes these excellent charms for Eugenie's friends." With such a bull-headed approach, I concluded, I doubt the Conte could have learned the door warden's name at Saravin. No one directed him to my library, I can tell you. "But if no one saw the mule use the spyglass, why was it there at all?" said Dante. A good question that pricked not a hint of an answer in my mind. "The larger problem," I said, "is that even if the Queen allows her mages to be questioned, they're not going to tell me, or any interrogator, the kind of information we seek. They'll deny knowing the assassin. They'll deny building instruments that show us the domains of the dead. They will most certainly deny any knowledge of transference or other prohibited practices. Thus we need someone to join their little concilium and learn what they're about. Only a person of their own rank might have a chance to observe their practices and judge if they are capable of the sorcery we've seen." I paused, awaiting the explosion. It came quietly, but with intensity that near knocked me off the stone bench. "You want me to pose as a court mage?" said Dante, blowing a derisive breath. "I thought you had a semblance of mind, Portier. My reputation is fairly earned. I've no manners. I know naught of bowing or titles or mouthing pleasantries to fools. You see my finest garments." He spread his arms, his grotesque hand purple in the lamplight. "Hardly what's expected of a queen's puppet." "A certain distance might work to your advantage, master." I dropped my eyes that he might not think me staring at his rope-like scars. "And with your permission, of course, we can teach you whatever you need to know of court life, can we not, Chevalier?" Ilario hunched his shoulders without even a sidewise glance at Dante. "I'll loan my tailor and my barber, but some tasks are impossible." Dante hoisted himself up with his stick and strode back toward the path and the house. Before I could decide whether to chase him down, he halted, spun in place, and jabbed a finger toward Ilario. "Dress me like this strutting cock, and I still could not get near them. Do I walk up to the gate and apply for the position of Queen's assassin?" "I made you an offer 3 days ago," said Ilario, dabbing at his nose with a lace kerchief. "You scoffed." "And in which layer of lies was this offer couched?" "Please, master, please, Chevalier." How was I to harness these two most irritating men, both of whom outranked me? "We are charged with our kingdom's safety. Philippe has reason to believe another attempt at murder will be made on the 25th day of Cinq, the anniversary of last year's attempt, which happens also to be the 7th anniversary of his infant son's death, which happens to be 61 days from this. Each of you has a unique gift to bring to the task." "Give me the demonish glass, and I'll divine its use," said Dante. "Perhaps even something of its maker. Give me the coin and the arrow. Such mysteries intrigue me. But do not expect me to pretend I care for an aristo's domestic troubles. I'm as like to spit on him and be done with the matter. And it's sure I'll end up prisoned myself anyway, when the Camarilla gets wind of my heretical opinions. Find another plan." I reached for patience. "Lord Ilario graces society throughout Castellescalon and the royal city. As he mentioned at our first meeting, his half-sister has set herself the charge to support magical scholarship in rivalry to the king's support of the new sciences. It would be only natural for the Chevalier to bring her a new talent he has encountered. He can secure you a position, pursuing magics that many people might consider unsavory. Those were your words, were they not, Chevalier?" snapped the mage. "So tell me, what are these unsavory wishes your mistress might ask me to indulge? Transference, perhaps? Enough to set me up as a scapegoat for this crime?" "Certainly not," I said. "Lord, you must explain." No matter his pique, no matter his care for the Queen's reputation, Ilario could not hide this last piece of our puzzle. Neither could he pass it off with his usual foolery. "My lady has suffered an overburden of griefs in her life. Our beloved parents lost to fire not a year after her too early marriage, an adored husband, the late king, fallen in battle, her own child dead before his first birthday, a daughter stillborn, and 2 more miscarried. She seeks solace." "Surely these 2 jackleg mages can concoct a sleeping draught. Or is it illusions she wants?" Dante's brutal frankness drove Ilario to his feet and into the night beyond the pool of lamplight. Portier, this is most unseemly. I'll not discuss a gracious lady with a damnable rogue. Mage Dante is our partner in this endeavor, Lord Chevalier, and has sworn to keep private all he hears. If you don't tell him all, then I must, else we'll never lift this cloud of suspicion from your royal sister. Better this come from one who can tell us her true mind, gently. Evidently, Michel de Vernazé had disdained Ilario, never bothering to interview him, and until Philippe himself had spoken to the Chevalier, he did not comprehend the nature and intensity of his wife's unhealthy yearnings. "They've tried illusions with varying success," said Ilario, his breath shaking. "But more than anything in the world, my sister desires her mother's comforting hands and our father's shoulder on which to weep. She yearns to hear that her dead children are not frightened as they essay the trials of Ixtador." The mage stiffened. "Necromancy?" he said in hushed fury. "She's mad. You're all mad. Even if it's possible, and not certain of that, lest you've forgotten, mucking with the dead is frowned upon. If the temple were to get wind of this... gods! The tetrarchs might slap a queen's wrists, but they'll hang the sorry practitioner in the temple square by his thumbs as fodder for rats and ravens." "We're aware of that," I said, intestines clenching at thoughts of both the crime and the punishment. The Camarilla discouraged dead-raising, many said because they no longer knew how to do it. But the temple claimed that to breach the veil between life and death was to violate creation itself. Ixtador was our penalty for the depredations of the Blood Wars, including transference and necromancy. Did we transgress again, the tetrarchs and prophets implied we would be barred from heaven everlastingly. No matter how pallid one's private convictions, the sway of public sentiment kept dead-raising a dangerous activity. "I'd not want you to mistake the possible complications, Master, but we're not asking you to practice necromancy, only to hint that you could, that you might, to demonstrate skills that suggest you are capable. The Queen's mages claim they are unable to satisfy her wishes for these very reasons you name. But we must wonder if a spyglass that seems to focus in Ixtador and a mule whose very existence speaks of unholy practice indicate that they are in fact attempting such wickedness. This is the way for you to get close to the Queen and her mages and find out what we need to know." Eyes closed, Dante crossed his arms over his bent head as if to smother the curiosity that, I hoped, would drive him to find answers. Ilario kept mercifully quiet. An owl flapped away from a nearby oak, the rushing spread of wings near stopping my heart. At last, the mage clasped his walking stick and tapped its heel on the packed dirt. "So, Peacock," he said, "have you ever seen your little sister playing with this naughty glass?" "This is insupportable." Ilario waved his arms weakly, his protest lackluster beside Dante's resonant conviction. I kept silent, giving him no permission to back away. The Chevalier heaved a suffering sigh. "Her Majesty does not include me in her mage's rituals. It is a great kindness, for she knows they frighten me. I've never seen her or anyone else using that foul implement. I suppose I could ask her—" My chest constricted. No. Best avoid any appearance of interest in such activities. Forget about the spyglass altogether when in her presence. Your caution is the best help you can give, along with your gift of a new mage, who will help dismiss these foul suspicions. Agreed? I waited until Ilario flicked his hand to acknowledge my warning before turning to our new partner. "Master, unless you suggest something better, I propose that Lord Ilario present you to the Queen 7 days hence. You will say what is necessary to secure employment in her household. Once you are assigned chambers in the palace, I will arrange for the spyglass, the arrow, and the coin to be delivered to you there." I tapped a forefinger on my journal. "Time is critical. Tomorrow is the first day of Kat. We've 61 days. "What of you, student?" said Dante. "If a brutish sorcerer is to be made into a courtier, and a peacock into an informant, where is your place in Castel Escalon? No one will say anything useful in the hearing of a king's kinsman."
I smoothed the pages of my journal and closed it, happy no one had ever deciphered its encoding. My future likely held a pot full of frustrations to express outside the public eye. Once Lord Ilario has secured your position at court, I shall follow you to Castel Escalon, where I intend to have a flaming public row with my royal cousin and take on a dismal, unhappy palace job of my own just to flout him. Everyone will pity me and believe I am dreadfully abused, and I hope divulge all manner of useful things. What job? For the first and likely last time, Ilario and Dante spoke in unison. Lord Ilario's private secretary. It was the worst thing I could think of. For the first and likely last time, the three of us together burst out laughing. On the next morning, I stood in the cool, sheltered carriageway with Lady Susanna and her son Edmond, who had arrived some time in the night. The tall, sleepy-headed young officer indeed reflected his handsome and intelligent mother. After worrying at the problem for a fruitless hour, I had solicited my hostess's assistance in preparing Dante for his introduction at court. "He and Ilario get along like a wild cat and a magpie," I said. "The Chevalier insists I see to it, but I've business that can't wait." "I'll gladly do what I can," said the lady. "Let me take it on," said Edmond. "I've been tasked with the very same duty for young officers promoted in the field, and, begging your pardon, my most refined and gracious mother," he beamed at Lady Susanna, "some men don't appreciate a lady's introducing them to forks and serviettes and chamber pots. As it happens, I've supply dispatches need delivering in Verona. The mage and I could stay on in our townhouse. I'll not embarrass the fellow, nor you nor Papa either." Shadows dimmed Lady Susanna's smile, and her dark eyes darted from her son to me. "I don't think... Perhaps this is too private a matter. You've duties here, Edmond." But to me it sounded ideal. Edmond de Roble exuded his mother's serenity in a stalwart, soldierly package. "If you're willing, Greville, it could save several lives at once. I'll introduce—" A bellow exploded from the inner courtyard. The three of us raced through the vine-covered gate to find Ilario flattened to the brick wall like a lizard caught between the blooming bougainvillea and honeysuckle. The tip of Dante's white staff was pressed to the Chevalier's throat in vivid illustration of our dilemma. "Touch this again, peacock," said Dante in the quiet manner that shivered my toes, "and it will burn a hole straight through this dainty flesh." The mage tightened his grip on the carved stick, eliciting a squirm from Ilario. "Do you comprehend?" Ilario emitted some unintelligible squeak. As the glowering mage jerked his stick away and stepped back, the bedraggled Chevalier stumbled across mounds of alyssum and wallflowers, not stopping until he stood at my shoulder, glaring back at his attacker. "Madman," he croaked between coughing spasms. "I was just interesting carving. Just looking." He sucked greedily at an opaline flask he'd pulled from his cloak. "You agreed I'd deal with you alone, Portier," snapped the mage. "Not with a sniveling, creeping aristo who thinks he has rights to anything he chooses." "Divine grace, Songeur." Edmond inhaled sharply as sunglints sparked from the silver band circling Dante's neck, but the young man did not hesitate to incline his back. "Excuse me, mage. I am Edmond de Roble, Greville in the Garde Royale. I understand you're to be presented at Castel Escalon. May I offer my services as escort to Verona and your host as you get your bearings in the city?" In moments, all was calm and ordered at Villa Margeroux. If only Philippe had assigned this young man to our partnership instead of the dithering Ilario, I might have better hopes of success. Chapter 4. 10 Kat. 51 days until the anniversary. The shutters of the palace waiting room had not yet been opened to the mild spring air, and scented candle smoke, the cloying aroma of blooming orchids, and the stifling heat had my stomach in full rebellion. Or perhaps it was only anxiety. My court debut awaited me in the royal presence chamber. Dame Ranche, present yourself." An aide in red and gold livery awaited my companion in misery, a wilting dowager come to petition the king for her son's reassignment to a regiment quartered in Talimont. The young man was currently billeted on the Destinée, the vessel chosen to sail beyond the mouth of Hedron in search of the legendary Isles of Cochevire. The woman claimed she needed her son to manage her vineyard, but her effortless domination of her serving-man and the succession of footmen, secretaries, and aides a petitioner encountered en route to this room led me to conclude she did not want for managerial skills. As she repeatedly referred to voyages of exploration as frivolous and ungodly, and the Destinée in particular as an ill-omened ship, I assumed she just didn't want to risk her boy. The lady swept from the room. I waited and churned. From my persistent difficulties in obtaining this audience, I assumed Ilario had outlined my scheme to His Majesty. And from the lack of any alternative information since their arrival in Merona, I presumed that young Edmond de Roble-Margeroux had survived his 7-day with Dante, and that Ilario had successfully introduced Dante to his royal sister. Barring disaster, I had forbidden them from communicating with me. Another rivulet of sweat dampened my threadbare velvet doublet. "Songeur de Duplay, present yourself." I adjusted my attire and trailed after the stiff-backed aide through a series of more elaborate waiting rooms and across a puddled courtyard, steamy with the previous night's rain. Halfway down a majestic promenade, footmen swung open a pair of bronze doors to reveal an expansive chamber and an eye-filling swarm of ruffed collars, plumed hats, curled beards, jeweled necks, and billowing skirts. My escort motioned me inside. Truly, this meeting place of king and subject had been designed to impress. My royal cousin sat beneath a gold mosaic dome, where chips of lapis, tourmaline, and malachite depicted a Sabrian monarch accepting the gifts of earth, sea, and sky from the enthroned Pantocrator. On the barreled ceiling vaults hovered painted angels so lifelike one could believe the damp, flower-scented breeze that wafted through the chamber's open arches a product of their wings. Or perhaps the shifting air emanated from the exquisite planetary suspended in the vault behind the king, the gleaming brass model of heaven's fiery orb, circled unendingly by its 5 children planets in the mathematical precision calculated by Philippe's astronomers. A half-circle of 10 to 15 courtiers stood in favored attendance on Philippe. Across the dais to his right, a separate group of 8 or 10 clustered about a velvet-cushioned chair, empty on this day. "I had hoped to present my petition to both king and queen," I whispered to the stiff-backed aide at my side. "The queen no longer attends His Majesty's public audiences," he said, his eyes fixed forward. "Be ready." So rumor was correct in that respect, at least. Hilario's height and flaxen hair left him easy to spot at the back of the queen's party, but it was 2 wearing silver collars who drew my interest. The statuesque master mage, Gaetana, held the position of favor at the immediate right of the queen's chair. The first counselor's iron-gray hair was twisted tight at the back of her head. Her pale gaze reflected chilly disinterest. The tidy, elegantly gray-haired mage standing in her formidable shadow would be Orvienne. Dante was not present. "Thus it is our best judgment that Augustin de Ranche receive no exception to his sworn obedience." Whether by virtue of wizardry or architecture, my cousin's natural voice rang clear even at this remotest end of the chamber. "Indeed, Saint-Gerat." Philippe leaned down from his gilt chair and spoke with perfectly audible intimacy. "I surmise that your son's share of the Destiné's discoveries shall enable you to hire 3 bailiffs and an entire crew of vineyard overseers next season. Judice ainsi." Philippe's formal assertion of conclusion brought a liveried aide to whisk the Dowager Ranche away. "Portier de Savin-Duplay, present yourself." Was it only imagination that the herald's announcement of my name quieted the bustle of skirts and gossip? Certainly a fervid mumbling swelled as the aide escorted me up the long central aisle and pointed to a tiled circle at the foot of the dais. Head bowed, I sank to one knee and waited. Curse the arrogant devil, where was Dante? It would be nice to know the mage was safely in play before enduring this unpleasantness. Savin Duplay, do we know you?" A twitch of the aide's gloved hand brought me to my feet. Philippe's expression, clear eyes, the light brows that matched his neatly trimmed mustache and beard, held steady, cool, and disinterested. All right, then. The game was on. Time to destroy, at least for the present, what hopes I held of sober reputation in the wider circles of the world. "Heaven's grace be with you, Majesty. My late father, Onfroy de Savin-Duplay, scholar and gentleman, was 14th degree Savin out of Enfer de Savin-Gorcier. But alas, you and I have never met, gracious sire, a seeping wound which is the matter of my petition this day. The intermediaries who rightly defend your presence from the common hordes have taken it upon themselves to refuse your kinsman private audience." The fair brows lifted. I plunged onward, trying to ignore the titters that broke here and there. "Insulted and demeaned by these servants, your devoted cousin has been forced to resort to this public airing of his necessities." I allowed the pause to extend just past comfort. "Unless your most gracious Majesty would overrule them and consent to retire behind yon doors that I might speak in private." "Our householders reflect our mind and our instructions, cousin. What could you have to say that would require abandoning these other honored petitioners?" The king's wave encompassed the crowd of gaping, sniggering courtiers. I doubted many were public petitioners. "Speak, kinsman. What necessity has brought you?" "My desire to serve you, lord. For 15 years my family has petitioned a place in your household appropriate for one who bears the Savin name." I tossed a bundle of letters onto the mosaic dragon whose scarlet tail encircled my feet. "Refused, every one. 9 years ago my honored father passed beyond the veil. I have strived to aid his journey through the 10 gates by prayer, virtuous living, and honorable study and employment at Collegia Saravin. But temple readers assess his tessella. To the inhaled breath of the onlookers and a modicum of guilt on my own part, I produced the palm-sized carving of red jasper sanctified by my father's spirit, and tell me he does not progress. He waits for his only son to supply deeds of proper quality to advance him toward his heavenly life. It is my conviction that those deeds must fall under the aegis of family. And so, gracious sire, I have dedicated myself to seek worthy service at your side." Philippe collapsed laughing into the depths of his great chair. "Collegia Saravin," he bellowed in great humor. "By the 10 gates, have we a kinsman mage?" "Nay, Majesty." I rubbed my bare neck as if to show him. "An acolyte only, but I—" "So you have mastered reading and writing arcana, but demonstrate no skills of the blood, even by the assessment of those who believe in skills of the blood?" The presence of the Queen's mages only heightened the humiliation of the wretched confession. "True, sire, but fortunately for you, Portier de Savin-Duplay, we take but small offense at this odor of failure attached to our family name. Clearly you have been cloistered with your supernatural fraternity too long and are sorely misinformed. We employ no mages in our household, no adepts, and indeed not even acolytes. The Camarilla Magica exists by our royal sufferance, but without credence in our councils. Thus you must seek employment elsewhere. We would advise you look to mathematics, physics, and astronomy." He opened his hand in the direction of the gleaming planetary. "To find the true magic the Pantocrator has granted humankind. Judice ainsi." Cheeks ablaze, I sank to my knee and winced at the risks of violating protocol by opening my mouth again. But truly, a night in the public stocks could heap no worse disgrace upon my name than what I had just done, and a little stalwart whining should entrench my character in the public perception. Thus, when the aide tapped my shoulder to vacate my position, I rose to a posture of offended dignity. "I shall find a way to serve in your house, Majesty. For my honored father's soul I shall." "Impertinent cousin!" Philippe roared, flicking a finger at the aide. "Ill manners reap one night's service at least, in our household jail. Alas for you, Lady Justice requires a balanced hand, even for those who bear the Savin name. Judice ainsi." The aide scooped up my hastily manufactured letters and stuffed them into my arms. The soldiers of the Garde Royale gripped my shirt collar, propelled me down the long aisle, and shoved me through the door. Philippe's private jail housed a prisoner in comfort when compared to a public dungeon or the Spindle, the bleak tower perched on a barren rock in the deepest channel of the River Lay. Plastered walls surrounded a real bed with sheets and blanket, approximately clean. A tin washing bowl and covered nightjar sat in one corner. A small window at eye level, albeit barred, opened to a moldy brick courtyard cluttered with dustbins. Yet the sturdy lock on the thick door and the lack of any illumination source to supplant the failing sunlight could not but reinforce a vague nausea at my first experience of prisoning. Sitting on the bed, propped against the outer wall, I consoled myself that it was one night only, and necessary to make my humiliation real. I flicked a finger at 2 spiders that crept down the peeling wall and kicked a large beetle out of the sheets. Truly, the row had gone well. If I was to be the king's pawn, it was reassuring that he was an intelligent manipulator. Yet, even though I knew his opinions, Philippe's bald declaration of scorn for sorcery had shocked me. He had, in essence, called his wife's mages cheats as the 2 of them stood not 15 meters from him. I wished I had dared look up to gauge their expressions. Surely marital discord must be too sweet a term to describe the friction between the 2 royal households. What an ugly mess. A fractured laugh escaped my throat at my naive hopes that Philippe's summons would somehow lead to my imagined destiny. I'd not even 2 months to unravel a mystery whose chief suspects I was forbidden to question. And what if we were wrong about Orviene and Gaetana and had to look in some entirely different direction? The lock scraped and rattled, reminding my stomach that hunger might be causing my guts upheaval. A full day had passed since I'd supped. But the short, robust young woman who entered my cell bore a lamp, not dinner. The ring of keys dangling from her leather belt evidenced responsibilities, yet her jeweled earrings, smoothly coiled hair, and full-sleeved gown of indigo silk hardly bespoke a jailer. "I'll knock when I'm ready to leave," she announced to the hesitant guard. "I doubt Sonjeur de Duplay poses any risk to health or virtue." Of a sudden, acutely aware of my unseemly posture, I kicked off the sheets and jumped to my feet. My small pouch dropped to the floor. I bent to retrieve it, noting the regrettably threadbare state of my stockings. My cheeks flamed. Alas, the guards had taken my shoes and belt, and I had to settle for buttoning my gaping doublet with the small pouch inside and running fingers through my straggling hair. Dithering fool. But then far more time had passed since a woman had graced my bedchamber than since I had dined. "Divine grace, damoiselle," I said, bowing, left hand properly exposed on my shoulder. "Mora ne bilar," she said, baring her own left hand. Though many might judge the lady plain, the earthen hues of her hair, eyes, and round cheeks glowed warmly in the lamplight. Her voice, on the other hand, was decidedly cool and precise. After a brisk survey of my chamber, eyeing the rumpled bed where the beetle and several of its friends had taken up residence again, she seated herself on the 3-legged stool in the corner. Its proximity to the bare floor did no more to diminish her self-assurance than did her diminutive height or her brief nose. "I serve as administrator of the Queen's household, including the Consilium Reginae, Her Majesty's advisors in matters of sorcery. Please sit down." I perched on the edge of the bed, near swallowing my tongue. Were we found out? Ilario? Dante? Ixtador's gates, what had they done? The lady cocked her head and leaned forward, examining me as if she were a kennel master considering a new pup. "I witnessed your petition to the king, Sonjeur. This afternoon, as someone recounted the tale to Her Majesty, Mage Gaetana mentioned that you had served as archivist and librarian at Collegia Saravin. Is that true?" "Yes, my lady." "Her Majesty has just taken on a new advisor," said the lady, setting her lamp on the floor. "A master mage unfamiliar with court life. The mage deems an assistant necessary, in particular an acolyte or adept who might acquire and maintain the books he needs for his duties. Never having retained his own assistant, he has no name in mind, and has left the hiring to me. I am here to offer you the position." Caught between relief and confusion, my mind snarled like a sprung clockwork. Ilario, not Dante, was supposed to put about that he was in desperate need of a personal secretary. But what to say? This was all wrong. If I refused her offer, insulted this lady, or somehow made myself undesirable, how could I then apply to work for Ilario? Your determination to serve the royal family would be well satisfied by this position, Songeur, and your qualification of good family and sincere piety, as well as your experience, seems a fortuitous match. Naturally, we would require references, but I've no doubts they'll be satisfactory and see no reason to delay. References? Blood pounded my temples. This was absurd. I couldn't work for Dante. I needed to go places he'd have no reason to go, inquire about things he had no reason to know. Dante had agreed with my plan. Think, Portier. I breathed deeply twice, a remedy I'd often used to force time and thought to slow. Dante was not stupid. He must have some compelling reason to contravene our plan. And this whole matter, the woman's haste, seemed odd. Billard, a major blood family. She would have numerous contacts at Saint-Ravin and elsewhere, adepts and acolytes who would relish court service, and her use of né Billard instead of de Billard indicated that her mother's family outranked her father's, which often meant even more relatives eager for advancement. Why would she choose an unknown? She embodied a quiet authority, yet her plump fingers had twined themselves into a knot in her lap. I would need to write letters, I said, slowly, testing. Explain my need for references. It could take a 10-night or two, perhaps a month, but I could certainly consider your kind offer. Disappointment melted her cool mask, and Rue tweaked a friendly smile. I abhor dissembling, Songeur de Duplay, and thus I must inform you that this offer promises no comfortable employment. I pounced upon your qualifications both because of your desire to be at court and also because the longer this new mage resides at Castel Escalon, the more difficult it will be to fill the position. Master Dante is a most intense man. How so, lady? You intrigue me. I buried my mouth in my hands, lest the smile grown on my own face give me away. She had caught Dante perfectly. She frowned and stared at the ceiling for a moment, as if determining how to couch her description. To her credit, when she spoke, she looked me square on. His words, his opinions, and his scrutiny carry weight beyond the usual. I can't describe it better than that. His manners demonstrate little grace. His frankness is more akin to flaying than speech, and he has no patience with frivolity or hesitation. Yet he comes highly qualified, recommended by persons Her Majesty trusts. Her Majesty was entirely satisfied after their private interview. All right. Perhaps she didn't want to subject any personal friends to the strange mage's whims. That made sense. She was here because Dante had demanded an assistant in such terms that I was the glaringly obvious choice. He knew my plan and the reasoning behind it. I had to trust him. I rose to my stockinged feet and bowed. Damoiselle Nebillard, your honesty becomes you and honors your mistress. I hear not to make a determined spirit quake. Indeed, this prospect, while daunting, saves me the difficulties of exploring other opportunities in the royal household that would likely result in situations far less suited to my experience. In short, I am humbly grateful and accept the position. She popped up from the stool, as if the weight of the sky had lifted from her shoulders. Consider me in your debt, Songeur de Duplay. If the situation becomes too burdensome, I insist you come to me, and I shall seek remedy from Her Majesty. The mage has been brought in to do my lady's service, and I've no doubt that any who aid him will also reap her deepest gratitude. My skin crept at recalling the service Eugénie de Sylvet desired of Dante. Royal gratitude could certainly be useful, but the mage had better have a damned good reason for this. Damoiselle Mora was nothing if not efficient. Morning brought a plate of cold lamb and olives with her compliments. Still groggy from a night of empty dreams, I'd scarce dug in when the lady herself arrived. "Did you sleep well in this unfortunate place, Songeur?" she asked, wrinkling her nose. The door remained open behind her, and the draught from the courtyard outside the barred windows strengthened the miasma of mold and urine. "As well as could be expected, damoiselle," I said, scrambling off the bed while dabbing at my greasy mouth with the back of my hand. Few activities are less graceful than eating, especially when one lacks knife, spoon, or serviette. "I feel thoroughly chastised. My court protocol shall certainly not slip again." She did not quite laugh, as if the bounds of her business kept such demonstrations inside her. Yet the heightened glow of her richly colored skin and the evidence of a slight dimple in one cheek made the prospects of the day immensely brighter. "The guard holds your release papers and personal belongings. As Master Dante insists you attend him right away, I've come to show you the way to his chambers myself." "My deepest gratitude, damoiselle. I cannot tell you—" But she was already out the door, leaving my tongue hanging out like a thirsty pup's. I blotted my mouth again, wiped my hands quickly on the bed sheets, and followed, reciting to myself the unfortunate realities of family connection that had kept my life celibate. The lady, daughter of a blood family, would know the rules. The door guard returned boots, belt, journal, compass, and the silver phial my mentor had given me with his best potion for my recurrent headaches. The corée remained tucked away in my small pouch. Once out of the cell, I felt as if I'd shed an excessively tight suit of clothes. But I could not forget I had a role to play, even if Dante had changed the play script out from under me. "Damoiselle, if you please," I said, catching up to her. "Why would the mage need me so soon? I mean, I'm happy to go, but after a night confined, I feel unkempt. If this mage is very exacting, are you certain he will accept me?" "Her Majesty is providing the assistant her servant has requested. He'll not dare refuse." A pleasant animation softened the blunt assertion. A bold young woman indeed. The open galleries and gardens of Castel Escalon were built in the sprawling facade style. As Damoiselle Mora briskly navigated the confusing route from my cell, housed in the cellar of an old barracks, I did my best to memorize landmarks. A long gray underground passage, a round crossing room banded by lozenge-shaped window openings, a fragrance garden, an arcade where a facile love poem had been scribed in the tiled floor and its erotic images painted on panels in the vaulted ceiling. "You're very kind to show me the way," I said. "It would be easy to get lost here." "Her Majesty's household comprises the entire East Wing," she said, pointing beyond 3 wide steps of whorled rose marble flanked by sculpted oak trees. "Her ladies, her brother Lord Ilario, and her councillors, including her mages, all live here." At the top of the steps, a broad gallery swept a long curve, its open arches overlooking the slate rooftops of Merona and the wide band of the River Lay, shimmering in the morning light. Just before the gallery ended in a wide upward stair, a passage branched off to the right. "These are Mage Gaetana's apartments," said the lady, pointing to the first doors along the soft-lit passage. "These Mage Orvienne's, and these," we arrived at the single door closest to the far end of the passage, "Mage Dante's." The administrator's brisk knock elicited a curt, "Enter." The lady gasped as we stepped through the door. Gray smoke wafted from the hearth, stinging our eyes and offending our nostrils with a sulphurous stench. Despite the discomfort, I had to smother amusement. Even while breathing a prayer, the mage would not get himself booted out of the palace too quickly. Luxurious draperies of heavy, blood-colored satin had been tied up in ugly knots, spilling sunlight from the broad windows across a scene of destruction. Armchairs, cushions, ebony tables, and delicate statuary had been piled haphazardly on damask couches shoved against the walls. At least 3 crumpled rugs had been thrown atop the pile. A deep, narrow groove had been gouged into the rare mahogany floor, forming a circle some 4 meters in diameter. Clad in his old russet tunic, rather than one of the embroidered jackets Edmond de Roble had provided him before leaving Villa Margeroux, the mage knelt inside the circle, tracing the deep channel with the still smoking end of a charred stick. "Master Dante, what have you—" The woman visibly choked back a reprimand. "I've brought your new assistant, Portier de Savin-Duplay." "Good. He can finish this while I get on with the underlayment." He glanced up and caught Damoiselle Mora's displeasure. "What, do these other mages not work at Her Majesty's business? Perhaps that's why they achieve no results. To prepare a new circumocule for every trial is inefficient and error-prone. Accuracy, precision, repeatability. Without them, you've naught but accidents and happenstance." He popped to his feet, thrust the smoldering stick into my hand, and crouched beside the hearth. The offending stench and smoke rose from a crucible set upon a tripod over an unnaturally intense fire. "I need work tables," he said as he dropped yellow clots from a paper packet into the crucible, causing rills of blue flame to flare across his stinking mixture. 3 of them, each exactly 3 meters long, one with a polished stone surface, the others planed oak, and cupboards with lockable doors, 2 at least. 4 would be better." "You didn't inform the steward of these needs when we spoke to him yesterday?" "How was I to expect that folk hiring a mage had no idea what a mage needs to do his work?" He poked at the belching contents of the crucible with a stirring rod, then glared at me over his shoulder. "Well, get on then, apprentice. The sooner you've done, the sooner we clear this damnable stink."
"Saint-Georges de Duplay is King Philippe's cousin, Master Dante," stated the lady firmly, "engaged to acquire and catalogue books. If you need manual labor, we can fetch a workman."
"He might be the Pantocrator's maiden aunt for all I care. He does what I tell him in the manner I prescribe, or he's no good to me and might as well dive headfirst out the window right now. Is that understood?"
Arrogant, unyielding, ungraceful. Even the cool Damoiselle Nebillard fumed. "I serve at the Queen's pleasure, Master," I said quickly. "To that end, I shall be honored to take on whatever tasks you assign and to learn whatever you might teach." Especially why a man who disdained common sorceress practice needed a circumocule, a ring used to enclose particles arranged for traditional spellworking, and to learn why he had dragged me into a position that would make our investigation impossible, and to learn why this chamber thrummed as if 100 musicians played at once, all of them different tunes. Raising my brows and venturing a grin to soothe the lady's concerns, I shrugged out of my wrinkled doublet and bent to the work, first reheating the smoldering end of the stick, once a chair rung, I guessed, then shoving it through the gouge. Soot and char brought a minimal useful balance of spark, air, and wood to spells that focused heavily on the elements of base metal and water. A standard practitioner would embed other preferred particles into a permanent ring, fragments of colored glass, perhaps, or a few well-chosen herbs, and always nuggets or links of silver, the most perfect substance, encompassing all 5 of the divine elements. But who knew what Dante's plan was? The sulfur bespoke unsavory complexities.
"Get it hotter and move faster," snapped Dante. "The wood must be well seared as I lay down the lead."
"Very well, then," said the administrator, equanimity recovered, though the toe of her elegantly small foot tapped rapidly on the ruined floor. "Have Saint-Georges de Duplay bring a list of your additional requirements to my office this afternoon. Shall I have these excess furnishings removed?"
"Aye,"
said Dante, carefully ladling the first dipper of molten lead into a charred segment of the groove.
"And the window rags as well. They're useless and ugly. I'll keep yon bed and the eating table and such."
He jerked his head toward an open doorway in the end wall.
"And you can leash your simpering maidservants and prancing footmen. None sets foot in my chambers unless I give them leave. The assistant will clean what needs cleaning. Now out with you, and let us to our work."
"Certainly, Master. Divine grace, and to you also, Saint-Georges de Duplay. As I mentioned earlier, I am at your service." The lady gazed at me intently, communicating a sincere concern and intent to help, which pleased me considerably. I acknowledged her kindness as well as I could from my ungraceful posture on the floor. My task completed, I sat back on my heels. I expected Dante would stop once Mora had gone, but in fact his focus narrowed, his capable left hand dribbling an almost perfect thread of molten lead in the grooved circle. It was easy to overlook his doing almost everything one-handed. His ruined appendage had remained out of sight the entire time the lady was in the room. A touch of vanity, perhaps. When he had closed the circle of lead, he returned his ladle to the empty crucible and used his staff to disperse the pile of white-hot coals across the floor of the hearth. If I hadn't been watching so carefully, I might have missed the moment when he pressed his narrow lips together as if muting a word they were intending to shape. The coals dulled instantly and fell to ash. For that one moment, I would have sworn I'd gone naked and feathers stroked my skin. Dante rose, hurried to the windows, and threw open the casements, clinging to the iron frames as he heaved great breaths of the morning air. "Discord's realm! This place is going to drive me mad!" Then he spun in place, his gaunt face hungry, his green eyes snapping and sparking like the fires of midsummer. "But it will be a fine madness, student. We've so much nastiness afoot in Castel Escalon it will take us a year to sort it out. They've found another corpse, another mule." Chapter 5. 11 Kat, 50 days until the anniversary. It was an unfortunate fact that the actual blood of someone like me could so dramatically enhance another sorcerer's spell-making, when it could not provide me enough power to work magic of my own. Transference, the direct infusion of magical blood into a sorcerer's veins, had been practiced since the awakening of magic. A few practitioners bled themselves, distilled the product, and reinfused their own strengthened ichor. But as this led determinedly to self-destruction, most incidents of transference involved an unwilling victim, leeched to provide magical sustenance for the unscrupulous. Some blood family's bastard, feeble-minded brother or demented aunt might wander off or take a sudden fever, perhaps to reappear bruised, pale, and scarred, perhaps never to be seen again. Until the practice had exploded into a plague of abduction, torture, and murder in service of the grand power rivalries that came to be called the Blood Wars, no one had acknowledged its use among otherwise respectable members of the Camarilla Magica. And only then did ordinary Sabrians learn of mules. Victims repeatedly bled until their veins collapsed and their minds disintegrated. The temple tetrarchs declared that the mules' souls bled away as well, an irretrievable corruption. The Concord de Praesta, the accord that ended the Blood Wars, required every mage to wear the permanent silver collar that supposedly kept his or her workings well scrutinized. And all children born to the blood were permanently marked on the back of the left hand and required to display that mark at every encounter, warning others that we might be purveyors of illicit magic. Abductions were punishable by death, and promiscuity among blood families by public penance and heavy fines, lest unrecorded bastards provide temptation for evildoers, or provide more evildoers. Despite all such precautions, it appeared that someone was bleeding poor sods into mindless idiots right under the nose of the Camarilla, the Temple, the King, and the educated citizenry of Merona. 2 mules discovered within a 10-month would strike fear in any heart. It could not be coincidence. "A mule, are you sure?" "Yestermorn the Queen's chief panderer summoned me to his chambers." Dante perched on the broad window seat, the sunlight at his back. His white staff lay across his lap. "This Orvienne, as sweet a talker as any marketplace barker, was wheedling at me to tell where I'd trained, and dancing about talk of necromancy. He even offered to lend books and materials, though revealing naught of his own skills or current work, to be sure. Yon crucible and such came from his stock, so I decided to make good use of them while I waited for you to arrive. Never thought to hear you'd got yourself thrown in jail. You were to be the hidden partner." "Exactly so," I said. "So Orvienne told you of the mule?" "No. The woman Gaetana's chambers are right across the passage from Orvienne's. While I was with Orvienne, one of her adepts brought her a message that the verger would not release the dead mule." "Are you sure you heard the report accurately from such a distance?" "Across a passage?" "I've a spell. My staff—" "It's not important." "Not important?" Sorcery could trick the senses. It could not alter their quality, any more than it could enable a man to eat poison without consequence. Gaetana was furious, agitated. She felt— He closed his eyes and waved his hands about his head as if grasping for the right word. "Betrayed. This mule's death, this risk of their exposure, isn't supposed to be happening,
which means we must take advantage before they seal whatever wall of secrets has been breached. Without thinking hard, I can devise 50 possibilities that would bring an agitating message to Gaetana. The last thing we need is to fly off on imaginings. I must see that corpse, he said. You are the planner, the leader, so make it happen before they burn the creature. Impossible that he could have surmised so much from a message muffled by 2 walls and a passageway. Yet his belief was as undeniable as a hurricane. All right, I'll do what I can. Find the dead house, get you in there today. And then find a way to renege on my agreement with Damoiselle Mora without jeopardizing my chances for Hilario's position. Surely you could have come up with a simpler scheme to see the body than to engage me as your assistant. Something to do with Orviene's questions, the dead-raising. But they've no idea I know about the mule, don't you see? If they suspect I can hear beyond walls, they'll never trust me near them. Unreasonably reasonable. All right, but I cannot work with you beyond this. I must have the freedom of opportunity Lord Hilario's employ can give me. Do what you must, but get me in to see this new corpse. What use is a plan if it hides the very truth we need to examine? That was inarguable. I hadn't even poked my arms into my discarded doublet when the mage dragged a crate of jumbled metal strips, spools, and packets into the center of his circumocule. Hold on. We've work to do while you consider your course. Lay the strips of tin to either side of the lead. The bronze links should lie at the 16 compass points. You are capable of determining true compass headings, are you not? My bewildered fumbling for my compass must have impressed him as a no, for he snatched up his staff, rubbed his thumb on some particular bit of carving, and used the soot stick to place 16 marks on the scarred mahogany rim of his circle. Braid the linen, cotton, and silk thread together and lay it around the outer edge. Then fill in all the gaps and holes with wood shavings. There's a rasp in the box, and I don't care which wood you use. Spread a thin layer of sand over all. When you've done, I'll seal the ring with fire. Exasperated, I shook my head. Master, I'm not going to. I might as well have use of you while you're in my service. Meanwhile, I'll write the list of materials I need from that housekeeper or whatever she is. She pities you, so you should be able to get whatever I want. I doubt she'll be so generous when I'm on my own again. He vanished into the other room. Mumbling unseemly responses at his vanished back, I snatched up the spall pouch I had laid aside with my doublet. I had no intention of continuing his humiliating little game of master and servant now Mora had gone. But as my thumb traced the outline of the red jasper tessella inside the heavy little bag, the glimmering of a plan took shape. A Damoiselle Mora who pitied me could surely tell me where to find the palace dead house, and Dante's list would give me a perfect excuse to seek her out right away. Grumbling, I threw my doublet aside, knelt inside the circumocule, and bent to the mage's work. As I crawled about the sooty floor, placing the metal and braided threads and converting the rest of a broken chair into splinters and shavings enough to fill the trough, I considered what else we needed to know about the dead mule. But the odd construction of Dante's circumocule soon distracted me. Sand created a dispersed weight of base metal and wood. Braided threads effected proximity of silk's component water and linen's wood. But why cotton? The juxtaposition of particles fit no formula, I knew. I argued with myself that Dante's chosen materials were not based on the balance of the 5 elements, but rather on this Kirna he believed in, and then wondered for the 50th time if his magic relied upon particles at all. By the time I'd poured a thin layer of sand from the hearth box atop the filled ring, I was wholly filthy and wholly confused. "I've finished, master," I said, poking my head through the doorway in the end wall. "And Dante sat at a small writing desk next to an open window. The desktop was littered with paper, pens, and an ink bottle, and he'd wedged a small knife blade into the wood at one side, which puzzled me until the scattered shavings explained that this was how a man with one useful hand sharpened his quills. But the mage was not writing and did not acknowledge my presence. His elbow rested on the desk, and his forehead rested on his curled left fist as if he were in the deepest contemplation. His staff, wedged in the claw of his damaged hand, quivered almost imperceptibly. "Master, are you ill?" I whispered.
not truly believing it so. His posture was too deliberate, the vibrant energies of the small room as vivid as midsummer night along Obine's seacoast. Indeed, he did not move or answer, and I lowered myself to the tidy bed lined up against the adjoining wall. This was a much smaller chamber than the other, intended as a wardrobe or manservant's quarters, scarce room to walk between the bed, the desk, the night cupboard, and a small table. At the foot of the bed, atop an unopened traveling case, sat a worn leather satchel stuffed to bursting with books and papers. Nowhere did I spy altar stone, tessella, spall pouch, or the smallest icon of the Pantocrator. Not only was he heathen, but he didn't care who knew it, a more honest display than some of us dared. The open satchel tempted me to discover what books he valued, but a distant bell striking the quarter hour stayed my hand. Just as well, for only moments later, Dante stirred and propped his staff against the wall. Grimacing, he massaged his temple, then ran his fingers down the scribbled papers on the desk as if to remind himself of what he'd written. "Are you finished yet, student?" he bellowed, without lifting his attention from the page. "Time passes." "A while ago, master," I said, childishly pleased that he near knocked over his chair as he jerked around to find me so near. "You're not ill?" A statement, not a question. "No." Curt and stone-faced, he gathered a stack of sheets and passed them over. "Here's what I need to begin work, both on the mystery and the dead-raising, and enough things I don't need to confuse anyone who reads the list. The last page tallies books. Most I've only heard about, don't know if they really exist. Perhaps you'll know better ones." Resigned that he would reveal nothing until he was ready, I glanced through the lists. A boar's tooth, 3 pearls, camphor oil, black alder bark, an Erothian dagger, myrrh. All right, but nightshade, smut rye, shepherd's purse? You think they're going to supply a stranger with poisons, especially these last 2 that cause women to miscarry? He shrugged and grabbed his staff. "If it gives them pause, so be it. I did warn the Queen that if I am to tease death itself, I must work with things that death enjoys. She agreed. When can I get the spyglass and the other things?" "I'll send for them today. 3 or 4 days and we should have them. These books," I glanced over the odd amalgam of standard texts, guest titles, and terse descriptions. "Can you read any of the ancient languages?" "I've a skill with languages. I'm likely better with Algician than Orcasi." Orcasi? Only people native to remote Coverge named our common tongue Orcasi instead of Sabrian. The ill-educated population of Sabria's northernmost domain scarce admitted 600 years of Sabrian hegemony and spoke an ugly guttural dialect of their own. That a man grown up in harsh mountainous Coverge could read was astonishment enough, no matter that he could work the sorcery of a master mage. It explained a great deal about Dante's rough manners. "If you ever need to leave anything for me, stuff it in that satchel," he said. "It will always be out, but won't necessarily be in the same place. No one can take aught from it." Naturally, my fingers were drawn to test his declaration. Ouch! Invisible steel teeth near ripped my fingernails out by their roots. I fell back on the bed, clutching my hand and groaning. "Not even you. The sensation gets worse the longer one keeps contact with it. Eventually it would... Well, you'll know to be quick and not stuff my satchel with rubbish." Wriggling my stinging fingers and cursing the day I lured Dante from his forest hovel, I followed him into the great chamber, where he was circling the ring, inspecting my work. "I've never seen a circumocule quite like it," I said. "Good. I intended to keep them guessing." He leaned heavily on his staff. "Them? The other mages?" "Whoever it was sneaked in here in the late watches. I weened it might take a bit longer for them to grow so bold, but then I've no experience of palace custom in the matter of sneaking. I suppose the Camarilla's been dithered about me these 3 years past, yes?" Grimacing, he tugged at the band about his neck. "Every day of my life I suspect they put some devilish poison in this collar to drive me mad and bring me back to Saravin." Understanding seeped through my thick skull. Naturally, the 2 mages would be mad to know what Dante was up to. One of them, or some trusted adept or acolyte, would certainly try to examine his work. If they probed his circumocule, they'd be flummoxed by its odd composition. Yes, they're most certainly curious. They'll judge this worthless. And then, someday perhaps, I'll raise a dead man in the center of it. Eyes fixed on the center of the circle, he could not have seen me stop breathing. Your purpose is not to practice necromancy, Master. He shrugged, refusing to meet my gaze. Likely any true sorcery would confuse them. If all goes well, I'll fetch you to the dead house tonight after sunset. Then we'll decide how to dissolve this unfortunate connection so I can begin asking some questions. He nodded and folded his arms. Silently, dark brow drawn up in a knot, he watched me dab at the sorry grime of my shirt collar and gather his lists. Divine grace, Master, I said when I felt ready. He did not return the farewell, but as I laid a hand on the door latch, words spilled out of him as boiling water breaks over the rim of a pot. Tell your king to be wary. Some violence is brewing, but I can't say what as yet. How? But he had already retreated into the little bedchamber and slammed the door behind him. Damoiselle Mora held court in a writing room 3 corridors and 2 courtyards away from the mage's apartments. A footman waved me to a velvet-cushioned bench beside the passage wall, where I waited alongside several other supplicants and stewed over Dante's mysterious warning. Present Adept Federigo de Loewe. I glanced up at a dark-bearded, bull-necked giant wearing an adept's gray gown and a red sash. His nose looked to have been broken a number of times. So this was the perpetrator of Hilario's crocodile charm and other excellent magics for Queen Eugenie's household. Evidently his business was not as simple as the other supplicants. Even the thick door could not mask the sound of agitated voices. He emerged, red-faced, after a lengthy consultation, and stormed away. Present Songeur de Duplay, said the footman, pointing at the door. The administrator welcomed me warmly. So soon? Is all well with you? Perhaps better than with you, I said, inclining my head toward the door. We must all deal with thorns in our shoes, she said, wrinkling her nose. Some are more difficult to be rid of than others. Ah, you've brought your thorns lists. An hour we spent puzzling out Dante's requirements. The lady accepted the more sinister materials with better grace than I had, and did not balk at oddities such as a barrel of battleground soil or a used rat trap. Everyone in my family practices the arts, Songeur. I myself attended Collegia Saravin, but I found the constant study and repetition tedious, and when I heard that Her Majesty was searching for ladies of rank who were comfortable with magic, I leapt at the chance to move on. A rosy flush deepened the rich brown of her complexion. Likely she had found little more success at Saravin than I. Though she had surely attended during my tenure as archivist, I'd neither met nor heard reports of her. Not so unusual. Saravin's tutorial schedules were tight and demanding, and some students found little use from the library. Unfortunate for the Collegia, you didn't find your proper calling there, I said. They need administrators so accommodating and efficient. And kind. I'd met few people so easy to talk to. Women over age 17 generally left me in mumbling incoherence. She radiated pleasure. Here I serve only 3 mages, 9 adepts, and 70 householders, not Saravin's 350. And I much prefer a royal budget to an academic one. Which reminds me, we must see to your accommodations. She jumped up. Ignoring 2 waiting supplicants, the lady herself escorted me first to the palace steward to obtain the keys to an apartment in the male householder's wing, and then to his accommodating 3rd secretary to arrange for someone to fetch my belongings and for delivery of letters and parcels. With entrancing wit, the lady dispensed bits of history to accompany each landmark along our route. By the time we returned to her writing room, I was wholly and entirely smitten. From the traffic in this room, you must surely administer more than the Queen's Concilium, I said, struggling to revert to my more sinister business. She settled back in the chair behind the writing desk. I accommodate Her Majesty's family and a few other courtiers as well, juggling apartments or personal servants, ordering books,
hiring musicians for special occasions, making use of the contacts I've developed in my regular work. I know everyone in the palace and most tradesmen in Merona." She tilted her head and peered at me closely. "Tell me, Songeur, is something troubling you?" I steepled my fingers and pressed them to my mouth, attempting a show of contemplation before forging ahead. Perhaps not entirely a show. The subjects of death, faith, and veil passages always left me discomforted. No. I don't think... You've done more than I can thank you for already." "There, you see, something preys on your mind. Come, tell me. Mage Dante is despicably rude, setting you to such low tasks. I could speak a word to Her Majesty, release you." "Please, no, damoiselle. I am determined to stay on in the royal household. A few insults are bearable. First things first. I'm wondering, perhaps you could make a recommendation. After my presentation to His Majesty yesterday, I'm sore in need of a temple reader. Surely my father's spirit flags after my injudicious references to his journey, and I must have his Tesla re-sanctified after profaning it so selfishly. This fire in me has been so strong, I fear I failed in judgment." She leaned across her writing table in great concern and laid a kind hand on mine. "Your devotion must surely speed your father on to heaven. We have a temple minor here, and so 3 readers. But of course, the only reader who can also sanctify Tesselae is a dead-house verger." And being precise and efficient as she was, Damoiselle Mora drew me a small map to find the dead house, set between the Temple Minor and the Swan Garden, and she dispatched a note to Verger Rinaldo de Soinfe, saying that Portier de Duplay would be visiting him in the late evening for a reading and sanctification. I took Damoiselle Mora's small, warm hand and bowed over it. "You have been most kind, lady." "There are more than just you who seek meaningful service in the world, Songeur. If I can aid your search, I'm glad of it." Lies I had expected in the role of agent confide. Crass manipulation of sincere good feeling I had not. I left the administrator's office feeling soiled in more than my garments. I needed to do something about my crumpled, sooty attire before visiting the verger, so I sped off to locate my new apartment. No sooner had I opened the door than a trim young fellow carrying a pillow and towel darted in, skidded to a stop, and gave a jerky bow. "Divine Grace Songeur." He dashed a lock of yellow hair from his eyes. "I'm Hureau, manservant for your honored self, and 4 other gentlemen as lives on this passage. I'll empty slops, lug your wash-water and such. Leave your boots outside the door each night, and I'll see to 'em before morning. And what clothes need cleaning, lay out atop yon chest in the morning. You'll take meals in the gentleman's refectory at the end of the passage. Have you naught I should put away, Songeur?" He peered around the bare little room as if clothing and boots might pop out of the woodwork. "A small case should be arriving soon, more in a few days, but I don't need much looking after. I value my privacy." No more than 16, he displayed a ready grin. "I'm pleased to leave you to yourself. 4 gentlemen's already a race to handle." It was impossible not to return his breathless cheer. "2 small requests before you go. Are paper and ink available? And a clothes brush, if you would." "Paper in the desk cupboard, sir. Brush in the chest." He yanked at a sticky door latch on the cupboard mounted above the writing table. Behind the door were 2 shelves and a shallow drawer, containing a sheaf and an ink bottle. "If it's not enough, I can fetch more." "These will do nicely." He wielded the clothes brush with a deft hand and youthful vigor, ridding my doublet and breeches of prison dirt and Dante's soot and sawdust. "Thank you, Hureau. Divine Grace go with you." "Oh." My abortive call halted him in the doorway. "Songeur." "You wouldn't know. I've an appointment at the dead house this night, and I've heard a man was found dead within the palace precincts some few days ago. Are there funeral rites tonight? I'd not like to intrude." "I've heard naught of any such. There's only Contessa Bianchi dead, as I know of, Lady Antonia's waiting lady, what popped off in her sleep this morning, and high time, too, the old pecking crow. Angels forgive me for speaking ill of the dead. I doubt her rites would be so soon. But a friend of mine, Grinnell, is a guardsman and's posted evening watch at the temple gate this 10 night. He'll know." "Fine. Good. Well done. I'll seek him out." The youth vanished in a breath of soap and boot polish.
I made grateful use of the lukewarm water and towel that waited atop the washing table. Then I unstoppered the ink and set to work. As the palace bells rang 6th hour of the evening watch, I threaded my way through the palace maze. Letters to my mother, her steward, and the family's man of business, giving notice of my changed residence, went into the steward's post-bag, along with a brief commission to a tailor in the village of Margeroux. In only a few days I should receive a package containing a new skirted doublet suitable for court wear, along with a silver coin, a bloody arrow, and a most unusual spyglass. Satisfied, I headed off to question a temple guardsman, fetch the mage, and visit the dead. Chapter 6. 11 Cot. 50 days until the anniversary. The dead house gates swung open at my touch. The garden beyond lay quiet in the night, its thick plantings like a second wall, a moat of scent and thorn completely enclosing the block-like stone building. Lantana and prickly juniper clogged the air with sickly, pungent aromas, and ghastly white blooms masked the sharp spines of blackthorn trees. Sabrians did not encourage the dead to linger. We wanted them to find their way through Ixtador to heaven, lest the Soul-Eater devour them on the last day of the world. The echo of the gate bell faded, but from the vast palace precincts behind me rose a mournful cry that chilled my soul, sounding far more like a despairing human than dog or feral cat. The business that awaited could not but make a man skittish and heartsick. The dead mule we'd come to see was a girl, so Urho's guardsman friend had told me. A balding, moon-faced man awaited me in the flickering yellow torchlight of the entry. "Songeur de Duplay?" he said, exposing his left hand on his shoulder. "I am Verger Rinaldo." "Divine grace," I said, swiping thumb to forehead in respect before exposing my own hand. "I appreciate your seeing me so late of an evening." "I'm happy to serve your needs, Songeur." He held the door open. I resisted the temptation to glance over my shoulder. Dante should be hidden in the shadowed peripheries of this garden. As I crossed the threshold, I dragged my hand across the mechanism of the lock, scraping it with the brass ring he had given me. No sooner had I whispered the key in clavio than I snatched my hand away and stuffed it under the opposite elbow. My fingers stung as if I'd dipped them in a wasp nest. The mage had warned me his spell was crudely made and lacked shielding for the user. Much of a student's first year at Saint-Ravin was spent training the senses to detect the existence of bound enchantments, the active energies of their release, and the residue that remained after some or all of those energies were used. Unlike the subtle sensations I had learned to associate with spell work, Dante's magic nipped at my senses like a wolverine's bite, sharp, vital, as ferocious as everything else he did. I bled envy. The mage's precaution to ensure his passage served well, as the verger shot the bolt once we were inside. Easy to see why. 1,000 lamps hung from the age-mottled ceiling, lamps small and large, wrought of silver and gold, ancient lamps of the simplest design, others intricately wrought, etched, filigreed, or set with gems and jewel-hued glass. The revelation of the veil taught us that families could speed an ancestor's progress through Ixtador's 10 gates only by honor and righteous living, not with material offerings. That was a difficult teaching for those who believed gold and jewels could buy anything. Only a few of the lamps were lit, just enough to illumine our way across the foyer and through the circles of stone benches that surrounded a display of sand, miniature gates, and glazed water bowls. From the chamber of contemplation, wide marble steps descended into a maze of polished walls etched with the names of the dead who had passed through this house. Rather than continuing down a second stair to visit the chamber of the dead, where those brought to the dead house were washed and wrapped to lie in peace until their funeral rites, or to the tessellactory, where craftsmen shaped the stone artifacts to be sanctified at those rites, the verger led me down a side passage to a reading room. Built to exact dimensions, 2.5 meters in height, width, and length, the close little chamber reeked of incense and scented soap from the verger's purification. Already my head throbbed unmercifully. Incense forever induced the headaches that had plagued me since the explosive ending of my magical studies, the day I confronted my father with the truth of my failure and reaped the whirlwind. Rinaldo scribed my father's full name on his slate and lit 53 candles, one for each year of my father's life. We sat cross-legged on either side of the loaf-sized altar stone, and I laid out the smoothed shape of red jasper and its matching spall, the little wedge chipped from the tessella on my father's funeral day. "Now, why do you believe you have profaned your father's memory?" asked the verger kindly. "In passion and duty resulting from a recent temple reading." I recounted my braid of lies yet again, feeling vaguely guilty and vaguely heretical, and decidedly foolish for such emotions. My beliefs about Ixtador and its perilous gates had been uncertain for many years. Yes, I kept my altar and carried a spall pouch and judged my every deed as to its efficacy for my honored dead. But extensive reading had brought me to view the revelation as merely a historically necessary call to reformation after the Blood Wars. Now the spyglass vision had wholly confused my beliefs. A gentleman, Rinaldo did not condemn me for my dutiful zeal, but counseled me to leave the tessella in its proper place on my home altar next time I needed to grovel before the king, and to carry only the unsanctified spall as a reminder of my family duty. "Let us step through the re-sanctification first. Then I'll attempt to assess your father's progress." "Many thanks, Verger." He raised his hands in supplication. "Holy angels, messengers of heaven, bear my petition for hearing and grace to sanctify this memorial of Onfroy Guillaume de Savin-Duplay." As the verger recited the lengthy prayers and blessings required to purge the tessella of profanation, he poured and drank a thimble cup of thick red liquid and lit the dish of herbs that sat on the altar beside the tessella and spall. I tried not to fidget as I imagined Dante slipping through the enspelled door lock and seeking out the mule's corpse. I tried not to breathe as the vapors roiled my stomach, and sharp-edged visions of curved swords and smoking battlefields etched themselves into my pounding head. Just after the palace bells clanged the quarter hour, Rinaldo lapsed into the trance-like state of a reader probing the mysteries of Ixtador. I shook off my own drowsy half-dreams, retrieved a pinch of sleeping herbs from my spall pouch, and dropped it into the smoldering dish. Rinaldo's trance state would be a bit deeper than usual, and last for at least half an hour. I rose quietly and sped down the passage and the lower stair into the chamber of the dead. Ranks of block-like catafalques stood like some morbid army, silhouetted against the deeper blackness of the frigid chamber. Few were occupied. The soft white gleam from Dante's staff directed me to our quarry, a plain bier in a corner roped off for the unsanctified, suicides, felons, blasphemers, and mules. As my mind encompassed the obscenity laid out on the stone slab, sin and grief took on new meanings for which my sheltered existence could not have prepared me. The bruised, lacerated body that lay amid the tousled grave wraps belonged to a once fair girl of no more than 16 summers. Scars defiled every portion of her pale skin, their number and varied age witnessing to years, not months, of torment. Even did the sorcerer extract but a thimbleful at each bleeding, a body could not replenish so much in any shorter span. Worse yet, life and mystery knotted so tightly that each wound screamed from my own flesh. For I knew her. Ophélie. "The leech is expert," said Dante, his finger tapping the ranks of pale scars along the girl's arm and those on her neck, exposed when someone had hacked her dulled hair to a knucklebone's length. "Clean, precise, methodical. But I believe the mule began by bleeding herself. These oldest cuts on her thighs are ragged and tentative. And this—" He exposed the ugly red ruin of her left hand, where her family mark would be. "The mutilation of her identity was done quite recently." He dropped the flaccid limb onto the stone slab. "The body's Kierna reveals she is not just a body, not just a mule," I blurted harshly, throttling a rising anger. I could not but glimpse the flash of golden hair in the lamplight of the Saravin library, hear her sprightly laughter in the company of her friends. I disliked children and resented when the younger students invaded my library. But the age of 14 saw some become tolerable, especially the brightest minds, as they began to comprehend the true dimensions of the world, the wonders that lay in life, in books, in magic. Her name was Ophélie de Marangel, I said, a diligent student, intelligent and insightful. 3 or 4 years ago she stood on the verge of dismissal, incapable of spell work. Then, as happens from time to time, she all at once broke through that barrier. The barrier that separates those who reach for power and find magic in their grasp from those who reach but find their palms empty. I could still hear Ophélie's desperation when she had come to me in confidence, begging me for some volume that might open the gates of magical understanding. I'd had to tell her no such work had ever been written. I had rejoiced to learn of her awakening, but evidently her palms had gripped a lancet and no true power at all. Self-transference, re-infusing her own blood to fuel her magic. Only a child's perverse reasoning would judge slow death a sensible exchange for magic. And then what? What villain, what filth, what maggot-souled fiend had discovered Ophélie's secret sin and taken up the task? Dante glanced up from his examination of a small wound beneath her breastbone. You discovered so much from a guardsman? I shook my head, unable to remove my eyes from the translucent skin stretched over her fine bones like gossamer sails on a master-wrought ship. She could have no flesh beneath that skin. With purpose and without mercy, a sorcerer had bled her dry. A fury woke in me, hardening into certainty of purpose. I knew her at Saint-Ravin. Last year, not long after passing her second adept's testing, we heard she fell ill and was sent back to her family in Chaliat. She never returned to school. I inhaled the blended reeks of lamp oil, incense, and dead flesh, scribing the sight and stink upon my memory with the indelible medium of outrage. The temple guardsman knew only that a knight found a dead girl at the base of the orchard wall with a dagger in her gut. The Garde Royale assumed she had climbed the outer wall in an attempt to breach the palace precincts and attack the king, but lost her grip and fell on her own weapon. Unlikely. Dante uncurled her hand, and I quickly averted my eyes. The girl's fingers were little more than ragged, blood-crusted stubs. She'd never have topped any wall with hands like these. More likely she was trying to get out of the palace precincts. Why would anyone do that to her? I said, swallowing hard. Was stealing her blood not cruel enough? What could be more dreadful than watching your own blood stolen drop by drop, knowing that your soul must eventually drain away with it? Identification, said the mage, crouching beside the bier, touching each torn stub in turn, using a small blade to scrape dried blood into a glass vial. I could not bear to watch. We leave a trace of ourselves on every spell we work. And the Bardieu test on her fingers might reveal it, I murmured. The old formula purported to link a sorcerer and a worked spell, though I had never seen it work successfully. There are surer ways, but yes. Not only did our knaves leech her blood to empower magic, but I'd also guess they induced her to work some spell they wanted, just as they forced the assassin to shoot the arrow at the king. But they didn't want her work identified, which tells me that they expected someone to be analyzing her spells. He glanced up, his eyes dark pits in the gloom. Remember the coming violence I spoke of? Odds on she was to be a part of it. We should take these despicable mages down, I snapped. Have them arrested right now. Without knowing what spells she's worked? Without knowing if a trap is already in place? Dante slipped around the end of the catafalque, cut off a snippet of the girl's hair, and moved on to examine her right hand. The actual removal of her fingers occurred a 10-night or more past, which suggests her work was complete. This fresh damage comes from her attempt to climb the wall. If we cannot establish a connection between the Queen's mages and either one of the mules, the Camarilla could as easily blame this on me. Certainly the miscreants must be terrified at the girl's exposure. The discovery of a second mule would warn the king of a coming attempt, and if someone recognized the girl, the lie about her illness could be traced to an accomplice at Saint-Ravin. I'd have wagered my life that Ophélie's family believed her still at the Collegia, too busy with her studies to write. "I'll find the connection," I said, skin and soul ablaze. 50 days yet remained until the anniversary of Prince Desmond's death. "Now will you stop touching her? It's unseemly." Ignoring my protest, the frowning mage again palpated the knife wound beneath her breast. Though she had not been washed, little blood and only a small bruise marked the hole. "This guardsman's story makes no sense," he said, looking up at me. "How could she have a knife? She'd no strength to disable a jailer. She'd have been desperate to escape and would never have taken time to hunt a weapon she could not wield. As she could not climb, she could not have fallen on it by accident. Even the placement of the wound is odd, so precise. How likely is it to fall on a knife in the exact spot and at the exact angle to instantly stop the heart?" "But her captors didn't kill her. You said Gaetano was upset at her exposure. They'd never have abandoned her corpse where she could be found." Dante tapped the deadly puncture. "Find me the weapon that did this. Its Kierna will tell us." From beyond the silent stairs and chambers behind us, a clanging bell broke the silence, and a resounding thud signaled the opening of the great bronze door. "Verger Rinaldo!" bellowed a man's voice. "Would a bit of light be too much to ask in a house of the dead? Bring that torch, Jacquard. The rest of you wait here." Heavy footsteps echoed through the upper chambers. "Sainted bones," I whispered. "I got to get back." Abandoning Dante to tuck the coarse grave-cloth about Ophélie, I pelted through the aisles and crept up the lower stair. The last of the hanging lamps were sputtering as I threaded the maze of chamber of remembrance and dodged down the side passage into the reading room. The verger had not moved. I dropped to the kneeling cushion opposite him just as heavy boots crossed the vestibule. "We require Verger Rinaldo," snapped the elderly gentleman who filled the reading room doorway. The egg-sized emerald that fastened his black velvet cloak, the high-starched ruff, and a heavy pectoral chain carrying an amulet of woven silver and amber testified to his exalted station. "Pardon, Lord," I whispered. "We are engaged in a reading." "I don't care about your reading," he bellowed. "My wife lies profaned." "Wife?" Rinaldo's shoulders jerked. The verger pressed his fingers to his eyes before staring across at me and then up to the newcomer. Dazed, he wobbled to his feet. "Conte Bianchi." The name quickly erased my shock. My valet had spoken of a newly deceased waiting woman. "Verger, is it true that a corrupt corpus lies in your dead house alongside my wife?" "Indeed not," said the verger, his back stiff and his eyes clearing. "That is, a corrupted body lies in the house, but we provide separate accommodation for the unsanctified. No harm shall come to your lamented lady." "I'll not have it. Corrupt dead are to the Soul Eater's minions as honey to flies. Rid this house of the unsanctified, or I shall carry my wife to the Temple Major in my arms. The Tetrarchs will strip you of your office. You'll be washing bodies and scrubbing floors." "Come, come, good lord." Dante had been right to press for a quick viewing. Saints grant, this uproar might cover his departure. There was no outside exit from the chamber of the dead. Those hopes died quickly. The verger swept his arms toward the doorway. "Let us set your mind at rest. You'll see that every care has been taken. Grief must not spur haste." As the Conte stepped out, mumbling sentiments to the effect that proximity less than the moon's distance would be too close, Rinaldo laid a hand on my shoulder. "Pardon this unfortunate interruption, Songeur de Duplay," he whispered. "Were it anyone but a man who's lost his wife of 49 years, I'd send him packing. In any case, your father's reading seemed dreadfully confused. Come back another time, and we'll try again." A slender, sharp-featured young man in adept's robes lit the passage with a jeweled lamp. My blessing words trailed after the verger, as he, the Conte, and the adept swept out. I scooped up my Tesla and Spall and hurried after, willing Dante to be up the stairs and out of the dead house before the Conte reached the lower chamber. We must not have our interest or our confederacy exposed. "Adept Jacquard, would you please tend the stairway lamps?" asked Verger Rinaldo, gesturing the Conte to wait before descending into the dark.
As I held quiet at the end of the passage, the nimble young man used the verger's long-handled brass taper to light a good third of the hanging lamps over the downward stair. Blast! No one would pass beneath them unseen. Cursing Dante for leaving the entry door unlatched, I climbed the upward stair. I was nearing the main level when a clamor broke out both from above and below me. Conte Bianchi shouted unintelligibly from below, while from the direction of the foyer, a ferocious baritone intoned, "Portier de Duplay, show yourself, you talentless maggot!" I raced upward, unable to mistake Dante's resonant tones. A handful of gentlemen cowered in front of the entry doors. The mage stood in the center of the foyer, his staff belching flames and a thundering noise that rattled the hanging lamps and set them swaying, chains and pendants jangling as in a whirlwind. "Where is my servant?" he bellowed. As my mouth opened and closed soundlessly, the mumbling Conte boiled up the stair behind me. "Burn that cursed mule tonight, verger!" As if propelled forward by the nobleman's wrath, I stumbled into the foyer, straight into Dante's glare. "There you are, insect!" The Conte's party halted at my back. "What in the infernal depths? Did I give you permission to pursue your own activities, apprentice?" Dante's visage pulsed the purpled black of a stormy sunset. "Floors unswept, materials scattered, accounts incomplete. Never, never do you take it upon yourself to decide when to come or go. Return to my chambers and finish your work, or I'll encase your feet in lead before the next sunrise." He reversed direction and waved his flaming staff at the oaken entry doors. One of them flew open, crashing against the wall as if a battering ram had struck it. At least 10 nearby lamps smashed into the tiled floor, sending the cringing gentleman attendants scurrying to Conte Bianchi's side. The sharp features of Bianchi's adept glazed with awe. Mine likely did as well. As the mage swept into the thorny garden, one scheme, then another, careened through my head. For better or worse, I was left with the span of a moment to set my course. I had best trust my original plan. I folded my arms around myself and set my shoulders shivering. "Witness, great lord, holy verger, good gentlemen," I said with appropriately trembling voice, "that I resign my commission as Master Dante's apprentice as of this hour. Should I fail to survive the night, I beg you invoke the Camarilla to avenge this affront." As the white flames vanished beyond the hedges, I tucked my chin into my chest and fled, leaving the gentlemen attendants jabbering like magpies and young adept Jacquard laughing.
Chapter 7. 12 Cot. 49 days until the anniversary. On the next morning, Lord Ilario perched atop a waist-high wall in a private courtyard, feet dangling in the yellow wallflowers. His mouth gaped with a horror grown throughout my recounting of the Deadhouse adventure. "Honestly, Lord Chevalier, the venture itself could not have worked out better," I said, attempting to ease his concern before he toppled backward into the fish-pond. Demoiselle Mora placated Dante by assuring him that she would have me fetch his books from Serravin until she could assign him a new assistant. Then she offered me the position as your secretary, as we've planned all along. My appreciation for the lady had increased yet again after I had burst in upon her the previous night, begging her to release me from Dante's service. I had not needed to feign awe at his magics, and my outrage at Ophélie's fate had sufficed for trembling. "But, Portier, encased in lead!" He stretched his long legs straight out and gawked at his elegant boots. "You would be crippled forever. Well, I suppose you might drag your feet one by one, unless—" A sharp inhale signaled a new imagining. "He might encase them both in one block. You would have to be hauled about in a barrow." "He never would have done it, Lord," I said, halfway between exasperation and amusement. "Dante wanted to make Conte Bianchi's men forget that he had not entered through the outer door. The story of his outburst has spread throughout the palace, and everyone is terrified and in awe of his magic, just as we wish." Certainly my spirit yet stung with the memory of Dante's enchantment. The thrill of power had raged through the dead house foyer like untamed lightning, filling the emptiness that gaped inside me as the ocean fills a sea cave. Truly, he did well. I've been freed to serve you, yet I've a perfect excuse to come and go in his chambers. Bless the saints awaiting! I did not see the poor girl. Ilario shuddered dramatically. I would surely dream of it over and again. After a sleepless night hearkening to Ophélie's pleas for vengeance, I could not argue. Dante needs the weapon that killed her, but I've no idea what might have been done with it and no excuse to inquire. You do understand the questions surrounding the girl's death, Chevalier? Certainly I understand, he said, springing from the wall as gracefully as a dancer. I have a mind, after all, Portier. I didn't mean to imply. Indeed you did. I'm not wholly unaware of what's said. No one credits that a gentleman who understands fashion and proper manners and refuses to dwell upon upsetting matters in the presence of ladies can also be quite serious and scholarly. He dabbed at his hands and dusted the grit from his white hose with a lace kerchief before tucking it into his sleeve. The orchard, you say? I suggest that if we wish to know about the weapon, we speak to Audric de Neville. Would the present moment suit, or must you hurry off to attend to my trivial concerns or your own more sober ones? He strutted across the flower-filled yard toward an open gate without waiting for my answer, waving one hand as if he were an orator in the public forum. I believe I shall enjoy having a private secretary. I have decided to host an exposition. How I love that word, exposition. It sounds delightfully modern and studious. I dare say such a display shall reverse this canard that has been spread about my sobriety. You shall make all the arrangements. But we've more pressing— As he vanished into the larger garden beyond the gate, my thoughts gummed like feathers in pine sap. I hurried after him. Only after we had traversed the flower garden, innumerable courtyards and corridors, 3 kitchens and a vast kitchen garden, and descended a short slope toward a forested bend of the great palace wall, did Ilario's long legs slow enough to allow me to ask who was Audric de Neville. Yet by then the pungent scents of lemon and almond blossoms rising from ordered ranks of trees left the question unnecessary. A house knight had found Ophélie dead in an orchard. The red-liveried chevalier was sleeping, back against the sun-drenched wall, jaw dropped in the way of the very old. His perfectly shined black boots stuck out in front of him as if he'd folded in the middle and sat straight down from standing guard. A pink almond blossom petal had settled on his white hair. He's the only knight in Castellescalon posted in an orchard, Ilario confided. A noble spirit and proper chevalier. Philippe assigned him to guard this corner of the wall for as long as he chooses to serve. Lamentably, his attention doesn't last so long as it once did. Ilario waved me forward and propped his knee on an empty crate left among the unbloomed pomegranate trees. Divine grace, Chevalier Audric, I said as I crossed the grassy strip paralleling the wall. The old knight jerked and snorted and struggled to his feet, watery yellow eyes blinking rapidly. Who comes? I exposed my hand and bowed. Portier did you play? I've come about the dead girl found here, the mule. Demon hand! Soul Eater's servant! His rapier was in hand with a speed entirely unlikely for a man his age, and his face wore the wrath of the Pantocrator casting out Dimios at the founding of the world. I'll see you dead! Breathing hard as if he'd run the length and breadth of his orchard post, the old man choked back the sentiments that sudden waking had startled out of him. I am the girl's friend, I said. Her mourner, rather. My employer, a kindly man horrified by this tale, has ordered me to identify the girl and contact her family. Don't know aught. How could I? Found her dead. His hands trembled so violently his blade hummed. As the emotion trying to escape him so belied this mumbled answer, I did not believe him in the least. We must tell her family how she died, what weapon finished her, so they might speed her way through Ixtador's gates. My bare hand stilled his blade. "'Twill be a mercy to all. Tell us, Chevalier." As quickly as he'd drawn his weapon, the old man sagged to his knees. Sword dropped to the emerald grass. He crossed his arms and gripped his shoulders as if to keep his heart from flying out of his breast. "She begged me. Soon as she found the wall too steep to climb. Wild she was. Could scarce speak, and most of it babbling nonsense. But she shed no tears, not a one. I'm damned forever to have done it, though she promised to carry word to the saints to defend me." "Damned? But you didn't—" I shook off a grotesque image of the old man leeching her. It wasn't leeching he spoke of. "You found her alive. What did she tell you?" "Claimed a devil woman bled her. Claimed the two forced her to terrible sin, to treason and murder, to the betrayal of a good man. Yet she'd no strength to save herself. She pawed at me, tore at me, begged on her knees, and pressed the tip to her breast. Mad, as if the soul-eater himself had gnawed her reason. I could not refuse her. Do you see that? I had to save her." Dread truth stared me in the face yet again, as Audric uncrossed his arms and lifted his rapier on open palms. Suicide. The old Chevalier's rapier might have pierced her breast, but the Pantocrator, the all-seeing judge, would know she had driven him to it. What sin could frighten her more than traversing the Vale corrupt, a mule who had sought her own death? Ixtador's gates would be barred to her. I swallowed bile and accusation. "A name, Chevalier. In all this, did she speak a name?" "Only near the end. She held my hand and spake it over and over in the midst of her weeping, so's I didn't know what to make of it. Michel, captured, betrayed. Altevier, save me. Over and over. Michel, captured, betrayed. Altevier, save me. Michel." Michel de Vernazé. Our first word of Philippe's lost investigator. My blood raced. Half crazed with shame and guilt too long suppressed, the old knight poured out his story. It illumined little. He could provide no clue to assassination plots, no hint as to Michel de Vernazé's fate, no identification of Ophélie's captors beyond the devil woman and the vague two, no idea what the word Altevier referred to. And yes, it might have been something other, but his hearing was so cursed feeble. The Garde Royale had not questioned the bloodied poniard Audric had left with the girl as if she'd fallen on it. Audric had told no one that he'd found Ophélie living. The deception had likely saved his life. We plied the old knight with valerian tea from the opaline flask Ilario carried for his digestion. Now that the boil of his shame had been lanced, Audric vowed to perpetuate his silence. To soothe his conscience, I suggested he sanctify a tessella for the mysterious girl. If she sought to avoid forced sin, then perhaps her soul was not entirely expended in unholy magic. Though you're not blood kin, your deed, for good or ill, has surely bound you to her fate. Audric, eased by that consideration or the valerian or both, insisted on remaining at his post. I was near dancing with urgency. We were closing on information of importance. Michel de Vernazé had vanished nigh a year ago, and nothing had been heard of him, so Philippe had told me. No sightings, no demands. Everything had pointed to his death. And Ophélie had come to Audric from inside the castle walls, as Dante had surmised. Where could these mages hold secret prisoners? I demanded, once a swath of trees separated Ilario and me from the night. If Ophélie and Michel were held prisoner together, it must be somewhere close. Perhaps he is still there, I dared not say aloud. Perhaps he is in the same state as Ophélie. Ilario blotted his forehead, then wagged the knotted kerchief northward. An ancient block-like keep squatted atop a low mound near the northern wall like a wart upon Castel Escolan's warm yellow face. Eugenie and I used to play in the old dungeons. Yet watchmen wander in from time to time, so you couldn't keep a secret prisoner." He swiveled westward toward the river. "Then there's the Spindle. Spindle Prison is outside the walls, and Ophelie didn't row a boat to get away. She was held here at the palace, a place the mages could come and go unremarked, with thick walls or well out of the common way. They'd not want anyone to hear what was going on." Cries for help, pleading as a child's blood was drained away. Father Creator, forgive. Ilario pivoted full circle, mumbling the merits and demerits of various possibilities as his gaze traversed kitchen buildings, courtyard walls, guard towers, nurseries, tool sheds and stables, dead house, swan garden, and the marble-columned Temple Minor. His brow lifted and smoothed. "There," he declared, with the certainty of a man choosing white bread over brown. I summoned patience. "The temple? But there's no—" "The royal crypt lies underneath," he said, setting off at a brisk pace. "The king's gate is kept locked until a sovereign dies, is crowned, or takes a notion to alter the name of his heir. But Eugenie found another way down." He shuddered dramatically. "She wanted to explore the secret chambers. She forced me to go, called me a ninny, but I kept imagining those 50 kings sitting in their niches in the dark, rotting." As we crossed the sweltering gardens, his pace slowed and he lowered his voice. "Michel could not be used as a mule, you know. He's as common as a barnyard, most certainly not of the blood, and he despises sorcery. Cursed preachy about it, too, stubborn as the pox." "A perfect hostage, however," I said, matching his quiet voice. "The king's closest friend." "True enough." Ilario shrugged and aimed his unfocused eyes in the direction of the sun-washed temple roof. "They served together for years, drank one another's wine and covered one another's sins. Long before anyone knew Philippe was Sorin's heir, Michel took a sword strike for Philippe that near cost his arm. Philippe stood good father to Michel's children, and Michel did the same for Prince Desmond. Angels guide the poor dead mite." A white stone chip appeared in Ilario's hand. He touched the spall to his heart, forehead, and lips, before returning it to the silk pouch at his waist, scarce interrupting his commentary. "Philippe's first act when crowned was to name Michel his first counselor, displacing old Baldwin, whose family had held the office since the founding. Then he granted Michel the Ruggieri domain that's never been held by less than royal kin, and without so much as consulting its overlord. Neither move was at all fitting. Jenny's always felt the two of them were closer." Ilario swallowed the sentiment, jerked the string closure on his spall pouch, and angled across the temple lawn. It struck me as no surprise that a friendship founded on youth and war might bloom more intimate than a marriage founded on political necessity. But the tenor of Ilario's words gave me pause, serious as they were, and threaded with such profound dislike. I observed him closely. Eyeing me sidewise, he wrinkled his mouth like a dried currant. "Well, all right. You've caught me out. Michel de Venaze and I get along like cats and fish. He is a brute and a bully and has not the least sense of fashion or manners or respect. He usurps places that are not his. But I'd not wished that," he jerked his head in the direction whence we'd just come, "on anyone." Nor would I. Nonetheless, I had been proceeding on the assumption that Michel de Vernaze's disappearance had resulted solely from his position as investigator, that the king's regard for his friend had somehow made Michel's own character unimportant. A lesson, Portier. Judge each player objectively, individually, and entirely. "Who is the overlord of the Ruggieri domain?" Ilario snapped his head around. "Dumont, of course. The Duc d'Aubigny." He narrowed his eyes. No, Portier, quiet your nefarious imaginings. Dumont is not at all your man. He cares for naught but his birds. Now, back when Philippe granted Ruggieri to Michel, the domain was held by Dumont's grandfather, who was as friendly as a rabid dog. He called the grant theft. If not for my foster mother, the old devil would have hauled Michel out of Ruggieri naked and bound in thorn ropes." Comprehension required some wrestling with bloodlines and inheritance. King Sorin had married Eugenie de Sylvet when she was but a child, and his mother, Lady Antonia, had fostered Eugenie and her half-brother Ilario after their parents died in a fire. So Lady Antonia persuaded her father, the old Duke of Aubigny, not to fight Philippe's grant to Michel? Antonia is very persuasive, and she believes a king can grant what he wills. It helped that the slavering old hound doted on her until the day he died choking on an olive. Ilario waved his hand dismissively. As for the present Duke, Dumont, I promise you he doesn't care who holds his domains unless they've beaks and feathers. Michel de Vernazé earned plenty of enemies elsewhere. A serving man was sweeping the wide, shallow steps of the temple portico as we approached. A few ladies stood in the breezy shade of the pediment as triumphant angels, painted scarlet, emerald, and gold, bent down from the facade as if to eavesdrop on their gossip. Ilario bowed gracefully to the women as he tripped lightly up the steps and crossed the portico. As I entered the dim vestibule, he was disappearing, not into the light-filled vastness of the temple nave, but through a lesser doorway on the left. "It's far too long since I venerated my father's tomb," he was declaiming loudly. "I've been thinking it requires a new offering urn. You must arrange for it, Secretary." Two veiled women trudged past us. We hurried down the broad passage between a wall of carved memorial stones and a rank of increasingly elaborate sarcophagi. Midway down the aisle, Ilario's closed fingers touched his lips, then brushed a vault of rosy marble capped with the sculpted figure of a knight of Sabria. We halted in a memorial bay at the farthest end of the aisle. With a glance back down the aisle, now deserted, Ilario ducked under the bay's gilded rail and dodged behind a massive carving of some saintly king. I followed. The dark alcove stank of musty wine and ancient incense. "Make us a light," Ilario said from somewhere ahead of me. "Twiddle your fingers, or whatever you sorcerers do." Twiddle? My cheeks heated. Any more, and they'd provide flames enough to see by. I retreated past the effigy and the rail, returning moments later with a votive lamp from some Marquesa's tomb hidden under my cloak. "This will have to do." In the first moment I uncovered the lamp, I caught Ilario frowning at me. "Well, I assumed you could do something magical." He dropped to his knees and probed the latch with a dainty knife more suited to picking teeth than breaking locks. Twice he fumbled and dropped the implement with a clatter. "Blast," he said. "This used to be easier." "Let me try," I said, trading him the lamp for the knife. "This is the Tetrarch's Gate," Ilario whispered over my shoulder. "On Coronation Day, the new sovereign has to go down to the crypt to scribe the name of his heir. He uses the King's Gate, behind the font in the temple nave. A Tetrarch is supposed to greet the new king down below in the name of all the dead kings, but it appears rude if he bullies past to descend first, so instead he slips aside and goes down this way." In a moment's whimsy, I attempted a simple spell I'd used with some success when a child, a marvel that had sparked my magical ambitions. I broke off a thread dangling from the hem of my doublet. Twisting the thread about the knife blade and touching the latch with the knife, I blew upon their intersection, adding air to the balance of wood and metal, and infused the simple spell with my will. Not the least trickle of power cooled my veins. Idiot. I twisted the handle and yanked on the door in frustration. To my astonishment, it flew open. "Well done," said Ilario, beaming. "It was already unlocked," I snapped, angered at my inability to let go of what was ended. "Impossible. No one ever goes down here. And this gate is always latched from the inside." Impossible. Always. Dangerous words for an investigator. "Perhaps Ophélie escaped this way," I said. Ilario blanched, blew a shaky breath, and motioned me through the opening. We closed the door softly and tiptoed down a spiraled stair. At the end of a downsloping passage lay a cavernous vault, hewn from the great rock underlying Castel Escalon.
Massive columns, incised with facet symbols, centuries older than the temple they supported, crowded the vast chamber. Censers of tarnished silver and brass dangled from the damp-stained ceiling like old moss, glittering and fading in our lamplight as we threaded a path between them. Every breath reeked of old incense, old stone, and old earth. Not a step, not a breath disturbed the stillness. What prisoner might have been held down here was no longer. A single red lamp beamed brightly through the forest of columns, marking a great black stone bowl set atop a stepped pyramid some 8 or 10 meters across. Disproportionately elongated figures of men and women, hacked roughly from the gray stone, supported the bowl. "The coronation font," said Ilario quietly. "Step up and take a look. It's a marvel." The rounded lip felt cold to my hands as I peered into the font. 5 half-height pillars protruded a few centimeters above the dark, still surface of the water, providing stepping stones to the center, where the watch lamp's ruby glow illumined a marble pedestal. A stone tablet lay on the pedestal. Is that the heir's tablet? The thing itself. It behooved a sovereign to be specific when he scribed the name of the one who would succeed him, should he die without issue. Sorin had written the Duc de Journia, who at the time was Armand de Savane, the white-haired chancellor of Sabria. By the time Sorin died, the Duc de Journia was the late chancellor's 21-year-old son, Philippe, whom Sorin detested. "I thought it would be locked away," I said, astonished, "so no one could tamper with it." "No need," said Ilario from below me. "Stretch your hand out over the water." When I did so, the water began to churn. Swirling, burbling, the dark flood quickly swelled upward toward the lip of the font, swamping the half-columns. I snatched my hand away, and the heaving water calmed. The residue of massive enchantment settled on my skin like spiderwebs, smelling of musty leaves and mildew. "Happens it requires a few drops of an anointed king's blood to prevent all that falderall," said my companion. "And if a person gets swept off the stepping stones into the water, a hellacious clamor breaks out in the temple, and people come running and pull you out half-drowned, and you think some pompous temple aide is going to slap you into one of these cells for the rest of your life, though you just wanted to get a look." Ilario's rueful expression, and the image of a lanky young boy's dripping humiliation, elicited an unexpected laugh. But I was quickly sobered by a serious question that should have been the first out of my mouth when my royal cousin handed me this mess. "Lord Ilario, whose name is scribed on that tablet? Since the boy died." Prince Desmond had died 7 long years previous, and 3 more babes had failed since. Even as the distraught queen grew more reclusive, the suspicion grew that the sad lady was cursed and Philippe should be rid of her. No matter how devotedly my cousin believed his wife would yet produce a living heir, I could not imagine Philippe abandoning his beloved Sabria to the closest male of the Savane line, the near-illiterate Comte Parnasse. "No one can pry it out of him," said Ilario. "After Catalin was stillborn, he came down here and inscribed a new name, but he told no one whose name, not even Eugenie. He said only that she didn't need to fret, that if the worst befell, his heir would be a person of strong and noble heart, who would care for her as his own sister." He tapped one elegant toe, then he huffed, sighed deeply, and climbed the black stone steps to stand at my side. I waited, grasping that his thought was not quite ended. "And then, a month later, on the anniversary of Desmond's death, that would be not quite 2 years ago now, Philippe's horse went mad and threw him. Broke his leg and 3 ribs. Damned bad luck. I offered to fetch him a charm from Federigo, but as always he scoffed." I gaped at Ilario, who in turn stared at the tablet, its secret barricaded with enchantments I doubted any mage of our day could duplicate. And I wondered about luck and coincidence, and if, perhaps, my royal cousin's certainty that his son's death day would bring him mortal danger was based on more than a single incident. "Have there been other unfortunate occurrences on Prince Desmond's death day?" "The year prior to the mad horse, their daughter, Catalin Joly, was stillborn."
Holy saints! When Philippe named a new heir, had the queen been relieved that the burden of Sabria's future did not rest in her womb, or had she been angry that her husband's throne would pass to someone she did not know, as if he had lost faith in her? Or perhaps... Rumor said Queen Eugenie had first brought mages to Castel Escalon when the little prince lay dying. Lord Ilario, does your sister blame the king for Prince Desmond's death? Certainly not. The boy was sickly from birth. Ilario spun in place and tripped down the stepped dais. We'd best move on. We came looking for evidence of Michel. The royal tombs of Sabria's kings nestled in cold, dark bays between the heavy piers. Thick iron doors broke the occasional spaces of flat wall. Preparation rooms, chapels, storehouses, who knows what they were, said Ilario, as we peered into the airless chamber behind one such door. Anyone of adult stature would have to duck to enter. Despite the cramped doorway, the ceiling stood at a reasonable height. The verger says the lintels were built low so dead souls could not escape. He shuddered. We opened and closed every door. Some revealed bare cells. Some revealed heaps of what might be rotted carpeting, or worse. We found splintered shelves, broken chisels, and a rusty vise. The crypt must have held 50 royal tombs, some sarcophagi little more than stone boxes, carved with symbols, some marked with elaborately adorned altars and graven memorial stones, some adorned with carvings of horses, wine casks, and other symbols of wealth and prosperity. More than once I jumped when our lamp revealed a pale face with solid black eyes, a nourret, a statue erected to honor the dead, its naked form swathed in real garments and jewelry, lacking only lifelike eyes so as not to be mistaken for the departed one. Time had ravaged most of the tombs. Once bright paint had faded on walls and furnishings. The fine garments that draped the nouri hung threadbare, ravaged by insects, vermin, and damp. Gemstones sat in tarnished settings or had been dug out and replaced with less precious stones. The weight of so many tombs and altars, pillars, and cells oppressed my soul. The black, accusing stare of the nouri from their dark recesses dredged up my own long-buried darkness. And when I caught a whiff of cedar, the old wounds hidden underneath my doublet flared with pain, igniting searing memory. The hammering fire so unexpected. And then another piercing blow comes fast. The world explodes in pain and blood. Shoulder, back, searing agony, accompanied by a flailing blade and madman's cries. Failure! Fool! Incapable! Father, don't! Lancing fire splits my left arm, elbow to wrist. Life escapes in warm floods. Knees buckle, sides skewered with flame. Master, help me! Dufresne! Garol! Mother! Get up! Get up! On your feet or die this moment. Sweet angels, defend. He's strong as a rabid dog. Grab his wrist. Ignore the pummeling. That hand holds no blade. The earth wavers. Light shimmers. Fades into gray. Let go of his knife hand and you die. Hold on and you'll collapse. And die. So let go then. Aim for his throat. One chance. Sorin's tomb is the farthest in. I hope he's kept his clothes on at the least. Viewing your sovereign in the raw is different when you actually knew the fellow. Ilario's prattle dispersed my vision as the wind scatters feathers, but the pain lingered, and I could still smell the reek of blood and mortal panic. The scent of dry cedar never failed to rouse these persistent fragments of horror, memories of the day my father had tried to kill me, and I killed him instead. Portier, are you quite well? Yes, I'm fine, I said, near breathless from a burgeoning headache. Half sick, hands trembling and hot, as if yet drenched in 9-year-old blood, I fought to lock away the cursed past like a stray book in its proper cupboard. When I opened my eyes, Ilario wore an expression of drawn worry so at odds with his raked cap and dangling feathers, I had to smile. All right, I am not fine, I said. As with you, Chevalier, crypts and dead houses give me the frights.
Now, what were you saying about Sorin? Sorin's tomb was the newest memorial, erected only 18 years past, so it was only to be expected that it would show less deterioration than the others. Rosemary and lavender had been sprinkled liberally about the alcove to deter insects, and the rich colors of its frescoes had been laid on deeply. But not only did the Noure's robes of silk and ermine appear to have been taken from the royal wardrobe that very morning, but at least 300 candles burned in wrought iron sconces. Fresh-cut iris and purple flax bloomed in pewter urns. "The crypt must not be so unvisited as you thought," I said. Ilario stared at the tomb bathed in candlelight, one arm folded across his sleek doublet, elbow resting in his hand, allowing him to chew a thumb thoughtfully. "Whatever are you doing, Kaeri?" My skittish nerves prompted a rude answer, but I bit it off. The softly voiced question was not for me, but rather for the dear one he believed had supplied these adornments. After a few moments, he snapped his head around. "It's surely Antonia who maintains all this. Sorin was her only true son, nigh a god to her. Though certainly she has been all kindness to Jenny and me. She had no need to adopt us. Me especially." He returned his gaze to the altar, and the half-again larger-than-truth Noure of his foster brother looming. I didn't think he believed his assertion. Queen Eugenie, wed to another man, another king, had been lavishing her dead husband's tomb with love. How much more evidence against her would Philippe need? "Onward," said Ilario, with far less enthusiasm than he'd shown up to now. When Ilario pulled open the iron door 10th from Sorin's tomb, the chamber sighed a tainted breath, sweat, ordure, and the acrid stink of pain, torment, and despair that seeped from walls and ceiling. Our lamplight pooled on a stained stone floor and a litter of long, pale shards of freshly splintered wood. A single sturdy chair stood bolted to the floor in the center of the room, an accusation, a monument to evil. Even as my soul recoiled, the agent confide inside me noted that I would need to bring Dante to examine its stained arms. Perhaps some residual enchantment might identify the devils who had tormented a young girl in this pit. The metallic flavor of blood drowned my tongue, as if the stolen ichor hung in the air like mist. "Sancte Angeli," whispered Ilario, touching the chain dangling from the ancient wall, steel links not rusted, but new and sleek and merciless. The manacle at its end gaped open, warped and twisted, a jagged break splitting the thick metal. "However did the girl manage this?" He held out the torn metal. The cursed thing pricked my fingers like stinging nettle. "Magic," I croaked, cramming my fingers under my arm and fighting not to drop the lamp. Someone's magic broke it. Perhaps her own, but a mule so near the end, unlikely. Swallowing bile, I held the lamp high and circled the chamber, examining every centimeter of the damp walls. Ophélie had learned Michel's name, but the Comte had no power for magic. There should be one more chain at the least, two if the sorcerer who had freed Ophélie had been a prisoner as well. On the wall opposite the dangling chain, another bolt had been fixed to the wall. Close examination revealed more. "Chevalier, come." I shone the lamp on markings scratched in the wall near the floor, scarce distinguishable from the dirt and mold that crusted the stone. A series of minute tick marks, 11 in a ragged row, with the first 9 crossed over in the manner of one counting off a 10-day. More interesting were what appeared to be an R, encircled by a twisted rope or vine, and a word scratched in tiny letters. Altiviere. Ilario, crouched beside me, touched the first mark. "The Ruggiero device," he said, confirming my guess. "Michel was here." But wherever the Comte had gone, his chains and manacles had gone with him. If the tick marks indicated the length of Michel's imprisonment in this cell, then he had been held here only a short time. Neither of us knew what Altiviere might signify, only that Ophélie had repeated it in her dying mania. As I sketched the wall markings in my journal, Ilario hunted more, but without success. "We need to take the manacle," I said. "Dante might be able to identify the spell worker." Without speaking the need aloud, we moved with accelerating urgency. Those who had used this room knew Verger's schedules and little-used stairways better than we did. Even Ilario would have difficulty explaining our presence. With a rusty gripping tool left in the crypt by some ancient bronze worker, I worried a small piece of the torn manacle free and dropped it in my spall pouch. The shard had to be enough. Our lamp was fading. Then, as if our anxieties had made themselves manifest, a distant grind of metal heralded light footsteps on the grand stair and women's voices murmuring. I pressed the Chevalier's arm. Shielding the lamp with our cloaks, we glided through the maze of columns, past the glistening black font. Thready enchantments brushed spirit and flesh like a storm of spider-webs. Halfway from the font to the Tetrarch's stair, our lamp died. Saints and angels! Blinded, I stretched out my arms. "You feel it, lady? Someone's here." The woman's voice came from the direction of the king's gate. "Who's there? Step out." Yellow beams danced through the forest of pillars. Edging 1 foot forward, I cursed my stubborn pride for refusing to commission charms. A guide spell would have been useful. But as I slid around the next pillar, a fan of pale blue light stretched out in front of me, just bright enough to enable me to avoid inconveniences like dangling lamps waiting to collide with my head. Astonishingly, the light emanated from Ilario's hand. "Stop right where you are." We dodged through the remaining pillars, ducked into the passage, and raced up the Tetrarch's stair. Guided by better light than Ilario's blue fan, the footsteps pounded the lower stair at the same time I poked my head through the door. "All clear," I whispered. The side aisle was deserted, but we had no hope of getting away before our pursuers emerged behind us. Venturing into the temple nave would be even more foolish, as the domed vastness offered no better cover than a few benches and potted flowers. "Duck behind Albriard," said Ilario, as we shut the door quietly and huddled in the memorial alcove. "He'll not mind. Stay put until they've gone." It took me a moment to realize Albriard was the kingly statue looming over my head. As I weighed the wisdom of remaining 3 steps from the doorway, Ilario darted down the aisle. He dropped to his knees before the tomb he'd venerated on our arrival and touched forehead to stone. The door burst open, sending me deep into the shadow of King Albriard's effigy. A tall, gray-haired woman paused a hand's breadth from me and glared down the aisle. I did not breathe. Of formidable stature, sturdy limb, and smooth, well-defined features, she might have stepped off a temple fresco, the very image of the warrior angel who cast the Soul Eater into the abyss. Once one had met Mage Gaetana, one would not forget her. Another woman passed the Tetrarch's door. Clothed in emerald silk, she too stood above an average woman's height, though unlike that of her robust companion, this woman's presence scarce moved the air. Slender-boned, frail, her luminous skin pale as moonlight framed in heavy loops of ebon hair, she seemed almost transparent. "Who is it?" she said, in breathless quiet. "Your bastard brother is the only visitor I see," said the sorceress, her muted contralto as chilly as the stones and tinged with hostility. "What would he be doing down below?" A laugh rippled like starlight on water, gentle humor, in no wise mocking. "Ilario? Ah, dear Gaetana, my brother would not visit the crypt were his tailor to set up shop there. Dark places frighten him terribly. My fault, I fear. It's only some temple aide or a wayward child has visited the kings today. Go back. I'll rejoin you soon." The Queen of Sabria glided down the memorial aisle, laid a hand on Ilario's shoulder, and knelt beside him, making the same ritual gesture, a kiss of her fingers to lay on the stone. After a few moments, sister and brother stood and embraced. "I was missing him today, Jenny," said Ilario, as they strolled down the aisle arm in arm, the dark head and the fair almost touching. "You'll not tell anyone, will you? Of all things in the world, I'll not be seen as a moping Mariah who lurks about tombs. My reputation—" Gaetana stepped back through the Tetrarch's door and closed it softly behind her. Expelling my long-held breath, I sagged against King Albriard's monument. Eugenie laid her head on Hilario's shoulder. "Ah, sweet brother, I miss him too. So very much. Some day." They moved out of hearing before she completed her thought. Was it possible Philippe and Hilario were so wrong about this lovely woman? Could one who appeared so fragile wreak the Soul Eater's own torments on a girl of 16? Heaven bless that I was but the investigator of this mystery and not the judge. Only as the two walked away did I notice the implement dangling from Hilario's left hand. Absurdity filled the dark voids left by our delving and my own brief odyssey into past despair, and I slid to the floor with a disbelieving chuckle. Our guiding light had come from Hilario's crocodile charm. Chapter 8. 13 Kat. 48 days until the anniversary. I'll say this investigating is not half so entertaining as I thought it would be. Murders, mules, crawling around in dreadful places. Goblet of wine in hand, Hilario leaned on his wrought-iron balcony rail that overlooked the swan garden. Though sunlight, clear skies, and potent refreshment made the royal crypt seem a world distant, only a day had passed since our venture into the wretched dark. A day of frustration. Twice I had tried to take Dante the shard of Ophélie's broken manacle. Twice I'd found his apartments locked and strongly warded. What was he up to? "I've written to Ophélie's family," I said, setting aside my own cup. "I hope to find out if anyone from Collegia Serravin contacted them about her illness. Someone spread the lies about her leaving school. I need to go to the Collegia soon as well. Perhaps I can discover what Michel was looking for, or what he might have uncovered that led to his disappearance. Why would someone risk taking such a prominent hostage, then not tell anyone what they want for him?" Hilario wagged a long finger at my nose, his gold ring and its ruby-eyed phoenix flashing sunbeams in my eyes. "We must also begin arrangements for my exposition. I require it to be spectacular, splendors of science and magic displayed side by side for the entire court to witness." I leaned my elbows on the iron rail, pressing fingers to temples to stave off another headache before the world went gray. I had been ready to dismiss Hilario's folly of an exposition, yet preparations for such an event could give me reason to speak to a variety of people, and Dante needed to observe and analyze some large-scale work of the Queen's mages. If they did not accept him into their circle, such a ruse might be the only way. Hilario rattled on. "Perhaps I could design a cloud and lightning display. Major Vienne would certainly work the calomancy for me, especially if Eugenie encouraged him. She has him tend the weather over her family's vineyards, not to any beneficial effect that I've ever seen, but he's a good sort of fellow, congenial, well-mannered. Lord Hilario, consider—" I clamped my lips before I lashed out at his thoughtlessness. Had he forgotten so soon that Major Vienne might have bled a child to self-murder to fuel his weather-working? Despite the day's warmth, I shivered and rubbed the back of my left hand. Consideration of the blood wars chilled anyone of the blood. The very mark that identified us as potential sorcerers also identified us as potential mules. "Very well," I said. "But as I take care of these other matters, you must do all you can to watch for clues. Anything to do with the Queen's mages or their assistants. Anything sudden or surprising, because Ophélie's escape must surely alter the villain's plans. Even the smallest matters, those they speak to, those they dine with, what small magics they work, how they prepare for your exposition, might be important. That is the role you agreed to." I could not but hope that the sister Hilario so clearly adored was not stained with the foulness we had glimpsed. But neither could I forget her words. "I miss him too, so very much. Some day." She longed to speak to her dead parents. She had hired Dante to bring them back. The spyglass seemed to reach beyond death, linking assassination, unholy magic, and the Queen's unhealthy desires. "I'll do what's needed," said Hilario, who had drained his wine cup and moved indoors to flop on a couch. though I don't like deception. If I'd not spoken out and asked Eugenie why she'd come to the temple, I'd never have remembered it was Sorin's death day. The Queen's answer might explain the flowers and extra candles, but had addressed neither Gaetana's presence, nor the Nouri's wealth of jewels and silks, nor the wax built up so thickly on candlesticks and altar stone that one must conclude the attentive vigil had lasted years, not days. Did Philippe know? Gratefully, I followed Ilario out of the sultry heat. One more thing, Chevalier. We must pass this new information to His Majesty. Dante's warning of violence, Ophélie, and the possibility that Michel is alive and captive. Can you manage that without anyone's remarking it? I could not afford an audience with Philippe. I was too visible as yet, so soon after my introduction at court and Dante's well-reported tirade. Oh, there's a way. Ilario's face soured like that of a boy commanded to kiss an ill-favored aunt. The king enjoys trouncing me at stratagems. Does anyone but mention the tedious game, he insists on a match, no matter that he knows how I detest it. Who dares refuse a king's whim? But I oft insist on a private venue to deprive him of an audience for his triumph. None will remark it. Excellent, I said, unable to imagine flighty Ilario shifting knights, warriors, tetrarchs, and queens through the complex landscape of a stratagems board. We'll not take advantage too often. As if pricked by a hay-fork, Ilario leapt from his couch, snatched up a feathered hat, and tucked his pale locks behind one ear to reveal a dangling earring of rainbow-colored stones. "Come along, Portier," he said, charging across the carpet toward the door. "Enough of maudlin business. If it is third day, as I suspect, and mid-afternoon, as I notice, then it is time for my foster mother's salon. I dare not shirk my duty, as I am charged to amuse the ladies especially. Today I shall display my sober side. All shall marvel that I have myself a private secretary." He halted abruptly, pressing his back to the outer door, and examined me head to toe. "Do you have that journal you're forever messing about with?" "Always." "Get it out. It makes you look properly serious and secretarial. We'll say your luggage has been lost and you've had to borrow clothes from your valet. La, we must get you to my tailor and my barber soon, else the entire court will guess you're a spy. None will believe I've hired a shaggy-headed slip of a fellow who wears velvet in spring." I sighed and followed him. I would much rather have sought out Philippe's disgraced guard captain or researched the meaning of Altivière, the words scratched on the crypt wall and flown from Ophélie's lips as she begged for death. But Antonia de Foucault had stood at the center of Castel Escalon as queen mother, and now as Eugenie and Ilario's adoptive mother. She must know everyone and everything. What better resource for an investigator? Ilario swept into Lady Antonia's grand drawing-room like a benevolent west wind, touching, ruffling, and tweaking every sleeve, cheek, and temper within view. A head taller than everyone else, and adorned in blazing scarlet, he could not vanish into any crowd. He wept over a deceased cat with a thready dowager, and commiserated with a fellow dandy over the poor quality of Himatian brocades. He promptly threatened a duel with a local tetrarch when a weak-chinned marquesa reported that the clergyman had complained of Ilario juggling eggs on the temple lawn. Without noting scornful smirks or guests rolling their eyes, he declared his longing that one of the sainted reborn could choose ridding the world of crocodiles as his heroic task. I heeled like a well-trained hound. From time to time, Ilario would pause his conversation, spin around, and point at me, declaring, "Make a note that I must speak to Teb about the exposition," or "Pen a letter to my old swordmaster, Portier. I shall require practice before this duel." I would acknowledge with a half-bow and scratch notes in my journal, all the while learning names, listening, observing. Ilario's sole temperate moment occurred when he encountered a man wearing the phoenix badge of the cult of the reborn. Cultists believed the saints to be souls who had willingly relinquished their hope of heaven in order to serve the needs of humankind in this life, reborn time and again at the Pantocrator's whim. I thought it nonsense. "You must be the new secretary. Duplay, is it? Savant Duplay." Based on her unimposing height, unexceptional figure, and unguessable age, The mature woman who stood at my shoulder could have been any court lady, yet she had shunned the heavy, smooth-woven coils of current fashion and organized her gray-streaked black hair into masses of small, stiff curls about her face, a style one saw only on thousand-year-old facet carvings. And just like those ancient figures, she had completely plucked out her eyebrows, giving herself a permanent look of ingenuous surprise. Such flagrant defiance of fashion demanded concentrated attention. No common courtier would be so bold. "Indeed, my lady," I said, making all proper deference. "I am Portier de Savin-Duplay, though it might serve me ill to emphasize the Savin at present." Her laugh rippled, pleasant and knowing. "Royal relations tread a more strenuous road than any outside our odd circle might suspect. You must join me for tea some afternoon. We shall exchange strategies for maintaining our equilibrium." I would forever prize such an event. I appreciated the absence of scorn in her good humor. Swallowing my usual inhibitions, I did not stop with politeness. "May I speak to your secretary to set a day?" Her painted eyes widened. "What a bold young snippet! Not so craven as I was told." She patted me on the cheek with 3 jeweled fingers and swept onward without answering, instantly the center of each group she encountered. She could be none but the Lady Antonia. When Ilario spied her, he spun in a whirl of silken cloak and dangling jewelry and dropped to one knee, spreading his arms as if awaiting a message from heaven. "Divine grace, Lady Mother." Lady Antonia acknowledged this over-eager obeisance with a touch to his shoulder and a pained expression. She moved on before he could rise or open his mouth again. Sighing hugely, Ilario scrambled to his feet and took up the tale of his recent sojourn on the Obean seacoast for 2 young ladies whose pasted smiles begged for escape. Perhaps they, as well as Lady Antonia, had heard the tales of crocodile charms and therapeutic mud-bathing too often already. My spirits rose when I spied Demoiselle Mora poised in the doorway. Yet before I captured her notice, she set course for 2 wind-scoured gentlemen. Sober blue jackets, trimmed in gold, and broad-brimmed hats pinned up on one side suggested naval connections. Mora smoothed their path around the refreshment and card tables to an elaborately draped corner where Lady Antonia now bantered with a cluster of admiring ladies and gentlemen. Though Mora lacked the dainty perfection of Ilario's bejeweled ladies or the languid elegance of the ingenue who enthralled 5 gallants in the garden doorway, I found the softer curves of her body and the spare authority of her movements quite pleasing. When she glanced up and caught me watching her, I'd have sworn a smile crinkled the corners of her eyes, though she continued to participate fully in her conversation with Sabria's dowager queen. Not wishing to be rude, I shifted my attention to the refreshment table, browsing the quail's eggs and pickled leeks, the sweetmeats and lemon tarts, while observing the comings and goings. My interest focused sharply when a tidy, wide-browed mage entered from a side chamber. His gray threaded locks were sleekly dressed, his doublet as elegantly skirted as Ilario's. His mage's collar gleamed amid his starched shirt ruffles. On the occasion of my ignominious debut in court society, he had stood behind Gaetana. Or Vienne, certainly. Was it possible that this newcomer who floated from one group to the next, extending a quiet greeting or a smile, touching a young woman's hand, laughing and offering referrals to magical practitioners who could help with every condition from limp hair to lingering curses, had hacked off Ophélie's fingers and prisoned her in a crypt next to 50 dead men? It struck me as a fearful thing that such depravity might be couched in so ordinary a figure. Surely a monster should wear a horned cap and blood-soaked black, reeking of brimstone, and not peacock blue brocade and hair pomade. The demonish mage has not wreaked vengeance on you, has he? My head snapped around, and I near bit my tongue. Mora had somehow got across the room without my noticing it. Her round cheeks glowed with her smile as terror constricted my throat. Had I somehow voiced my thoughts? "I've promised to find him a new assistant." Dante. She referred to Dante. "No vengeance," I said. "But then I've not yet encountered the devil again. Will he be here?"
The administrator clasped her hands modestly at her waist and knotted her brow in mock sobriety. "I doubt anyone has thought to invite him. I'm not sure even Major Vienne's generosity would extend so far." Generosity? Only a considered breath kept me from choking. "I'm not sure I'm ready to meet Major Vienne either," I said. "I would like to establish some solid reputation at court before greeting its most formidable figures." Mora's eyes livened with amusement. Some might call her stiff, but she seemed to me a well-contained person, her feelings clear to anyone who took the time to observe her closely. Even before her descent into permanent genteel hysteria, my mother had lived in a constant state of fractured emotions, liberally shared with anyone within reach, and the female students at Serravin seemed forever thrashing about between the overexcited activity of squirrels and the argumentative despondency of hibernating bears. "Major Vienne is anything but formidable," she said. "He ever has a kind word for those who seek his help. You should speak to him. That's the purpose of a ladies' salon." "My mother hosted such events when I was a boy. Awful awkward afternoons. I am wholly out of practice. Lord Ilario insisted I accompany him today, else I'd have spent a happy hour on his latest whim. He intends to sponsor a scientific exhibition in the coming months." "Indeed." She ducked her head, and her finger pressed a smile from her lips. "I've heard rumor of this, fancy. If you need advice—" I bowed. "An accomplished administrator who knows everyone at court and most of the tradesmen in Merona could save my life. Again." Her laughter bubbled just beneath the surface, a pleasing animation of mouth and eyes that was at once unembarrassed and quite private. Warmth flooded through my limbs and everywhere. Gracious angels, it had been so long. Of a sudden, Mora's brows lifted, and she tilted her head as if to see better beyond my shoulder. Then she leaned forward slightly and spoke directly into my chest. "On your guard, good sir. Thy nemesis doth approach." I shifted around slowly, as if adrift in the sea of conversation. Framed in the doorway to the outer passage stood Dante. Clean-shaven, dressed in black knee-breeches and hose with an elegant short cloak swept over his right arm, he cut a fine, if sober, figure. A plain silver earring adorned one ear. I offered fervid thanks to young Edmond de Roble and his tailor, and foolishly felt quite proud. Relieved, too. Dante did not carry his staff. Across the room, Major Vienne laughed with another admirer. Lady Antonia embraced two bejeweled ladies at once. Ilario's prattling floated atop the general buzz of voices like a gem's flute against a room full of hurdy-gurdies. Dante's gaze swept the room like a sea storm, rousing a first tremor of uncertainty. Voices faded. Heads turned. His attention seemed to settle on a destination, and as he moved forward, the guests parted to let him through. His broad left hand cupped a glittering heap of glass or jewelry. He halted in front of Ilario. Ilario aborted his monologue in mid-sentence. "A serving man graced me these in yestertide, along with your requirements for an enchanted musical guard, suitable for a gift to an aged baroness." None in the large chamber could fail to hear the measured menace in Dante's quiet statement, issued in the rough patois of Coverge. "I spoil for to clarify a few mots as to your request." With a twist of his hand, he tossed the heap into the air. Ilario's young ladies gasped, and the Chevalier himself leapt backward. Yet the glittering pieces did not strike any guest, nor did they plummet. Rather, they hovered a hand's breadth from Ilario's long nose, a jumble of colored glass shards, small mirrors, strings of pearls, lapis, jade, and slips of metal. The guests withdrew into a gaping circle. As every eye widened in wonder, mine not least, the shimmering mass rose toward the coffered ceiling, organizing and collecting itself into a revolving fountain of light and music. Rings of glass prisms focused light into crossed beams. Rings of mirrors reflected the light in 100 dazzling directions. The colored beads twisted and draped like a canopy of ribbons. Dangling bits of bronze and silver rang clear and joyous as the structure spun. The guests pointed and gasped,
shocked murmurs growing into laughter and expressions of awe and admiration. Yet how many of them could truly comprehend the magnificence of what they saw? This was no illusion, no scant veil of sensory deception draped over a decorated wire frame. Naught supported these glimmering elements or interlaced their light beams but purest magic. "Is this what you had to mind, great lord?" Ilario moved underneath the sparkling font of light, bobbing his head, whirling on his heeled boots. "Oh, yes, magnificent, marvelous!" Only those who heeded the mage's tight voice, only those who tore their eyes from the creation to the creator, would have seen Dante brush his silver earring, then point a steady finger at the spinning enchantment. The glancing light soured to a thunderous purple, the melodic jingle rose to a mind-jarring cacophony. "Lord, beware!" I darted forward and yanked Ilario from underneath the quivering folly just as it shattered, raining splintered glass and fractured beads. Ladies screamed, gentlemen shouted and pressed the circle of onlookers backward. Ilario tripped on my feet and stumbled to his knees. Dante stood over Ilario, pinning him to the floor with his scorn. "I do not make gods. I do not take orders from trivial men. Sorcery is not an amusement." Before a speechless Ilario could rise, Dante had gone. Whispers rushed through the shocked crowd like a swarm of insects. Illusion, madman. Who is he? Insufferable, dangerous. Who? Lady Antonia pushed through the frantic crowd and gazed down at the mess, Orviene at her side. The mage dropped to a knee. Closing his eyes, he swept widespread fingers over the debris in a dramatic but entirely unnecessary gesture. An experienced examiner sensed magical residue on his skin, on his tongue, in his bones. As he bounced to his feet, Orviene palmed a few slips of silver and colored beads from the floor and slid them into his doublet. "Yes, test them, feel them. I'll wager you've never felt the like." The residue of Dante's enchantment sparkled and shimmered through my skin and spirit as no fragments of glass or metal could ever do. Well done, I thought. Very well done. Orviene could not but be impressed with his new colleague's talents. The dapper mage waved dismissively. "No enchantment remains. You are all quite safe." A twitch of Lady Antonia's fingers brought liveried servants with brushes and dustpans to collect the not at all illusory debris. The crowd sighed as one, and the anxious murmurs grew into a strident babbling. I gave Ilario a hand up and a raised brow of inquiry. He shook his head ever so slightly. He had not prompted the event. No sooner was he on his feet than he was besieged by ladies and gentlemen alike. "Dante," he said. "His name is Dante. A master mage. I brought him here to amuse Eugenie, but I never imagined. I am wholly flummoxed." Dante and his display were the primary topics of conversation for the next hour. Ilario repeated his story of finding Dante by way of his search for a new crocodile-slaying spell at least 100 times, elaborating as he went along. I retired to the wine steward. I'd scarce downed a sip when Mora joined me, dragging Mage Orviene alongside her. "Portier, meet Her Majesty's second counselor, Orviene de Siey. Orviene, this is Portier de Savin-Duplay, Lord Ilario's new secretary." "Divine grace, mage," I said, trying not to stare. "And with you, Songeur, an acolyte yourself, I hear." The mage's pale eyes moved from my exposed hand to my face in polite interest. "Fresh from Saint-Ravin." "My studies ended many years ago, sir. I've served as the collegial librarian for almost a decade." The curé tucked into my waist pocket remained chilly. Surely it should react in the presence of evil, as it would for poisons or unsheathed weapons. With another not quite a smile that near melted my bones, Mora excused herself. Orviene smiled broadly. "A scholarly gentleman with an appreciation of the mystical arts will always be welcome in the household. Common breeding will ever display itself, eh?" Though he leaned close, as if to share a confidence, any guest within 10 meters could have heard. "If your duties allow, you must stop by my chambers, and I'll introduce you to my assistants.
Though I'd gladly show you our current work, I doubt you'd quite grasp the intricacies." The mage did not so much as take a breath, much less register my embarrassment. "I'd be interested to hear news of Saravin." For half an hour he plied me with questions about the collegia, allowing no more than a bell's strike for me to answer. Each query would launch a humorous anecdote or a reminiscence of his own student days. Eventually he ceased bothering to ask anything, but provided avuncular advice as to court dress. Modesty served best for those of us in service, even when family connection supported more opulent attire, court ladies, Sabria's most luminous treasures, perfumes, best kept muted so as not to compete with the ladies, and wine. I should seek out Giorgio, the third wine steward, for the best recommendations if I planned to entertain. By the time the mage apologized that he really must move on and attend to a few more acquaintances, my head swam with trivia. Either Orviene was the most skilled deceiver in Sabria, or he was a genial, self-important, silver-tongued gadfly who truly believed that his most critical decisions each day were which coat and scent to wear as he monitored the queen's wards and charms. I was entirely confused. "Many thanks for the introduction, mademoiselle," I said, when, to my delight, I encountered Mora at the refreshment table. "Not so fearsome after all." She smiled sagely. "I told you." "Excuse me, mademoiselle." Ilario, appearing from nowhere, snatched my arm and dragged me away. Come, portier. No time for self-indulgence. Important business awaits." Quivering like a captive bird, he urged me insistently toward the doorway, snatching the cup from my hand and shoving it at the first person we passed, a startled Mage Orviene. "Ah, Sir Mage, I do hope you and your colleagues will grace us with your participation in my grand exposition. My private secretary here will be handling the arrangements, but excuse us, we've urgent business waiting." "Tell me, Chevalier, have you seen Adept Federigo today?" Orviene called after us. 3 days he's missed an important tutorial. I know you often preempt his time for small projects." "Not for eons," said Ilario, whisking me into the passage and around the corner before Orviene's question had faded. "It's the Destin," he burst out the moment his ornately carved doors slammed behind us. His earrings and jeweled bracelets jangled as he hurried across the thick carpet to shut the paned garden doors. "She is scheduled to sail on the morning tide day after tomorrow. Her captain just informed Antonia. His first officer, the other fellow who was there, is some grandnephew's cousin's eldest boy or something like." "The exploration voyage?" I struggled to switch my thinking away from spinning gauds and unexpected mages. "Don't you see? You told me to listen for sudden changes. The sailing date's been moved up by more than a month." Ilario threw his hands in the air as if expecting me to congratulate him. "I'm sure there's good reason for the change. The tides, but Portier, it had been scheduled for the 25th day of Cinq." My heart stuttered. Prince Desmond's death day. The anniversary. Our deadline. Ilario lapped the room with his long strides, his brow drawn up in a knot. "Philippe chose that date a purpose, as he's dedicated the voyage to Desmond, you see, to honor the child and see him through Ixtador. Now something's changed and the Destin sails early." "The king will insist on being at the docks to send her off," I said. "Out in the open, where there will be 1,000 places to lurk and 1,000 times 1,000 places for spell traps to be hidden. A perfect place for a public murder." "So I was right that this was important." "Saints and angels, yes. You must play that game of stratagems with Philippe tonight. Put him on his guard. And whatever you need do to arrange it, Dante and I must be near the king that day." Scarce more than a day. Too little time to send sorcerers to detect spell traps. Too few coureurs remaining in the world for them to use. This was too soon. We didn't know enough. Chapter 9. 13 Kat. 48 days until the anniversary. On my way to apprise Dante of the new threat, I devised an excuse to stop in at the palace steward's office. The steward's third secretary, Henri de Saint, had been a friendly sort and had invited me to return if I needed anything. I needed information. I found the harassed secretary jotting notes in his ledger book about a large, ill-smelling crate at his feet. "It's the dung,"
he said when I slapped a kerchief to my nose. "Rare mushrooms growing in a crate full of dung, as if we didn't have enough trouble with this business of the destine." In fact, the steward's office was in an uproar, taxed with hasty arrangements for honor guards, musicians, a viewing stand, a celebratory feast with an invocation from the High Tetrarch, a smooth-tongued diplomat to coax the prefects of the Camarilla to attend in a show of unity, and little more than a day to do it all. But nothing in the reports of the changed sailing enlightened me. "By the way," said Henri as I rose to leave, "you may not need my tailor's service after all. Not an hour ago we received a box from a tailor in Margeroux and sent it on to your apartment." From Margeroux? The arrow and spyglass! I hadn't thought I could feel more urgency. Without so much as a thank you, I bolted. How can a captain change the sailing day on his own? With his skilled left hand, Dante unraveled the last knot binding the canvas-wrapped box from Margeroux. He'd set himself and the bundle on the floor at the center of his circumacule immediately on my arrival. "The captain holds full authority on his ship," I said. "Not even the king can gainsay him. The steward's secretary says the crew was near mutiny at sailing on a prince's death day." My cousin had sapped his own authority in the first year of his reign, issuing a declaration that disenfranchised the Camarilla in maritime matters. Until Philippe's pronouncement, the Camarilla had required every vessel to carry a mage who could overrule a captain's decision at a whim. To mollify the prefects, enraged at their loss of influence, Philippe had decreed that neither temple nor civil officials could overrule a ship captain either. I helped myself to wine from the pitcher on a low bench. Dante's apartments had been transformed in the past 2 days. The heavy draperies and excess furnishings had been removed. 2 chairs, 1 long couch, and 1 small table remained in front of the tall east windows, while his required cupboards and work tables had been installed about the rest of the room. A variety of implements had been tossed on the work tables alongside a clutter of boxes and bins. "Your king's a fool if he goes to the docks," said the mage. "Let the ship sail and make his prayers at home if he must." Dante had heeded my news of the Destine's new launch with only half his attention, clearly more interested in the artifacts of the first assassination attempt than in anything we might do to prevent a second. He had responded to my congratulations on his salon debut with a shrug. "I assumed you'd control Lord Fool's reaction." Even my report of Ophélie's death and her prisoning in the crypt had elicited few questions. My eager offering of her broken manacle had prompted a response to look into it when he'd more time. Indeed, I had not pushed. Our first priority must be to protect Philippe. "Kings are not so easily dissuaded," I said, "especially warrior kings turned natural philosophers who have staked their kingdom's prosperity on voyages such as this. Surely if we can locate the threat, you can do something to protect him." He didn't bother to answer, but yanked the thin rope loose from the dusty canvas. I needed to engage him. "I've a courret." That caused him to look up even as the wrapping fell away to expose a flat leather case near as long as my arm. "Indeed. And how would a librarian come by such a rarity? Not a mage living knows how to make a wardstone." I squirmed under his stare, green as jade and hot as a smith's furnace. "It's borrowed." "Demon fire, you've stolen it." Pure astonishment erased the wariness and suspicion he wore like a temple dancer's mask. "You? That I thought might be the first honest man I've ever met." "I did not steal it," I said, exasperated that we'd wandered so easily from the needs of the hour, confounded again that I could be so easily read. "I found it in a crate of texts we brought from a ruin in Zarl 2 years ago. The courret was likely the only decent thing to come out of that house. The Mondragoni were—" No, better not to speak of them, though they had been on my mind since the inception of this enterprise. But Dante's hand had fallen still. "What were they?" Ixtador's gates, the man's ears must be keener than a hawk's to hear what lingered unspoken on a man's tongue. "Necromancers," I said. "Leeches, demonists, torturers. A blood family that was everything foul and unholy. Some say their overreaching fired the blood wars.
The few of them not wiped out in the wars were beheaded after, and none have ever disputed the rightness of it. Ah. He twisted the brass key I'd given him to unlock the leather case. The latch clicked. I'd give a deal to see those texts, if I'm to make a show of dead-raising. Orviene and Gaetana may not have the talent they think, but they'll not be easily deceived. I pulled out my journal, my hand itching for my pen. I'd only plumb it to hand, but I could ink the remainder later. Bring Dante the Mondragone texts. Puzzled, I stared at the open page and the words already taking shape. I had no intention of fetching the Mondragone books. I glanced up. Dante's eyes had fixed on the case, but his hand had stilled. Stop this immediately, master. I slammed my journal onto the work table before fury, or fear, crumpled it. Dante hungered for knowledge as the poor hunger for evidence of the god, and because providing access to the filthiest underside of our art was the last thing I would do for anyone, friend or foe, I knew for certain this time that the compulsion I felt was entirely unnatural. No one should be able to influence a man so directly. I don't know what spell you've worked on me, Master Dante, but you will stop it now. Tell me what you want. Tell me why. And when I make my own choice, yes or no, argue with me if you will, but with honest words, not sorcery. If you persist in this, our partnership is ended. I've told you what I want and why. So will you bring me these Mondragone texts, or will we argue it? Stubborn, prideful, contemptuous. The manners of a badger, as Hilario had said. Streaming sunlight transformed the circumocule's glassy surface into a ring of amber encircling the mage. With a pair of locking forceps, he lifted the blood-stained arrow from its nest of Lady Susanna's worn silks and laid it on the floor beside his staff. The spyglass remained snugged in its wrappings. He closed the case and set it outside the circle. I gripped my convictions tightly. Fortunately, in this matter, I've no choice. The Mondragone scripts are locked in the Serhavin vault, and do not will me to break the locks. The texts are encrypted and entirely unreadable. I kept them. I could not say why I'd kept them, save that destroying works of such antiquity did not come easy to me. Cajetan, my mentor, the chancellor of the Collegia, and a prefect of the Camarilla, had supported my judgment. I wasn't sure Dante heard me. Hunched over where he could see it closely, he nudged the arrow with the forceps once, then again and again, examining its length with each rotation. The hour ticked away in silence. I waited as long as I could bear before curiosity trumped anger. Dante, tell me what you're deeping fires. Dante slammed his implement to the floor. When did you transform into a babbling idiot like the peacock? Have you no discipline, no patience? No wonder you're incapable of spell work. I did not rise to the insult. What do you see, master? What does your borrowed curé tell you? I'd not even thought of it, which meant the silver pebble I pulled from my waist pocket was as cold as the first day of Estar on Journia's highest peak. A poisoned arrow less than 2 meters distant should have it scorching. It's telling me nothing. Step inside the circumocule. He pulled a flask from his pocket and dribbled its contents in a small oval close around the arrow. And bring a willow wand with you, one with a forked end. There's a basket of them over there. He gestured vaguely in the direction of the work tables. By the time I found the basket and rummaged through the 50 or so slender branches to find what he wanted, the painted oval had dried to brown. Well, come along, if you want to know. I stepped across the amber ring of the circumocule and promptly dropped the curé. The wardstone clattered to the floor and rolled toward Dante. It had near burnt a hole in my palm. Gates of heaven! One needs a secure enclosure to work on dangerous matters, he said, nudging the silver pebble in my direction. This circumocule suffices. The painted boundary merely isolates the object of our study from other objects, enchanted or otherwise. As we've no idea of its dangers, you'd best use the branch to touch the arrow.
Willow, simple and known, will disturb its Kierna far less than a finger attached to a human person, especially one who disciplines his spirit no better than a bumpkin child. Leaving the Curé where it lay, I knelt facing Dante, the arrow and its enclosing strip of paint between us, the forked end of the willow wand wedged snugly about the arrow shaft. The mage touched the joined arrow and wand with his staff and closed his eyes, visibly retreating into that state of profound stillness I had witnessed in his bedchamber 2 days before. I didn't need him to tell me to close my eyes as well. "Quiet your spirit," he said after a moment. "Naught can reflect on a turbulent sea. Calm it." I tried. Fear, or excitement, at the revelations to come hollowed my belly. The day's urgencies could not be dismissed by merely willing it so. I shifted position, stretched my neck and shoulders, breathed deep, yet I saw naught but blackness. Determined not to miss what he would teach me, I accepted Dante's command as literal instruction. I imagined my internal landscape as the roiling ocean beyond the shores of Talemont, and my will as the finger of the Creator at the dawn of the world. I calmed each wave, smoothed each ripple, stilled its unsettled surface until my mind's slate gleamed black as obsidian. Against the shining blackness, a font of deep, healthy green surged upward, quickly overlaid with wedges of brilliant yellow and blue, angled sharp as the arrow point itself, and a series of brown marks like the cross-hatching motifs on old pottery, save for an unpleasing irregularity. From the base of the rune, as I thought of the display, pooled an inky black splotch that stretched into a long straight line twined with bruised purple. A faint waved line appeared below it. "The Kierna, this pattern you see writ in shapes and colors, tells us that this is an implement of death, precisely made from living wood, steel, and poison." Dante spoke softly, as if sharper words might jar our tenuous connection. "Splintered now. See the irregularity of the hatching? But made to fly. Straight. To penetrate." A very long while passed, and I thought perhaps to see no more. But then, outside my head, the mage expelled a great sigh of effort, while inside, a sparkling net of white scored the darkness and enclosed the colored marks, binding, containing, masking its entirety. Everything. After a moment of quiet, I felt the shift of limbs clothed in fabric and leather, and a release as Dante dissolved the bond between us. The pattern vanished. Wood scraped softly on wood. When I opened my eyes, Dante sat cross-legged on the floor, the carved staff across his lap. He was staring puzzled at the arrow, which had changed neither its position nor its rusty tail of a dead horse and a lucky king and the twisting yank of whoever had withdrawn it from its victim. I waited, confident the mage would tell me what bothered him so, for I had a sudden inspiration that sharing this marvel had not been his original intent, but an apology for his brutish attempt to manipulate me, offered in the only coin he knew. He would always prefer to investigate magic's mysteries alone. "They were over-eager, our assassins," he said at last. "That's all I can calculate. So determined to cast blame on her gullible majesty that they concocted this foolery of guard captains and wrestling matches. Or perhaps that whole complication was naught but coincidence, and your guard captain the unluckiest of men." Penetrate everything. You're saying the arrow would have penetrated the king's armor no matter what, so there was no point in getting him out of it. In one startling motion, he picked up the arrow and slammed it to the mahogany plank beside him. The impact left the stained head buried in the wood and a magical residue stinging my eyes like blown sand. "This arrow would penetrate a marble slab," he said, "an iron cliff." Stunned, I could not budge my gaze from the quivering shaft protruding from the floor. Yet my mind raced. I did not believe in coincidence. Perhaps casting blame on the Queen was never the end, but a means, a confusion to embroil an investigator in domestic argument, masking the true perpetrators. Or perhaps the murderous wife did not trust her mages to do what they promised, said Dante, dry as the deserts of Aroth. The wrestling ploy marked the game as amateur. No amateur worked transference or enspelled an arrow to penetrate iron. What was this protective instinct already so plain in Philippe and Ilario, where Eugénie de Sylvet was concerned? I'd need to do better. Philippe was relying on me to be thorough and objective. The mage, distracted, acknowledged my point with head and hand. He closed his eyes and knotted his brow, not quiet this time, but tapping his fingers on his staff. After only a few moments, he launched the staff across the room, growling in frustration. "There's something more here," he said, as staff and a stack of boxes clattered on the floor. "Kierna tells a story, and the story of this arrow seems clear. Only the human conspiracy surrounding it tangles our minds. Yet I've this notion. Some piece of the pattern is missing. If I'd studied 100 poisoned arrows launched at kings, I might know better what to look for." "I'll find out what more I can about that day," I said, retrieving my curé and stepping quickly outside the circumocule before the silver pebble set my pocket afire. "But the day after tomorrow looms much larger just now. You will come to the docks." "If I must." Dante dragged his horrid right hand out of his tunic and crossed his arms atop his knees, glaring at the arrow as if it had thwarted him a purpose. "I'll need those texts, you know. With some work, I can likely break the ciphers. If I'm to tease death and wickedness..." He must work with them. My mind completed his assertion, as he knew it would. I pretended not to hear. I chose to go in search of Calvino de Santo, former captain of His Majesty's personal guard, condemned to serve his former underlings for his failure in judgment. Perhaps he would answer my questions. My first stop in my search for the disgraced soldier was a cluttered temple guard post. Its sole occupant, a craggy-faced veteran with red hair and huge feet, was quite willing to recommend where a newcomer to Merona could get the best view of the king and the launch of the Destin. Bored and alone in his watch, the soldier was easily coaxed into a lengthy discussion of the difficulties of protecting a monarch who insisted on mingling with his subjects. "Of course, I've heard the closest to death the king's come in years occurred last year among his own guards," I said, as if I didn't know what guardsman Verrill's red livery signified. I perched on a stool, watching him light the lamps in the sooty corners of the guardroom. The place smelled of cleaning oil, musty boots, and the spreading lawn of the Temple Minor beyond the open door. "Heard a guardsman near killed him." The soldier's back stiffened, and his overlarge lower lip pooched out even farther from his red beard. "'Twarn't no fault of the guards, nor even the captain's, though he's paid the price and will do till he passes the veil." "He's still alive? After betraying the king? I'd have wagered a year's pay the hangman had dropped him into the Soul Eater's maw long since." I was becoming well practiced at disingenuous surprise. Verrill pulled a cloth-wrapped bundle from a leather pocket and extracted a slab of coarse bread spread thickly with nettle cheese and olive paste. "Nope, you'll see the captain round all the posts here, wiping floors or hauling coal." He nodded to the filled scuttle beside the brazier. "He's forbid to speak to us, though we oft hear him crying out in the night. Pity. He was a decent officer got led down the path by..." He bit off a large chunk of the pasty bread and stuffed the rest back into its wrapping. "I'd best be off now. I've rounds to make." "Sorry to delay you." I jumped up, wishing I dared push harder, but I couldn't afford to be remarked. "It's just... I thought I'd feel safer inside Castel Escalon's walls than out in the countryside, but rumors of scarred assassins with no blood left in them get a man's mind working, especially when his blood skills fall short." Verrill's gaze darted to my marked hand. As he hitched the leather pocket over his shoulder, he jutted his thick jaw toward the open door, as if it represented all of the wide world. "I was on the practice field that day, but never saw aught for myself. Just hunted the bowmen and heard the rumors like everyone else. The fellow what took that shot was carried off and burnt so fast, naught but a few ever saw his body, and they wouldn't talk about it. But if I wore such a mark on my hand as you do, I'd keep close to my lord, no matter he's a fool, and not wander the palace, nor city, nor dockside at night. Just my thought on it." That's the way life had been during the Blood Wars. Hired rogues lurking in the dark places, ready to snatch those fool enough to walk out alone. Anyone remotely kin to a blood family stalked and whisked away at the first misstep, never to be seen again. And now we were marked. I laid fist to breast and inclined my back in respect. "Divine grace, guardsmen, and angels companion all who protect Sabria and my lords and such poor accounts as me." Verrill shouldered a halberd and grunted his own farewell blessing. As he marched into the night, I pulled out my journal and reviewed my sketches of Castel Escalon's geography. I would visit the guard posts one by one until I found Calvino de Santo. Left skitterish by the guardsman's warning, I hurried through the darkening alleyways with an extra urgency in my steps. The 7th post I visited, a brightly lit room off the wall walk near the postern, resounded with boisterous invocation of those saints and demons who chart the fall of dice. The middle-night watch bells had just rung. Uncertain at confronting more guardsmen with the same false story, wishing I'd brought my own lantern, and feeling an increasing burden of futility, I held back in the dark courtyard below, uncomfortable in a night that seemed to twine itself about my limbs like a sneaking cat. "Saint Calvino!" shouted a thick-tongued figure who appeared in the lit doorway. "This butt's gone dry. Do we shrivel of thirst? Our wives'll take rakes to your traitorous hide." I near cracked my head on the brick wall, startled when a dark figure darted from behind a pile of emptied crates and casks piled in a corner of the yard and vanished into the base of the tower. The man soon reappeared, rolling an ale cask. As the heavy butt rumbled up the ramp to the wall walk and the tower room, all I could note was that he was a big, bearded man of dark complexion. The arrival of a full cask was greeted with cheers, whoops, and no few references to its handler's holiness and exemplary leadership. The man soon reappeared, rolling an empty cask down the ramp. Each time the butt insisted upon wedging itself in the crooks of the wall, he jarred it loose with a violent kick. Though spared the traitor's doom of headsman or hangman, a proud soldier and once trusted captain could find such base servitude naught but torment. What kept such a man from slamming his head into a wall? He shoved the emptied cask into the corner, threatening to topple the entire stack, then retreated into the shadows whence he'd come. As I crossed the yard, I made sure he could see me in what light fell from the tower room. "Calvino de Santo." "I'm bound by law to warn thee. Royal judgment forbids me speak to any man of arms, any squire, any woman, child, or servant, or any who's weak-minded or foolish." Bitterness as thick as old honey flowed from the shadows. "I am none of those. Nor am I here to shame you, nor to condemn or defend your past actions. Rather, I am a servant of Sabria tasked to find answers to certain questions about the very incident that resulted in this heavy judgment. To fulfill my charge, I call upon what corps of honor caused you to devote your life's service to the Garde Royale, and what desire you might harbor to expose the deeper truth of that terrible event." A harsh laugh accompanied the big man to the edge of the shadow. What tale his filthy slops, unwashed skin, ragged hair, and bleak eyes began, his half-cropped ears must complete. The hideous scars named him a convicted dupe to an unconvicted treacher, condemned to unending humiliation in the only employment that would ever be open to him. "What gives you to think honor or truth mean aught to me, servant of Sabria?" To avoid a glib answer required careful consideration. "You are alive. That fact speaks of inner strength. It speaks of a history and character that convinced your king your failings were in judgment, not loyalty, at a time when no other witness would speak for you." His glare weighed on my shoulders like an iron yoke. When he retreated into shadow again, I followed, but assumed I'd lost my gamble that honesty might outweigh contrivance. I was wrong. "I told Vernazze Ruggieri everything I knew," he said in earnest pain. 50 times I told him. I answered everything he asked me, and never did I waver from my story, not when he showed me the headsman's axe and told me it was too good for me, Not when he let me hear him order gallows built. Not during that ruination of a trial, nor after, when he brought in the butcher. Shite! But you were terrified and angry, disbelieving and confused, as any man would be. Now months have passed, and you've had time to think. You've gone over it all 1,000 times. Surely something has revealed itself to you. A word, a look, a detail. When he did not deny it right away, I knew I'd lanced the proper vein. My eyes could pick out his shape now. He had slumped to the ground, his back to the wall. I crouched low and dropped my voice. The events set in motion that day have not yet been graven in history, despite what hard experience tells you. I cannot, will not, drive you with unsubstantial hopes, but surely truth cannot hurt you more than this. You know naught of hard experience. Why do you roust a dog's body when those as might tell all remain unquestioned? I'm forbid to speak, forbid to say who it was suggested I wrestle the king that day. But I hear enough to know who sits on silk cushions and eats fresh figs and who hides protected behind her skirts. Not my wife, who's disowned me and gone back to her parents. Not my children, who will ne'er again in this world hear my name nor speak it. Not the poor stupid wretch whose blood got stolen by devils, nor any of those he cared for. His fury might be justifiable indignation or the sour dregs of failed conspiracy, but his meaning lay clear. You knew him. The mule who lofted that cursed arrow. By the 10 Gates, man, who was he? I'll swear— What could I offer for such a prize? My cousin had granted me no power of pardon, and no purse full enough to salve the wounds of this man's disgrace. But perhaps I could ease his fears. I am partnered with a very powerful man, Captain. He bears no loyalty to those you blame, and is joined with me to see this truth uncovered. We can do naught for the dead man, save name him with pity in our prayers. But I promise you the 2 of us shall stand between those you would protect and those whose wrath you fear. I left it there and waited while he sounded my words as I had sounded his. You trust this other? If I hoped to gain De Santo's trust, I must not delay an answer. Thus I spilled the first words that flitted into mind. He has trusted me with what he values most, and he knows my own shame, yet treats me as an honest man. Our safety and our pride are bound up with each other's secrets. Naught of evil will come down on the mule's family or mine? No sorcerer of the Camarilla, no adept, no acolyte, no blood-marked man or woman will learn that you spoke this name unless you give me leave. With every resource I can muster, I will see to his family's sustenance and your family's as well. I give you my hand on it. His name was Gruchin. Though he ignored my proffered hand, he sounded relieved to share what he knew. At first I didn't recognize him. He was so changed. When I saw the assassin was a mule, I kept everyone away, so none could be harmed by whatever spells or corruption might linger on him. Thus, no one else saw him to recognize. De Santo leaned forward, knees drawn up, hands covering his mutilated ears. I've quarters in the barracks, but I've no peace when I'm with other men. I'd rather stay out here, but the nights get long, and I don't sleep well. And I see him every night. In your dreams? He near choked on a barbed laugh. Dreaming, I see him. Waking, I see him. I see him in alleys, in courtyards, on the walls, in the trees, inside my eyelids. That bloodless, battered wreck of a face was the last I saw that wasn't calling me traitor, and now he'll not leave me be. Gruchin was an expert bowman, but a sniveling sort of fellow, always complaining, always insisting I promote him. It was well after I took him on that I discovered he was of the blood, some laggard of a family mostly died out. One night he was in his cups and starts whining about his ill luck and how he had tried to be a mage but got booted out of Saravin. Claimed he'd played adept to the Queen's mage, but only to Orvienne. Nay, the woman mage. But she'd dismissed him, accused him of leeching. Him! Another despairing laugh. Not a day after Gruchin told me this, he started with the shakes. Soon he couldn't hit a cliff from 10 paces. Within a month I had dismissed him too, and never gave him another thought. It's only fit we spend our nights together now." "And his family?" "He'd a wife in Riverside and a girl child same age as mine. I think of her, the little one, and wonder, great King Father of us all, what if the devil took her too?" His voice broke, and I rose to go, thankful for the night and shadows that gave him a measure of privacy, if not comfort. Yet I needed an answer to one more question. "You told Michel de Vernazé that the mule, Gruchin, ran away, then came back to retrieve a dropped spyglass, and one of your men killed him as he ran off again. Did Gruchin do anything else with the glass? Work magic?" "He never ran. Hrogar said Gruchin walked away to pick up the glass, then came back and stood there. Hrogar flung his axe and hit the vein in his thigh. As if, Soul Eater's fire, he wasn't 2 meters away and just stood there. Hrogar, poor sod, mostly dead himself, couldn't have hit anyone running." Such a difference to hear the exact story, knowing of Ophélie. Had Gruchin, too, preferred death to infamy? But then, he'd already lofted the spelled arrow. What further infamy awaited? Was it more bleeding he feared, or the glass? "Where did you find the spyglass?" "Had to pry it from Gruchin's hand." So Gruchin hadn't intended to hide it or dispose of it or even to use it. That made no sense. "Tell me, did you look through it?" "Aye," he said harshly. "A man does, doesn't he? As if it might tell him something." "But you didn't see anything unusual?" "Not but Gruchin laying there dead, and he's not but bones and skin, looking back at me with eyes sunk into his skull. In the 2 years since I'd sacked him, I'd never asked what became of him. My own soldier. I'd never asked if his family was eating. The king sent Michel de Vernazé to clean up the mess, and I gave him the glass along with everything else and told him all I learned from them is saw anything. Then the horse son arrested me." "And no one's ever come asking you about it since then?" "None. By every saint and demon, I'd see them all strung up and bled like pigs." He buried his head in his arms, muffling a roar of anguish. "Divine grace, Calvino," I said softly, leaving him to his misery. "I'll do what I can for you." Mind reeling with thoughts of desperate mules and unfathomable motives, I retraced my route, too far from any familiar venue to risk a shortcut. My boots rang on the cobbled paths and bounced off the courtyard walls, far too loud. The deserted storehouses and bakehouses looked different from this direction, bigger, darker, and the air in the cramped alleys felt dank and chill as if Dessen's month yet lingered there from wintertide. I did not believe in ghost hauntings. No spirit, no incorporeal being swathed in mist, wandered the domain of the living after the heart ceased its beating. I believed the veil a barrier of iron, not silk. Whatever happened after a person's final breath was beyond our knowing, unless the spyglass could penetrate that barrier to show us truth. From the night-filled alleys and courtyards behind me rose a wild, despairing, terrified howl that echoed from the storehouses, barracks, and corner towers. I broke into a run and squeezed my eyes to a slit. I didn't want to see what made Calvino de Santo wail. Chapter 10. 14 Cot. 47 days until the anniversary. The moment I arrived at his apartments the next morning, Ilario whisked me off on a round of calls, the chambers of the Chancellor, the King's appointment secretary, the current captain of the Garde Royale, and 10 other untitled dignitaries. "I've a plan for tomorrow," he said. "You'll see. You told me we should do something unexpected." After an hour, my nerves felt shredded. While my lord nattered about racehorses, shared tea, inquired about relatives, slandered an errant bootmaker, and wheedled some concession about placement and accompaniment and appropriate honors, I sat on cushioned benches and fidgeted. I needed to tell Dante of my encounter with De Santo. Some crumb or tidbit in my talk with the ruined guard captain taunted me with overlooked importance, and I could not grasp it.
Dante's acid reason might. As we returned from our morning's excursions, I slipped over to the mage's passage. Dante was not in his chambers, so I tore a transcript of Calvino de Santo's testimony from my journal and stuffed it in his warded satchel. I hoped he could pick up the thread that escaped me. "Philippe agreed to be on his guard tomorrow," Ilario said when I rejoined him in his apartments. He fluffed the lace of his third change of attire since breakfast. "But he offered no assistance with our placement for the launch. Honestly, the man has no patience with me, even at a game table where he is sure to win. You'd think we stood at Carabangor itself, he takes the cursed play so seriously." "And the girl? The news of Michel? Of the crypt? What did he say when you told him?" "First, he wiped out my entire line of warriors, both tetrarchs and my queen. I do hate it when he takes both tetrarchs, as I think they are the most exquisite pieces. Lord, what did he say?" "He said those responsible would pay dearly, and that we, the three of us, should continue. Truly, Portier, I thought he would snatch me up and toss me into the box with the game pieces." Ilario's reference to Carabangor described no trivial testiness on Philippe's part. The costly victory at the desert city, ending 18 years of barbaric incursions from Kader, stood as Philippe's first great achievement as sovereign. It was friends and good soldiers fallen at Carabangor that the spyglass had shown him wandering in an arid wasteland, lost, terrified, and despairing. "But after our game," Ilario leaned close, as if spies might have embedded themselves among the brocade doublets, satin cloaks, and silk shirts stuffing his wardrobe room, "he wanted to view the cell in the crypt. Portier, it was clean. No chains, no filth, no chair." "You're sure it was the same?" Of course he would be sure. Yet another twist tightened my knotted gut. "And Sorin's tomb?" Had the light in the wardrobe room been better, I might have been surer of the flush that colored Ilario's cheeks. "The display was reduced. He did not note it. Come, Portier, don't look so grim. You'll ruin your complexion. Even Philippe said it was only to be expected that they'd clear out that wretched hole." Yes, but the timing was so close. The queen and her sorceress knew someone had been poking about in the crypt. The king had commanded me to withhold judgment, but that was becoming more and more difficult. "Now dust yourself off. I've more calls to make." I could glean no more specific report of their talk, nor could I break away to consult Dante, for Ilario fussed and threatened tantrums until I accompanied him. "If you insist on my accomplishing these tedious tasks, Portier, then the least you can do is provide me this smidge of assistance. My dislike of all serious business is well known. I simply refuse to suffer frown lines and hair falling out all over. Besides, my gifts lie so completely in the area of gentle amusements and refined sport, it would be seen as simply greedy were I to strive for the same accomplishment in business or arms. But I'm finding that if I travel with a private secretary, I am instantly accorded a certain respect that allows serious conversation. So you see, it is your own fault." Ilario's life flowed like a river flooded out of its banks, senseless, directionless, yet hugely impossible to divert. The afternoon visits took us to a hunchbacked dowager, whose townhouse smelled like soured apple parings, but boasted a sweeping view of the Lay and the bristling masts clustered at its wharves, then on to a black-bearded marquess and the pink marble halls of the Collegia Botanica. As the sun slipped into the western sea, Ilario exchanged whispers and drank tiny cups of spiced tea with a facid silk merchant whose silk-draped display pavilion could have held my entire family estate. I could not recall a single word of sense spoken in those hours. Yet at the end of the day, the fop set off to play another game of stratagems and inform the king of his arrangements. A party of important personages, representing all elements of the city's society, would accompany the king and queen to the launch of the Destin. Rather than mounting a viewing platform on shore or anywhere Philippe and Eugenie might be expected, they would observe the launch from the private, well-secured pleasure barge of the facid silk merchant. It was a good scheme, perhaps enough to confound an assassin. Perhaps. Scarlet and gold pennants wafted lazily against the sheeted silver of the dawn sky. The merry strains of shawm and sackbut danced across the water. As the broad river lay rippled and slurped against piers and barges and muddy banks, cockboats ferried the last supplies to the Caravel d'Estaing, lying so grand at her anchorage in the center of the channel. As I clung to the rail of the Swan, Massimo Haile's elegantly outfitted pleasure barge, the sight of the d'Estaing struck hard upon my imagining. In less than an hour it would set sail for the lands of diamond-crusted streets, trees taller than temples, cities ruled by naked women, or whatever truly lay across the seas beyond the mouth of Hedron. Or perhaps her brave crew would sail the d'Estaing off the edge of the world and plummet into the Soul Eater's abyss, as some few yet believed. To embark on such a voyage on such a morning must surely drive mind and spirit to the highest reaches. Gracious saints, what I would give for such purpose and adventure! The king's ever more sordid mystery had stripped the warmth and color from my already sober world, leaving it danker and grayer yet. Despite the early hour and the damp from overnight rain, the dockside lanes and merchants' wharves teemed with people. Bread and tea sellers cried their morning wares. Dockhands and carters, beset by swooping, screeching gulls, bawled at women and romping boys to clear a path. Viewing stands had been hastily constructed on the mud flats and draped in soggy buntings. A platform near the shore had been reserved for a crowd of scholars, displaying their distinctive regalia, brick-red gowns and berets for the Collegii Astronomica, sky-blue for the Collegii Mathematica, green gowns and black velvet tams for the Collegii Botanica. A circle of the Garde Royale kept the crowd well away from our mooring, and the slowly brightening morning revealed liveried archers atop the warehouses and pikemen posted at every door and alleyway. Massimo Haile's sturdy hirelings controlled access to the pleasure barge. They claimed to have manned their posts all through the night. Even so, I had clutched my courée and traversed every centimeter of the gilded barge, the promenade along the elaborately carved, newly painted bulwarks, the open-air viewing galleries fore and aft, the lounging pavilion tucked behind billowing draperies in the center of the barge, and each of its cushioned couches, inlaid tables, and hanging lamps. I had even visited the cramped wine and food store beneath the exotic arch of the Swan's Tail, and the forward rowing banks where 16 bare-chested facet of impressive physique stared insolently while stretching backs and arms or downing mugs of ale. My talisman had indicated no untoward risks anywhere aboard, yet I felt no easier. The attempt would come today, not 46 days from now. Cheers rolled through the crowd as trumpet blasts and the royal ensign heralded the king's arrival. As Philippe traversed the wharf side, he tossed memorials, buttons, coins, or somewhat, into the crowd, leaving a wake of scrabbling backsides. He dismounted at the cordoned-off foot of Haile's gangway, exchanging greetings with two dignitaries in starched ruffs and wide-brimmed hats. Haile's dockhands unloaded a number of tight-rolled bundles, wider than my arm span, from a waiting dray, then carried the linen rolls and the king's furled ensign up the ramp. Our rail-thin host and two fellow merchant princes wrapped in fur-lined mantles waited under a silken canopy on deck. The cheering faded into scattered shouts and rolling murmurs as a blue-painted coach passed the guarded perimeter. First out, aided by a footman in the Queen's livery, was Damoiselle Mora. Rising from her curtsy, she spoke an earnest message to Philippe. Unease nibbled at my gut. Though too far away to hear her, I had no difficulty in reading the king's displeasure at her news. My cousin strode angrily up the gangway. Mora trailed after him alone as the coach rolled away. Queen Eugénie had not come. What I would not give for Dante's spell to hear across distances. What could possibly keep the Queen from the launch of an expedition honoring her son's memory? What wicked magic had the villains planned for Ophélie to work this day, and who would work it in her stead? What role was planned for a captive Michel de Vernazé? Sainted ancestors!
I massaged my aching jaw. My teeth had near ground themselves flat these past 2 days. No matter which way I turned, my back felt vulnerable. I returned to the small forward gallery, tucked between the lounging pavilion and open hull where the rowers sat. The venue allowed me to observe ship, shore, and a sky now hazed with scudding clouds. 2 rows of elaborately carved posts, more than twice a man's height and topped with gold and red-painted birds, formed a great rectangle at the center of the barge. From slender crossbeams hung garlands of flowers, the silken draperies that shielded Massimo Haile's lounging pavilion from the public eye, and the stretched canopies that protected his guests on the aft gallery from excess sun. The silk merchant's dockside crew stretched new spans of line even higher on the posts between the carved birds. To each taut span the dockhands lashed one of the linen rolls, celebration banners, I guessed. A steward hoisted the king's black and silver stag above the swan's high-curved tail. The ensign snapped sharply, near ripped from its mooring by a stray gust. Ilario arrived with the guests of the queen's party, the black-bearded marquess, the hunchbacked dowager, and, to my astonishment, all 3 mages. Major Vienne paused for a laughing conversation with a facet aide before mounting the gangway. Gaetana swept aboard with the other guests. Dante, his long hair plaited, his black brows and gaunt cheeks made more severe by a black tunic and deep blue gown, ascended the ramp alone. Both guests and crew kept their distance, which likely suited him very well. Though immeasurably relieved to see Dante, I was not sure whether to be fearful or reassured at the presence of our 2 principal suspects. Yet I doubted their own hands would be soiled with this day's work. Once more I scanned every person on the barge, the ring of guards, the people lining the wharves, the dinghies and shallops that dotted the broad reaches of the river. Where would the attack commence? It would come, I was sure of it. Deckhands hauled in the gangway. I forced myself to breathe. The barge-master barked orders from a small railed platform facing the oarsmen. Sechmar! Rowers settled into position and grasped the oars. Disema! Deck boys dressed in red tunics and gold arm rings cast off the mooring lines. Kisfa! 16 oars raised as one. Kisdish! As one, the sweeps dipped into the murky water. Smooth as its namesake, the Swan glided away from its berth above Merona's port and eased into the channel upriver, between the Destine and the grim stone finger of Spindle Prison. The rising wind shifted the furled banners and billowed the barge's filmy draperies and silken canopies. The king's ensign set up a steady whapping. I grabbed my narrow-brimmed hat to prevent it from making its own journey beyond the mouth of Hedron. Slack water! We'd not yet dropped anchor when the cry echoed through every bobbing boat, shallop, and skiff on the river. Another wave of raucous cheers and merry music swelled on shore. On board the caravel, copper-skinned seamen scrambled into the rigging, and more gathered at the Destine's bow and stern. Philippe, Haile, Ilario, the Marquess, and Marquesa gathered at the Swan's stern rail to watch a Destine seaman hoist Sabria's scarlet and gold. Guests crowded behind them on the grand gallery. A few, including 2 faced merchants and Mora, strung out along the starboard rail. I abandoned the chanting rowers and strolled toward Mora, thinking to find out why her mistress was not here. Saint-Jean de Duplay. I swiveled. Gaetana had come up behind me, serenely sober, as if bleeding young girls for power had never occurred to her. Dante, sour-faced, stood a few steps behind. Divine Grace, Master Gaetana, Master Dante, I said, inclining my head. Indeed a bright day. Yet the hazy sky was shading anything but fine at present. We'd see storms by afternoon. Dante, have you met Lord Ilario's secretary, Portier de Savin-Duplay? Asked the woman mage, extending a hand toward each of us. Portier was our quite competent librarian at the Collegia, knowledgeable as far as a layman can be. The barbed compliment reflected the sentiments of most at Saravin.
Dante's stare could have frosted flame. "I've doubts as to competence. But until yon female overseer finds me a proper servant, this knock-kneed craven's to fetch my books, assuming he can manage a task for a body with a mind attached." Hilario's current boisterous recitation of the Lay of Hedron's Mouth in the stern galley would do naught to dispel Dante's scorn. "Chevalier de Sylvet is a loyal supporter of our art," said Gaetana. "Her Majesty favors him." A trumpet fanfare from Philippe's heralds made further conversation impossible. The stern anchor raised, the Destine's crew now hauled on their bow cable as if to draw the great ship all the way upstream to the spindle by strength of their arms. But a shouted command loosed the spritsail, and the caravel began to come about. When the bow anchor lurched free, another scrap of sail high in the rigging was unfurled, and to the roar of Merona's delighted citizenry, the Destine harnessed the quartering wind and rounded slowly into the Lay's current and the outgoing tide. Gaetana beckoned Dante to resume their movement aft toward the king's party. But as Dante passed between me and the furled banners, he swiveled suddenly and grabbed my neck. His iron hand shut off my breath. Green eyes blazing, he pressed me to the rail and snarled, "Do you think me deaf? I'll have no murmured resentments as I pass. Keep out of my sight until you are summoned, librarian. The stink of failure offends me." A brutal twist and a powerful shove, and I crashed to the deck, sliding headfirst toward the chanting rowers. Chest burning, cheeks scraping the polished planks, I was only vaguely aware of blaring trumpets. From a corner of my watering eye, I glimpsed Haile's man haul on the lines. A cascade of painted linen unfurled from the bird-topped posts, first the king's own black and silver standard, then the gold-on-scarlet tree of Sabria, and lastly a new ensign, a sky-blue field with a white ship, a golden sun, and the words "honor" and "remember," and a third word that might have been "Destine," only the banner's unfolding tails crackled and spat, and the world an arm's length above my head erupted into a blinding spray of white flame. Chaos erupted in every quarter. Gluttonous flames swallowed the Destine's banners as if they had never been and raced along greased ropes and varnished crossbeams, quickly engulfing the next banner and the next and licking at the billowing canopies. Rolling, scrambling away from the fire, I tumbled over the edge of the gallery decking into the open hull, very nearly into a shocked oarsman's lap. My right hand sirened pain as if sparks of molten lead had penetrated flesh and bone. Bellowing oarsmen shot up from their benches, brushing frantically at skin and hair. A writhing, screaming few jumped into the river, while still others tried to slosh water over the bulwarks to douse the burgeoning fires. The barge-master, whose platform had placed him directly in front of the forward-facing banner, lay draped over his handrail, unmoving, pitted skin smoking like a field of geysers. Heavenly angels! Philippe! Eyes streaming, I strained to see the rear of the barge where I'd last seen my cousin, but billowing smoke and flame obscured the way. The whoresons who'd done this could not have found better tinder than the inked linen banners, the silken furnishings, and the swan's newly painted wood. The oarsman nearest me twisted and danced in macabre torment, screaming and clawing at his face. I lurched upward and reached out to steady him, but the current and the changing tide caught the barge and swung it around drunkenly. We both staggered. His partner in the lead bank, a brawny fellow with a gold strap across his chest, shoved us aside and yelled, "C'est chamar! C'est chamar!" A few men grabbed flapping oars and sat, though flames had burst out here and there like demonic seeds scattered from a plowman's hand. I needed to move, but the back of my right hand had become a paralyzing agony, the raw wounds smoking. Great heaven, as if I burned from the inside out. As the lead oarsman yelled and the few at the sweeps took up a ragged rhythm, I ripped the cloth band from my hat, dipped it in the water, and wrapped it tightly about my hand. I wasn't going to be able to do anything if I started screaming too. I needed to get aft, to the king, to Mora, Ilario, Dante. Cradling my hand, I scrambled onto the gallery deck. Blistering heat, dense white smoke, and licking flame barred the promenades on either side of the lounging pavilion. The only way to make it aft was to forge straight through the pavilion itself. Greedy flames licked at the sagging roof canopy and gnawed at the support poles. I took a deep breath and charged in. Impossible. The smoke was blinding, the walls ablaze. I tripped over a couch and crashed to the decking. A drifting ribbon of flaming silk settled on my sleeve. Rolling to the side, I slapped at the fire and scrabbled forward, straining to recall the room's arrangement from my morning inspection. Around the low tables, over a divan, shoved the chair aside. New flames exploded before and behind. Searing, thundering, they drowned out the screams and wails that had guided me. Everyone on the barge could be dead for all I knew. Father Creator, no air here. My throat scorched, my eyes streamed and blurred. Which way? Instinct clamored that my friends lay beyond the thickest battlements of white-hot flame. Near blind, panicked, I drove through the roaring wall. My feet stumbled on the aft steps. I scrabbled upward and burst into the air, gasping and swatting at my smoldering hair. The Marquess and 2 deck boys were passing buckets of water to Haile and his steward, battling the encroaching flames on the port side. The Dowager, half her body seared like roasted meat, wailed piteously. Ilario, pale hair and fine garments blackened, had stretched his long body over her to shield her from fiery debris as the flames crept ever closer. His head jerked up and his eyes widened as a post and crossbeam crashed beside me. The blazing fountain catapulted me forward. I curled in a knot, my seared lungs fighting for air. Calls for help from the starboard promenade spurred me to my feet again. I doused a cushion in the river and beat at a towering wall of flame, ever more frantic as the cries became screams of mortal pain and terror. I might as well have been trying to snuff the stars in a middle night sky. The barge lurched and wallowed, the horizon spun, my boots slipped and I crashed to the deck. Coughing, breathless, I clutched my wrapped hand to my breast and pressed my head to the planks. The flames flared higher, engulfing the entire center structure beam to beam. I was no hero who could defeat an inferno. The agonized cries became mindless bleats until the thunder of flames silenced them. Please, saints and angels, let Mora, Philippe, Ilario, Dante not be in there. Portier, get up! The stern voice of conscience lifted my head from the blistering deck, just as a wind gust cleared a hole in the heavy smoke. Philippe sat wedged against a bulwark, his head bleeding, a charred beam crushing his middle. An unknown man in tattered garments was attempting to shift it. I scrambled across the steaming deck. Sire, are you well? See to the others, mumbled Philippe, adding what strength he could muster as we hefted the beam and shoved it overboard. Wrapping his arms about his ribs, the king curled his head to his knees, coughing. Another gust stirred the gray smoke. On the far side of the stern gallery, Orviene and Gaetana had laid out scraps of charred silk, a great deal of shattered glass, a palm-sized golden flask, a silver drinking cup, and a brass fitting from the ship. Using a rope, they had created a ritual enclosure about the particles and themselves. Gaetana knelt at one vertex of a triangle, the rope looped round her waist. Orviene stood at a second vertex, the rope wound about his arm. They had enlisted Mora, hair straggling, one shoulder bare and blistered, to support the third vertex of the enclosing triangle. I did not need to see Gaetana's grip on a string of rubies twined around her fingers, or Orviene's focused concentration on the array to guess they had already infused a spell, something huge to require so elaborate a rite. The air crackled with more than fire. Helpless rage consumed me. To charge into the middle of an ongoing ritual risked worse disaster. But Dante... The mage, apparently unsinged, leaned against the stern rail between me and the other two, arms folded around his staff, doing nothing. Was he deaf? Blind? Dante! I yelled. The oarsmen are trapped! People are dying! The king is in peril! I could not tell if he heard me over the thunderous fire. His dark brows shadowed his eyes at such a distance, but he did not move. Another explosion ripped through the holocaust, and I threw myself atop Philippe, expecting a scourge of fire and splinters. But the droplets that spattered my head and back did not burn. Cold, wet, soothing, the spattering quickly became a gentle drumming as enchantment riddled my innermost being, and the sky brought forth a deluge. Chapter 11. 15 Kat, 46 days until the anniversary. 8 people died in the fire on the Swan, the 2 heralds, a botanist, one of the facet merchants, the barge-master, and 3 oarsmen, 1 burned, 2 drowned. 1 rower was blinded by the explosion. The disfigured dowager was likely to die as well, sooner or later. Almost everyone suffered burns, many far worse than mine. The rain had saved our lives. After the pleasure barge limped into port, King Philippe, the blood cleansed from his face, had proclaimed to the awestruck crowd that the Pantocrator himself had surely sent his blessed rain to douse the fires begun by a faulty brazier on Massimo Haile's vessel. The king reminded his subjects that the glory of the event must not be sullied by an accident that could happen on any common day. The Destinée and her noble crew were safely launched on their noble voyage, giving honor to Sabria and bearing the dead infant prince on his journey to heaven. Beloved and honored as Philippe had been since his defeat of Cotter, unlike the blood wars, the kind of wholesome conflict that creates heroes, he soon had his people cheering. He walked all the way up to Castel-Escalon, as if to show himself uninjured and unafraid. I suspected he had cracked ribs and could not bear the jostle of riding. Along the way, he distributed another barrelful of memorial coins imprinted with his dead son's likeness on one side, and the words honor, remember, and Destinée scribed around a ship's emblem on the obverse. It took no time at all for the rumors to begin, that the fire had been no accident, that the celebration banners had been enspelled with the white waxy substance known as devil's firework, that the Queen's mages had worked terrible spells before the fire, and that the Queen's absence meant— some dared not complete their conclusion, but many others did, inside and outside the palace. On the morning after the fire, a new chapbook showed up in Merona's markets, and in many a courtier's gloved hands. The story told of a scion concubine who decided to burn her land's emperor to bring back the spirits of her former lovers. That afternoon, the Queen's coach, transporting 2 of her ladies to the lace market, was battered by a barrage of rock-centered mud balls. Despite the crowded street, no witnesses to the incident could be found. If rumor and innuendo shadowed truth, the king would be able to stave off the hounds baying at his wife for very little longer. Ilario summoned me to his apartment that evening. His barber had trimmed his scorched hair short, save for one fair lock that dangled over his right temple, hiding a raw red streak. Twirling an ivory-headed walking stick, he paced and fidgeted, entirely unlike himself, as we exchanged platitudes about the dreadful event. "It is a grace the Queen was not aboard the Swan," I said. Head muddled and stomach churning from the incessant pain of my hand, I offered this sentiment entirely without innuendo. Ilario slammed his stick onto a table so hard the maple cane broke away and flew across the room, shattering a mirror. "She fell ill," he shouted, and launched the ivory elephant that remained in his hand clear through the open door and off his balcony. "For her to sail would have been torture." "Certainly, Chevalier, certainly." His vehemence shocked me out of my sleepless stupor. "And everyone in Verona knows it is customary for the Queen to supply celebration banners." Ilario's ferocious kick buckled the leg of a delicate chair that likely cost 10 times my year's pay. Then he snatched up a tasseled pillow and began ripping out its threads. "Anyone could have enspelled them. She herself stitched only the Destinée ensign. Others sewed and finished them." Great heaven! Grim certainty infused my heart, alongside sympathy and sorrow for both husband and brother. "Perhaps—" Ilario's slender hands paused in their destructive agitation, and he made another circuit of his room. "Now Philippe has seen evidence of true sorcery,
Perhaps he will broaden his mind. Compromise. He and Michel forever scoffed at her requests for calomancers or healers. That's why Jenny took it on herself to find help when Desmond fell so ill. If some mages are corrupt and wicked, it is no fault of the magic, or of my sister. My lord, if you could persuade Her Majesty to allow us to question— Don't ask it! He swung his long body around. By the sainted reborn, she'll not do it for her husband. She's certainly not going to do it for me. Her household is her only pride, her only domain. Deeds of honor that can further her family's progress through Ixtador must be her own, not lent, not granted by a husband. She will not yield control, and she will not be treated like a common thief. Of all the prattle that had fallen from Hilario de Silve's lips in these past days, the sincerest and most sober were those that embraced his half-sister. No matter his flighty ways, he cared deeply for her, and he was terribly afraid, rightly so. No queen's crown or wedding vow was proof against a charge of treason. I did not point out how unlikely it was for Philippe to compromise with Eugenie about anything after this disaster. Had her husband been any but Philippe de Savan-Journia, she would already have been in custody. So might Hilario as well. He had arranged our presence on the barge. Lord Hilario, look at me. I used the most commanding voice I could manage without splitting my skull. He halted, startled, as if he'd already forgotten I was in the room. Tell me, Lord Chevalier, who prompted you to choose Massimo Haile's barge for the king's launch party? You'd have thought I'd just asked him why the Pantocrator created the world. You did, Portier, or near enough. You said to do whatever I needed to keep the assassins off balance and ensure that you and the confounded Dante were near Philippe. No king of Sabria has ever graced a Facid's barge, and no mage and no minor secretary have ever accompanied the king to any such event. You don't think Massimo— The full import of my question struck him as a boot to the gut. He blanched and collapsed onto a silken divan that directly faced my own stool. Merciful hosts! You think that I— Certainly not. It's only I must have answers for the king. More ill by the moment, I could not answer further. He peered closely at my face that felt as clammy as sweating cheese, then popped up from his seat. In moments he returned with restored composure, a small towel, and a vase stripped of its flowers. When I saw you burst from that hellish fire alive, I thought you must be one of the saints reborn come to save us. Now you look as if we should cart you to the dead house. He dipped the towel in the vase and slopped the cool, wet thing over my head. Go to bed, Portier, and think. If I want Philippe dead, and Jenny and me hanged at Marona's gates, all I have to do is propose a game of stratagems and walk into his private study wearing a poison ring. His guards don't even search me anymore. He tossed the emptied vase onto his silk divan, hauled me to my feet, and shoved me toward the door. Philippe will never believe such scurrilous charges, he said, especially now Orviene and Gaetana have been redeemed, and such a justification of Eugenie's wisdom that is. No, these events have been perpetrated by some rogue from Saravin. You must shift your inquiries there. And so was I stymied as well. For indeed, our structure of ill-informed suppositions had collapsed the moment Orviene and Gaetana followed the cursed banners onto the Swan and raised a rainstorm. The Queen might still be the enemy Philippe feared, but our only magical suspects had saved the king, not slain him. Hilario retired to his country house for a few days to recover his spirits and grow out his hair, so he said, but insisted I stay behind and work on his scientific exposition. I want it held on the anniversary, to honor Prince Desmond as the launch was meant to do. Mayhap it will blot out the taint of this wickedness. Eugenie will be pleased. Philippe, too. The anniversary, 46 days away. Little more than a month to arrange a scientific and magical display unequaled in this age. I could not even begin. My attempts to address our more important business were equally futile. Plagued with persistent pain and nausea, a lingering cough from the smoke, and an internal storm of guilt and failure, I could neither follow the confusing trail of evidence nor devise any stratagem to further our investigation, assuming Philippe wished me to continue.
Every hour I expected a summons and a dismissal. The echoed screams of those dying on the Swan ruined what sleep my sickness allowed, and a pernicious dread grew in me every hour. On the third night from the fire, I huddled on the floor in the corner of my bedchamber, my head buried in my arms. A familiar, seductive inner voice insisted there was no use forcing myself to impossible tasks, no use striving to be something I was not, no use eating or drinking or sleeping or breathing. 9 years it had been since failure had so unraveled me, since the day I had killed my father in defense of my own life. On that occasion, illness, guilt, and despair had come near finishing what my father's knife had begun. Past, present, and future had faded to gray. My dreams of destiny had withered, replaced by blinding headaches and unfocused anxieties. A month it had been until I could speak my own name, 2 until I could engage in conversation, 6 until I could complete a simple task on my own, a year until I had relieved my mentor of his burden and resumed responsibility for my own life. "Not this time," I mumbled, as the sky lightened yet again. "You've sworn loyalty and perseverance to souls other than your own. If you cannot move forward, go back and start again." To begin, I drafted a letter to my solicitor, expressing a desire to locate the family of a disgraced guard captain and direct the paltry threat of my family allowance to its sustenance. It would be enough to stave off starvation. I sought out Verger Rinaldo and told him of a muddled vision of a family in danger, mentioning naught but Riverside and a girl child and a guardsman father gone missing. He promised to investigate. If Gruchin's family were to be found, he would do it. Then I returned to the more difficult task. The keys to Ophélie's torment and Michel de Vernaz's fate must surely lie at Serhavin. To travel there unremarked, I needed Dante's cooperation. Yet conscience demanded I tell him what I thought of a gifted man who could hear fellow humans suffer and die without so much as raising his hand. Such frankness would risk our partnership. But I could not stay silent. Once resolved to the necessity, I shouldered my journal like a flimsy shield and pressed through the busy byways of the East Wing. I had scarce lifted my hand to knock on the mage's door when it flew open. Dante yanked me inside by my belt. "Gods, where have you been?" he said, before I could speak even one of my carefully rehearsed words. "I near fright the serving men out of their trousers every time they bring me a dinner tray. We need—" He grabbed the wrist of my bandaged hand. "Damn the vile creatures, are you burnt?" With a grip kin to a mad dog's jaws, he dragged me to the sunny end of his apartment, shoved me roughly onto the couch, and kicked a stool into place so he could sit close. Fortunately, he took better care as he laid my hand on his lap and unwrapped the bandages. "Stop," I said, pain scrambling my arguments. "There's no need—" "Never bind a burn so tight, and never slather a burn with ointments like this. Burns need air. Joints need movement. Can you uncurl your fingers?" "Somewhat. It's only—" "Ah!" He had laid the back of my hand open to view, forcing my fingers out straight. The hole was swollen and seeping. Though smaller than warts, the 15 or 20 angry wounds yet stung as if burning spikes had been driven through flesh and bone. My stomach heaved, as had become its unfortunate habit. It was all I could do to hold back until he supplied a rag to catch the remnants of my breakfast. Dante disposed of the foul mess, poured a slick, bitter potion down my throat, and took up exactly where he'd left off, wriggling each of my fingers in turn. "It's well that it hurts. You understand that much?" My sweat-beaded face must not have reassured him. "If the burn is too deep, it destroys the underlying nature of flesh, the very senses that give you pain or pleasure. The physicians washed your wounds with natron, as I told them." My left hand massaged my head, which prickled as if tiny brooms were sweeping away the cobwebs of fever and sleeplessness. "Natron, yes. You told them?" "People assume that every mage knows healing." He jumped up and scrabbled through the paraphernalia on his work table, returning with an amber flask and a wad of clean linen. "Unfortunately, the study of healing requires a patience I've only recently developed.
At the time I had the chance to learn, I desired grander magic."
He dampened a square of linen and dabbed at the raw wounds. I strove for mental discipline, hoping to prevent further humiliation. One would think the particles had burned straight through my gut to the roots of my toenails.
"I can scarce distinguish bone from muscle or liver from heart," he said, "nor can I soothe so much as an itch out of mind, whether by conjury or practical wisdom."
He patted all dry, then bound a length of fresh bandage loosely about each finger before rewrapping my whole hand in the same fashion.
"Burns, though."
He snugged the trailing end of the bandage, then grimaced at his own scarred appendage.
"Burns, I know. Now tell me, did we not judge these villains rightly? So very clever they are. I'd never have understood what they were up to had you not laid the very revelation in my lap. Well done."
He jumped up and kicked the stool away in sheer exuberance. Thrown completely out of mind, hand throbbing, stomach curdled at imagining a burn that could have caused so terrible a ruin as Dante's hand, I could not comprehend in the least what he was talking about. We had been entirely wrong about the mages. Dante seemed to need no response from me. He circled the room, the fever of discovery propelling steps and speech.
"I'd never have thought you subtle enough to extract such secrets, but then I've no understanding of talk, as you've seen. Only the magic. An arrow that could penetrate iron, placed in the hands of an expert marksman, calomancy prepared in advance to douse a sudden conflagration."
Halfway through his second circuit of the room, he snatched up the flask, linens, and bandages, and returned them to his work table.
"So now, student, bend your mind to the villain's purpose. It's not just to lay suspicion on the Lady Queen, though her absence from the Swan fits that purpose like the popinjay fits his hose. That requires no such elaborate plotting. Nor can I think they were just looking to raise the reputation of sorcery, though Gaetana looked sour enough to gnaw her own arm when she heard the king speak of the Pantocrator's blessed gift of rain. If His Majesty refuses to admit what saved him, then next time they might decide to actually kill the royal fool."
My reviving faculties began to knit these rambling threads together. "You're saying they weren't trying to kill Philippe at all?" And then, of course, the revelation, the elusive mystery of Calvino de Santo's testimony, dropped into my own lap like an enchanted stone. Gruchin, the first mule, had been an expert marksman. He had aspired to be a sorcerer, but Gaetana had dismissed him from her service, accusing him of using transference. Yet she had not reported this offense. The threat of exposure and certain execution would ensure his silence about anything he'd seen or done, until the fool got drunk enough to babble about it to his captain. Only then did his accuracy with a bow begin to fail, and when De Santo dismissed him for his shaky hands, he had vanished with no one to notice save a wife and child. Gaetana, someone, had bled Gruchin for 2 years. What if Gruchin's marksmanship had not truly failed, but had been only temporarily blocked? What if the mages had promised him redemption and healing if he placed the arrow exactly where they told him? "Gruchin's arrow was supposed to miss," I said. "Supposed to penetrate the saddle and kill the horse and come ever so close to killing the king, making everyone believe that someone wanted the king dead, most likely his queen. Supposed to leave everyone afraid and suspicious. And then Orviene and Gaetana caused the fire on the Swan, but you knew, they intended all the while to bring on the rain to save Philippe." Dante scooped up a flat box and several other items from the work table and headed back toward me.
"Gaetana is a calculating witch. She would hardly have come sailing with us without a way to undo whatever mischief they intended. Orviene is thick enough to go sailing in his own piss. It just took me damnably long to figure out the banners were the danger. I wasn't close enough to them until we stood talking to you, and I smelled the wax. If I'd discovered the truth sooner, I'd have found some less drastic way to warn you." "You saved my life," I said, stupidly. "And my eyes, a gift of no less value. Yet with 8 dead souls screaming in my head, how could I thank him?"
He tossed an open book aside and set the flat box, a ball of string, and a knife beside me on the couch. He didn't meet my gaze. "It has occurred to me I might need you to get me out of here someday, to vouch for my good purposes and all that." "Too bad we couldn't have warned a few others, even if they were less useful to you." Dante's face, body, and spirit froze. "Speak this accusation completely, Portier." His voice reverted to the soft, cool precision so much more menacing than heated fury. "And while you're about it, lay out the terms of our agreement. If you wish me to salvage every sorry dullwit who strays into the path of wicked sorcery, then state that right now. Or if you wish me to curry these mages' favor and allow myself to be drawn into their trusted circle, state that. But understand that I am not so talented as to do both." "People were burning, dying. You did nothing." "Great works of magic that thwart murderous nature, works that might shield a man from fire or pain or drowning, cannot be devised in a heartbeat like a mother's trick to divert a naughty child. And I claim no subtlety to tease men out of danger or in half a moment create an impregnable excuse to heave 16 oarsmen overboard. You told me at the beginning that this was a dangerous undertaking. I thought you understood what that meant." This naive misunderstanding was certainly the truth. I had aspired to service, to useful purpose, hoped to prove that an accident of birth need not condemn a man to a hollow life. Never had I imagined Philippe's charge would cause me to see a man's eyes seared to blindness, or to hear a human mind disintegrate as fire consumed its living body. Perhaps I had allowed Dante's undeniable talents to impress me overmuch with confidence in his skills, and his enthusiasm for the hunt to induce me to forget that he despised his fellow men. Yet never could I have believed that the right course of my service must be to approve the choice Dante had made. What of simple mercy? Furious with Dante, with myself, with circumstance that forced such choices, I could see naught but to go on. Allowing such crimes as had been done to Ophélie and Gruchin to continue was unthinkable as well. "Fair enough," I said, gritting my teeth. "Clearly I held unreasonable expectations. Have the mages made overtures, welcomed you into their secrets?" "It has begun," he said, all his eager ferocity locked away. "Gaetana informed me that certain members of the Queen's household were invited to the launch of the Destine in company with the King. I assumed the arrangement was your work and agreed to come, as I had demanded of him." He strode to the window and threw open the casements. "They have also asked if I would teach them how I worked the little frippery at the ladies' party. I refused. They'll ask again." "And is it both of them? You said Orviene is thick. I see him as trivial." "She leads, he follows. Whether he knows where he goes or how, I cannot say." The silence stretched. Questions, strategies, misunderstandings swirled in my head, and I could not leave without addressing them. The box he'd set beside me contained 30 or 40 small cloth bags filled with fragrant herbs. "What are these?" "I need them tied shut. It's a thing I can't do." Brittle words, frigid. His maimed hand twitched, but he didn't turn around. I took up the task, more to give myself time to think than to assist him. I had to gather the mouth of each bag and grip it with my left hand, using my injured right to do the tying, an awkward process that I could not accomplish without flexing my painful fingers. With every twinge, I cursed him. Yet, as the hour ticked away, whatever potion he had used to bathe my wounds seemed to ease them, and I had released my festering anger, no matter how unsatisfactory the resolution. As a result, I was able to think more clearly than at any time since the fire. "This doesn't make sense," I said after a while. "Why would Orviene and Gaetana work this weather marvel to rescue the king, a wonder that could revive people's appreciation of sorcery, and then risk its association with the worst blights of magical history, mules and transference?" Dante snorted. "God's student, you are blind. Do you truly believe that collection of refuse they spread out on the deck drew the rain from the sky? The pattern was flimsy and absurd.
No, the real calomancy had already been worked and linked to a receptacle, some object they brought aboard, not something picked up by chance to balance the magical elements. This enchantment was so huge and so complex it required the strength of both mages to quicken it. I've never... He tugged at his collar, a fretful move I'd come to think signaled uncertainty. I am not skilled enough to dissect such spells as yet. His clipped words dripped scorn, for himself, not me. I recalled Dante's still focused posture in the stern of the Swan as the fire raged. I had desired him to work some miracle to save the dying, because I had already tried and failed. Helpless, frightened, I had wanted him to pounce on the two mages and withhold a coming doom. He had not, because he believed their spellwork benign, as it had proved. He had been feeling, sensing, examining, using whatever was this talent that enabled him to see the very structure of spellwork, doing what I had engaged him to do. But no matter my incompetence. He turned slowly and settled himself on the window frame, staring at something far beyond his chamber, arms folded. I'll swear on anything you care for that their gold flask drew forth the rain. The surge of power, he closed his eyes as if to envision it again, was as like the Camarilla's usual magic as a hurricane is to a baby's breath, as arsenic to mother's milk. Power fueled by Ophélie's blood infused into the spellworker's veins. Whoever has done this, their contempt is monumental. Dante ran his fingers through his untamed hair. I believe the mule, the girl, was meant to be discovered. Not as she was, before the event and able to speak, but after, so she could be linked to the murderous magic of the banners, which those few who understand the properties of the mineral phosphorus will understand to be no magic at all. A wax seal prevents its untimely combustion. Everyone would believe she ensorcelled the banners, and without her fingers it could not be proved otherwise. Some well-laid trail would link the banners to the Queen, whereupon we would be forbidden to search further. Another mystery unsatisfactorily solved, and the Lady of Sorrows blamed. He aimed his storm-hued gaze at me. Now, you tell me, great sympathizer with sorry humankind, why did the girl believe she had to die before this happened? Whatever her captors would do with her blood had already been settled. She could not stop it. She spoke of betraying a good man, not a good queen. What would an aristo student of magic call sin or betrayal? I had assumed Ophélie's betrayal meant royal assassination, murder. But if they'd never planned to murder Philippe, then what? I've not a guess, I said after a fruitless few minutes. The conspirators are taunting Philippe, forcing him to look the other way because elsewise he must blame his wife. A queen who champions sorcery accused of treason by a king already considered an enemy of the Camarilla, it would destroy the concord, throw the kingdom into chaos. But they're taunting us as well. They might not know who we are, but they suspect that someone is examining what they've done. Perhaps. Which means they're up to something that a persistent investigator will see if they don't distract him. Something that requires the kind of power they cannot draw from their innate talents. Ophélie was bled for near a year, Gruchin for almost 2. Who knows how many other mules they've used? What else have they done? As if taking the cue from my conviction, Dante strode into his bedchamber and returned with 2 wads of fabric. Shoving the box of half-tied herb bags onto the floor, he sat beside me and unwrapped the smaller one, a kerchief containing the twisted shard of metal from the crypt, Ophélie's manacle. "This piece teases," he said. "I've no doubt it bound the girl. The blood," he showed me the dark residue in the jagged tear that had freed Ophélie, "matched the kierna of the samples I took from her body. But she didn't break it. I found no commonalities between her blood or anything you've told me of her and the magic that tore the metal. Nor did I discover any commonalities with the magic worked on the Swan. True, that was a very different spell and a joint working, but I would judge that the magic that freed her was worked by someone else entirely. So easy to complete his logic, forcing an astonishing conclusion. We've yet another sorcerer involved. Dante rewrapped the shard and gave it to me. The magic was not only tremendously explosive, but entirely undisciplined. Not even a spell as we think of it. It felt as random as a lightning strike, its pattern utterly simple, but as raw and dangerous as the torn edge of the metal. As I fingered the wrapped manacle and marveled at the story it told, he unwrapped the larger bundle. The spyglass lay innocent in the folds of a cambric shirt. A bit of metal dropped to the floor and rolled to my feet. I picked up the silver coin. "That's an oddment," said Dante. "Its Kierna is very different from that of other coins, but then coins pass through so many hands for so many different purposes, they have quite a complex pattern to begin with. The oddities might come from its being a double strike or from being in a mule's pocket at the moment of his death. But whatever its history, it is now magically inert. It carries no spells. Stranger yet, none I've tried seem to affect it in any way." The silver disc induced no odd sensations as I had experienced the first times I'd held it. "And the glass?" He lifted the spyglass and shoved its wrappings aside. "I've taken it apart, studied it a bit with no ill effects. I've no doubt you'll inform me if I take on an even more fiendish bent." "I'll certainly speak out if I sniff brimstone in here again," I said, but no wry spark illumined his shuttered face. "Is your royal cousin a devout man?" I rolled the double-faced coin between my fingers as I considered the odd question. "I'd say not, though that's pure supposition. What other savants I know keep private altars, but they live heedless." I glanced up to see if he understood. He inclined his head. "You said the king saw dead men he knew, wandering in desolation, when he looked through the glass," he said. "What did you see? If I'm to explain this particular mystery, I need evidence." His request made sense, but no sooner had I sketched out my vision than he began to pick at its threads, gathering intensity like a lowering storm. "What kind of gate? Iron. Was it embedded in a wall? No, it stood alone. But the way— No, I didn't see an actual path, led through it. I just knew. Was your father's attire familiar? Yes. His favorite hunting coat. Was the landscape known to you? A dry hillside could be 1,000 different places in Sabria, but the gate— Did your father ever attempt sorcery? Not that I ever saw or heard. He was weak in all ways. Was there physical violence between your father and you when you were a boy? No. As a man? Once, only once. Do you pray for your father?" "That's quite enough," I said, jumping to my feet, trembling as the old scar on my left arm throbbed in time with my burns. I could not afford headaches or memories of daydreams that bled truth, or any of the turbulence these topics forever roused. "What does this have to do with the spyglass?" He didn't answer, didn't look up, didn't speak at all for a while. As he carefully unscrewed the outer brass ring from the wide end of the spyglass and lifted out a second, this one with the glass lens fitted in it. With a small prying implement, he removed 5 tiny brass fasteners from the rim, then pointed to a pattern scratched on the lens ring. "I think this might be the mark of the lens maker," he said. "Can you see it?" Still flustered, I motioned him to turn the ring into the sunlight. A squint revealed the scribed image of an eye with 3 rays spreading out from it. "I'll find out whose mark it is," I said. "But what does my private business have to do with this? What have you learned about the glass?" "Nothing certain, though I doubt it provides a window into some divine hunting ground. The spellwork pattern is erratic, like a quilt jointly made by a royal seamstress and a blacksmith. Some aspects are quite subtle, using properties of light and ether I've never conceived of. Some are little more than acolytes fumbling. The power that infused the spell is weak. And, as I told you at the beginning, the instrument's physical construction is uneven as well. Like this." He removed the brass rim and exposed the hidden edge of the lens. Bubble-like voids and tiny cracks marred the wavy edge of the glass. Filled with flaws. Again, I believe we have a different practitioner. Less skilled even than Orvienne. Far less raw talent than the one who burst the manacle. If it doesn't penetrate the veil, then what in heaven's name does it do? He didn't seem to hear my question. This guard captain, De Santo, he is not of the blood? I thought back to the way De Santo had spoken of Gruchen's blood ties, and my glimpses of his grimy hands, bare of family marks, covering his head. I don't believe so. And you don't think you could be working for Orvienne or Gaetana? Definitely not. He believes the king has betrayed him, that Philippe sacrificed him and his family in order to shield the queen and the mages who work for her. I want to see the captain. Tonight. I bristled at his demand. Why? Was my interview flawed? My report incomplete? De Santo saw nothing of Gruchen's attack. Dante, closed and cold, carefully reassembled the spyglass. Only when he had tightened the outer ring did he answer. He may have seen more than he thinks. Further questioning did naught but close him tighter. Eventually I yielded. Tonight, then. Meet me at the Temple Minor at 9th hour. Meanwhile, I need you to make a fuss about your books. It's time to go to Sarah. A rapping at the door sent both of us to our feet. Dante hurriedly rewrapped the spyglass and tossed it onto his jumbled work table. Enter. As I crammed Gruchen's coin into my pocket, the door opened to Gaetana. Chapter 12. 18 Cot. 43 days until the anniversary. Gaetana's chilly gaze slid from me to Dante and back again. Dante snatched up the book that yet lay open on the floor and thrust it into my arms. Does no one in this wretched place heed a man's word? Keep this nursery tale, librarian, and bring me the books I asked for. I don't care if you must copy them yourself or crawl all the way to Saravin to find them. I hunched my shoulders and gave a curt bow. I just thought, that's the problem, isn't it? He said, taking up his staff. I didn't ask you to think. Another delay, and perhaps I'll prevent your thinking altogether. Now, get out. His staff blurted fire, and I scurried out the door, not stopping until I reached the window gallery. Gaetana's derisive laughter followed me, scalding my ears as if I, too, could hear through walls. I slid my journal into my doublet and smoothed the crumpled pages of the book Dante had shoved at me. Annoying to note my hands yet trembled, near an hour since his questioning. By all saints, why did any mention of my father throw me over? He couldn't spring a knife on me again. Enfant Guillaume de Savin-Duplay was 9 years over and done with, no matter what the cursed spyglass showed. When I noted the title of Dante's book, I almost laughed at the irony. Translated from the ritual language of the Cotter witch lords, its title, Rovkedri Muerge, meant manifestations of the dead. As it happened, I had read the text before. It recounted a history of hauntings and phantasms, enumerating the distinctions between ghosts and specters, spirits and souls. The writer had been the first to propose the idea that those we Sabrians called saints, the holy dead designated by the Pantocrator as his hand in the living world, actually walk among us reborn into bodily form, a manifestation he called a biengazi. The cult of the reborn had grown up around this theory. Had Dante given me the tattered volume merely to support our diversion, or to keep the book from the woman's observation, or as material for study? Someday I would force the damnable mage to answer a question or two. I hiked the overlong distance to my apartments, stowed the book behind my armoire, and set out for the administrator's office to arrange my journey to Collegia Saravin. The supplicant bench sat unoccupied when I reached Damoiselle Mora's office. The lady herself sat at her writing table, her eyes focused somewhere distant, her tightly folded hands pressed to her mouth. A pen lay idle on her writing table beside an unstoppered ink bottle and a ledger book. "Divine Grace, Damoiselle," I said, tapping on her door. "Are you well?" The smudged eyes searched my face and promptly filled with tears. I shut the door behind me. "Lady, may I be of some service? Fetch you wine? Or some friend? A physician or apothecary? Or—" It occurred to me that she might be of a religious bent. Perhaps a temple reader? "You still hear them, don't you, Songeur? They break your sleep as well?" No need to ask whom she meant. "Aye, damoiselle. I tried to believe there was naught we could have done differently to save them." "I try that too. Though I'm so afraid." She quickly pressed fingertips to her lips, and a tremor racked her shoulders. Then she forced her features into something not quite a smile and picked up her pen. "What business brings you here this morning?" That moment's break between grief and resignation revealed emotion more disquieting than our shared memory of horror. "Lady, what frightens you so?" "As you said, some matters we cannot alter. Some promises we cannot undo." She tapped her pen on the table. "And now, please, Songeur, your business." Without encouragement, I had no choice but to move on, yet I resolved to return to the question. "Two matters, damoiselle. First, Mage Dante has become, insistent about his books. I must travel to Collegia Saint-Ravin. My familiarity with the Collegia's policies suggests that some official representation of his position in Her Majesty's household will facilitate his book borrowing. As to the second matter, you likely recall how Lord Ilario has tasked me to set up a scientific festival." We spent the entire morning together laying out Ilario's exposition, making lists and sketching venues, laughing at the infinite possibilities of magical and scientific exhibits that could astound Merona's worldly citizens. The easy grace of her company, her bright mind and incisive wit, her consideration for the needs of guests and household only strengthened my growing admiration. By mid-afternoon, she had obliged me with an official letter of request to the Collegia for whatever materials I would specify, sealed with her authority as the Queen's representative. She also provided me a letter of credit and an instruction for the steward's office to provide me amount and expense money for my journey. And, naturally, she offered referrals to a number of Merona's tradesmen who might craft the scientific displays. Among them were several lens-makers who might also provide a pair of spectacles at a reasonable price to a private secretary who had not yet received an advance on his pay. I blotted the page where my unburnt left hand had awkwardly scribed the list of tradesmen, closed my journal, and stood to go, Mora's letters in my grasp. "Damoiselle, this day has been exceptional. And now, please, will you not allow— Might I assist you in some more personal fashion? Or perhaps you have some other friend to confide in?" I felt like a stammering fool. But throughout my worst days, the ready ear of my mentor, Cajetan, had coaxed me out of my skin's armor, allowing me to release grief and fear and burdens held close since childhood. She walked me to the door. "Ah, kind Songeur, you have not lived long at Castel Escalon. Friends are rare enough for one who holds the Queen's keys. Trustworthy confidants extremely so." At least I had prompted a smile, however forlorn. "For the present, I must attend my lady and report on the day's business." "I'll be off, then. But, good lady—" My hand rested on the door lever, still refusing to press it. "When I return from Saint-Ravin, would you consider— I would deem it a great honor and a great favor if you would forego business and walk out with me some afternoon. I vow by my royal cousin's head to provide you a trustworthy ear. Or you could regale me wholly with nonsense, if you prefer, as my appreciation of that art has grown deeper with recent experience." As the warmth from a morning fire sweeps quietly through a chamber to devour the night's chill, so did the lady's pleasure smooth her brow, soften her smile, and flush her cheeks to an even deeper hue. She dipped a knee and tilted her head most charmingly, causing my body to respond in ways it had near forgotten. "It would be my delight to engage in such a venture. Far too long has passed since I've spent an afternoon walk exchanging nonsense." "Well, all right then." I pulled open the door. "Divine grace, smooth thy journey, portier," she said as I stepped out, her voice enriching my name as clotted cream improves whatever sorry fruit it sits on. It required the long, steep hike down to the lower city to replace unseemly distraction with my afternoon's purpose. But mind triumphed over flesh, and I spent the rest of the afternoon exploring Marona's craftsman's district. After a start on exposition business, I turned to the lens makers. With 6 scattered shops on the list, it would have been simpler merely to ask if someone knew which shop used the radiant eye as its crafter's mark. But Michel de Vernazé might have pursued these same lines of inquiry, and I deemed it wise not to walk too obviously in his footsteps. Unfortunately, I completed my last interview at the last shop on the list without encountering any such mark on signboard, doorway, or lintel. "Your spectacles will be ready tomorrow morning, soldier," said a lanky young man named Watt at a tidy workshop called the Glass House. I had not truly intended to buy spectacles, not being of an age to require such aids. Yet I had been astonished at the clarity of fine-printed text when reading through some of Watt's sample lenses. When he proffered a guess that I might suffer blurred vision and watery eyes after prolonged reading, especially in poor light, which was exactly true, I asked how he knew. On a slate he used to tally up costs, he sketched a diagram of the human eye, as presented in a lecture at the Collegia Medica, he told me. With deft strokes, he showed how rays of light enter the eye's own lens at various angles from close and far objects, forcing the marvelous structure to alter its very shape. I marveled at this knowledge and could have discussed the subject for another hour. The artistry of such a creation would surely convert a non-believer to the Pantocrator's service. But as Watt totted up what I owed him, his sketch prompted me to one last inquiry. I tapped a finger beside the drawing. "I've seen this pattern before," I said. "An eye with rays of light streaming in or out. Simpler, perhaps, but very like. I can't think where. Has someone erected a copper plaque to memorialize this insightful scholar? I seem to recall it etched in metal." Watt laughed, and from a shelf on his wall pulled out a common magnifying lens, its scuffed ring of tarnished brass fastened to a yellowed ivory handle. He pointed to a scratch on the brass ring. "Was this the mark?" My soul exulted at the chance so nearly missed. "That's it exactly. Is it your own?" "Nay, 'tis the mark of Revin Sky, a fellow artisan known more as a lampright, who crafts both instruments and lenses to order. He's a decent sort who works cheap, only 2 streets over. In confidence," he leaned forward, "he's only a bargain if you don't care about finish or precision. I can refer you to 3 instrument makers will do you better for a Lord's exhibition, and my lenses come second to no one's. You'll hear it said all over." I asked no further details, insisting my master would not tolerate poor work. But I explored the area 2 streets over from the Glass House and found Revin Sky's grimy little shop down an alley. No one in such a place was going to believe I'd come to consult about a royal exhibit, so I presented the equally grimy Revin Sky a different story. "A fellow from Castel-Escalon recommended you as one who could make uncommon instruments," I said, exposing my hand quickly so he could not identify the family mark. His own left hand was bare. "Perhaps incorporating a particular lens I've made myself." "Aye," he said, and licked his yellow-brown front teeth. "I've done specialty work for your like. What kind of instrument? And who's your friend?" "He'd rather me not say, as he's employed high, you know," I said. "And the matter's confidential. I've a need to peep in a gent's window, see if my wife's visiting. He said you do a fine spyglass." "Gruchen!" He leapt from his stool, sending tools and metal bits crashing to the floor. I was wholly unprepared when he barreled into me, his soft, heavy body crushing me against the table, fetid breath bathing my face, and a rasp pointed at my eye. "Where is the whoreson villain? Near 3 years and he's never paid me for the instrument. Sneaking belly-crawler with his precious lenses and grand schemes. Claimed his luck had turned, said the thing'd make us a fortune." "He's dead. Honestly, Goodman Sky, I've no money." My babbling attempts to divert his wrath soon convinced him I wasn't worth a charge of murder. "I don't believe Gruchen's dead," he grumbled, grinding his rasp on a lump of bronze. Some said it when his house burnt, but they only found his wife and youngling in it, and maybe his luck is what had him away from home when it happened. For sure as I'm born, not a year ago, he stole that cursed spyglass right out of here. Thieving weasel. I spotted him running away with it. A half hour, and all the coins in my pocket save Gruchin's double-strike silver, the dead man's luck charms, so I learned, and Revan Sky was back at work, mumbling of vengeance, thievery, and cheats. Climbing the hill to Castel Escalon, I pieced together the story. After Gruchin was dismissed from the mage's service, he had fashioned lenses with spells he'd learned from them. Sky said the guardsman had decided to make himself a sensation by selling glimpses through his magic spyglass, though I never saw the use of a miracle glass that showed naught but a blur. Verger Rinaldo would find no girl-child to rescue. According to the lensmaker, Gruchin's house had burned shortly after his dismissal from the Garde Royale, well before the fateful arrow shot. I added the child and her mother to the tally of murders. Perhaps Gruchin had learned what they'd done to his family and planned his revenge all the months they'd bled him. But for certain, early on the very day Gruchin donned the armor of a royal guardsman and joined the Garde Royale's exercises, likely the only moment of freedom he'd had in almost 2 years, he had stolen the useless spyglass from Revan Sky's workshop. Once he had taken his not-quite-murderous aim at the king, the mule had grasped his unholy glass and stood where the fallen guardsman could not possibly fail to kill him. Though his captors had muted him, he had found a way to expose something of their work. Nothing suggested the mages had come looking for the spyglass, either before or after Gruchin's death. An eager ferocity rushed through me. It seemed to me that unless a captive Michel de Vernaze had told them, they didn't know it existed. Calvino de Santo unharnessed himself from the coal cart in the pale glow of a watch lamp. "Speak to him or leave him be," I murmured to Dante as we crouched in the alley watching. "Does it give you pleasure to spy on a good soldier's shame?" The tarry night of the stale, filthy alley behind the Garde Royale barracks obscured my companion's face, though I doubted I could read any more answer there than usual. Dante had devoured my tale of Gruchin's spyglass like a starving dog cleans a bone, then insisted on searching out the disgraced guard captain immediately, while revealing naught in return. We had expended an hour of the unseasonably warm evening hunting De Santo, and 3 more following him about his night's drudgery. Every time I made a move to approach the man, Dante's iron hand had held me back. "Will you just keep silent?" he snapped through gritted teeth. "I've worked a theory." De Santo's yoke and straps clattered as he threw them into the cart. He left it standing beside the black hill of coal that fed the guard post braziers throughout the palace, then disappeared into the barracks doorway. Annoyed at the wasted evening and Dante's surly company, I stood, stretched out my aching legs and back, and cradled my throbbing hand. It was almost middle night. "I'd like some sleep. I'm off to Saint-Revin tomorrow early. We can test your theory when I get back." Dante's cold grip encircled my ankle. De Santo had reappeared in a stream of yellow light spilling from the doorway, a blanket thrown over his shoulder and a pail in one hand. As the closing door shut off all but the pale watchlight, he turned away from us and trudged farther into the alley, where an iron fence barred the end and the shadows were deep. Metal clanked dully on stone, water sloshed, the man coughed and spat. Silence fell, but Dante did not release his grip. Moments later, De Santo began to speak. "Holy angels, messengers of Father Creator," the familiar prayer rose from the distant dark. "Heed my petition for hearing and grace to ease the journey of Galtero de Santo, honored father, and Nicia, beloved mother, of Barella and Guilia, sisters fallen in their childhood, and Roland, son of my body. Let neither my dishonor nor my corruption taint their memorials or slow their steps." His prayers were lengthier than those I dashed off each evening, and heartfelt as only a man who asked naught for himself could make them. I growled at Dante and dragged at his shoulder to come away. We had no right to hear this. But the mage would not budge. He gripped his staff and stared into the dark and whispered, "Discipline." I closed my eyes and crushed my rising temper.
and in that fathomless darkness behind my eyes appeared a snarled tangle of scarlet threads and purple barbs, and disjointed blots of shaded gray crossed with livid stripes. How could a pattern of color writ on the inside of my eyelids turn my knees to jelly? "And for one other lost traveler, unmourned," De Santo's voice quavered. "Hear me, most gracious angels and holy saints." "No, no, no!" Shifting air stirred the warm stink of piss and rot in the windless alleyway. The chill, dry intrusion spoke of earth and dusty leaves and cedar. "By heaven's grace, leave me be!" When De Santo's panic wrenched my eyes open, I thought Dante's magical seeing had seared through my head. Faint silver flashes and purple flickering outlined the captain's kneeling form. Not lightning. Only the great bulk of the palace armory stood beyond the iron fence at De Santo's back. My stomach rolled. "What do you want of me?" De Santo cried. "I pray for you. I can do no more than that." The light crawled about De Santo, shooting out tendrils of livid green and purple, charging the air to bursting. De Santo's pleas disintegrated into a despairing moan. I pressed my back to the brick and sank down beside Dante. By the Creator's hand, what? The question died on my lips. The mage had pulled out the spyglass, propping the brass body in his clawed right hand while holding the eyepiece with his functioning fingers. When he tried to adjust the eyepiece, the wider end slipped out of his dead fingers. Swearing softly, he tried again, with the same result. I slipped my shoulder underneath as a prop and steadied the glass with my unbandaged hand. Better to be the support than the one peering through that cursed lens. Dante's breath caught, then he exhaled, long and slow. After a moment, he eased his grip on the glass and pressed it urgently into my hands. No mistaking his intent. A sickly, wavering light now cocooned the wailing Calvino de Santo. Dread shriveled my skin like old grapes. But I raised the glass. Sainted bones! I could not but recall Watt's sketched light, the straight rays bending as they passed through curved glass and again as they penetrated the textured eye. But the artisan's rendering had shown the object of vision clarified, unblurred, not wholly altered, not reshaped from green and purple lightning into a man's starved likeness. Protruding teeth, receding jaw, bony and stubbled, scars and mouth-like wounds gaping everywhere on knobbed gray limbs, small, close eyes, blacker than a Noure's obsidian gaze, accusing and terrible. You don't believe in ghosts, Portier. Dead is dead. I snatched the glass from my eye, my throat near clogged when I picked out Dante's dark shape creeping along the alley wall toward De Santo and the flickering light. Cursed idiot! As manic a fool as Ilario, to seek out horror. Responsibility dragged me along the wall behind the mage. Someone who cared for the weeping soldier ought to be alongside. Yet with every step forward, mind and body escalated their war. My skull ached as if crushed in an iron clamp. Despite the night's warmth, I could not stop shivering. De Santo remained oblivious to our presence. Poised a few paces behind him, Dante stretched his arms wide, as if to embrace the poisonous vision. Indeed, for a few moments the writhing fire flared brighter, as if the mage were new kindling to feed on. Like a virulent outwash of the encounter, bitter anger settled in my bones. Purulent hatred clung to my spirit like sap from broken cedars. Prayers of unseemly gratitude bubbled from my soul as I huddled to the clammy brick. Gracious angels be thanked, this horror was not mine. When, after a fathomless time, the last purple wisps faded, Calvino de Santo slumped into a silent, shapeless blackness, and Dante withdrew. The mage nudged me down the passage and around a corner before sinking to the filthy cobbles, uncurling his broad back against the brick wall, and clutching his staff between drawn-up knees. His breath came in hard gasps, as if he'd run a foot race. Some might call blood-borne power a curse when it refuses the summons of will, as yours has done, he said after a moment. But I think it serves you. He removed the forgotten spyglass from my paralyzed grasp and weighed it in his own wide palm. With a grimace, he stuffed the instrument into his shirt.
My blood serves me? How? Blessed saints, what did we just see?
I believe that when you first looked into this glass, it played on a particular guilt and horror you carry with you about your father's end. The same for your king, who saw friends and good servants he has led to their deaths. The factor you hold in common is your savant blood, however ineffectual that may be in magical circles. When De Santo first looked through the glass, he glimpsed the mule at the moment he crossed the plane of death, and guilt left him vulnerable to the glass's spell, as it did for you. But the captain is not of the blood, and for him the enchantment did not resolve fully, as if his own spirit became caught in a trap of wire and broken glass and cannot get free of the unresolved vision of the mule. Whenever the captain opens his spirit, when he prays, for example, as a devout man does every night, he brings the mule's spectre to life again. The spyglass bound Gruchin's spirit to De Santo? His soul cannot pass beyond the veil? Tales in every age spoke of sorrowful spirits who lingered after death, chained by vengeance, grief, or urgency to the earthly plane. Ghosts, shades, visible spirits. The implications of magic that could force a soul to such incomplete existence were beyond imagining. What we saw was not Gruchin's ghost, not anything you'd name a soul. Believe me, there was no intelligence, no person there. Dante shook himself as if to be rid of the encounter. A spectre is only a splash of energies, a phantasm or seeming, a vivid memory. A nasty, vicious one in this case, no argument there. The mule died committing a purposeful act of vengeance, filled with malice and rage, and this spectre encompasses and inflicts that pain every moment of its manifestation.
There must be more to it, I said. Why guilt? De Santo didn't even realize who Gruchin was until later.
Dante shrugged. Guilt knows little of truth. As far as the guard captain knew, the mule was an assassin who'd come a hair's breadth from slaying the king he'd sworn his life to protect, and the king was shed of his armor by De Santo's act. Perhaps excitement or fear would do the same.
But I never glimpsed the man, living or dead, and I know as well as I know anything in this life that the face I just saw was Gruchin.
Aye. The consolidation of the spectre, the accuracy of the likeness, that's a considerable wonder. But perhaps not so much as when one with a bent for magic spies through the glass. De Santo experiences a fragment. You and your king see something wholly real. We just don't know what.
Revan Sky saw naught but a blur.
Perhaps the key to the spell had not been spoken. Perhaps the lens-maker was never affected by anyone's death. I don't know. But the lenses seem to focus these overpowering emotions and metaphysical realities connected to death, fix the resulting energies to physical memory, and so create a phantasm, a considerable accomplishment. Yet, think about this, not at all what the Queen has in mind.
Of course. It was so easy to get caught up in the moment's wonders and forget the driving force behind Dante's investigation. The Queen did not desire phantasms. My grateful fingers clung to the rough edges of the solid, mundane brick behind my back. Then the spyglass enchantment was a failed experiment, I said.
Dante sighed and hauled himself up with his staff. That's my belief. As the fop told us, as the lady herself expressed to me at my interview, the Queen wishes to speak to her mother and have the dead lady answer back. She desires neither specters nor ghosts, but Engasi, embodied spirits, returned from the dead to walk the earth, an entirely different matter.
True necromancy.
I've never seen it done, he said, almost speaking to himself. Of all my teachers, I don't know if it's even possible. That's why I need the books. All of them I asked for.
Teachers. It was Dante's first mention of his schooling, and curiosity near overwhelmed my sense. But it came to me that I might be more likely to get an answer if I didn't pounce this time. Odd and testy as Dante was, I liked him, and I respected him beyond my wonder at his considerable gifts, and I believed he must have good reason for the bitterness that drove him, as my own peculiar history drove me. That's why I'd been so angry at what I'd seen as his failure in compassion. I'd been angry at myself for failure in judgment.
Someday I would learn. I sighed and rubbed my tired eyes. I still don't see what necromancy has to do with Philippe. He has long turned a blind eye to the Queen's illicit desires. The temple is too weak to contradict his judgment. The Camarilla won't. They've never condemned necromancy, only its abuse, bending to the temple's rule in the matter only to ensure their own survival after the Blood Wars. Philippe's subjects love him well enough that they'll not be prompted to rebellion by rumors of his unlucky wife's grieving. So these distractions of feigned assassinations, mules, and transference are hiding what? I don't know. He offered me a hand, dragging me to my feet as if I were but a stripling. We set out through the warm night, neither of us able to answer this most critical question. A dog barked in the distance. A flurry of invisible wings greeted us as we passed through a deserted garden. A fountain rippled and gurgled, peaceable sounds to contrast with what we'd seen. Michel de Vernazé must have trod close to the answer, said Dante after a while. The king has received no ransom demands, no encouragement to change anything in exchange for the Comte's life? No. I hope to pick up Michel's trail at Serravin. Dante paused between the two arched gates that led into the more traveled pathways of the palace. He was little more than an angular shape in the dark. This morning Gaetana asked if I could translate a treatise on the divine elements, written in her family's private cipher. They seemed to have lost the spell key to the code. I accepted the task. Heat rushed through my limbs and fluttered my belly. After a day that seemed to have wrung every possible emotion out of me, it took me a moment to recognize sheer excitement. My eyes met Dante's. Their feral brightness near blinded me. Good, I said, matching his ferocity. Excellent. He nodded. I should make my own way from here. You're off tomorrow, you said. Yes, I'll be gone 3 days, 4 at most. If you need something right away, Ilario returns to Merona in the morning. He turned to go, but hesitated halfway round. You oughtn't trust the peacock. His untruth is seated so deep it is scarce detectable. Your king trusts him at his peril. Lies about what? If I knew, I'd hardly keep it secret, now would I? I've questioned Ilario, I said. I've had my own reservations about him, especially after the Swan, but I see naught but a good-hearted, ridiculous man who loves his half-sister inordinately. He's made a place for himself in this world. Not one you or I would want, but one that seems to suit him. Give me evidence of something else and I'll take it to the king. Dante shrugged. I've no source you'd credit. Tell me when you do. And by the by, I raised my bandaged hand, ignoring the barbed spikes that shot up my arm with every movement. Thank you for this. It feels better already. He snorted rudely. Lies do not become you, student. Tend the hand. Use it. You'll be glad. He started for the gate, a strange, lonely figure, his white staff marking his passage. Where in the Father's creation had he come from? Master, I called after him, does your blood shield you from the specters of the spyglass? His answer drifted backward as his shape merged into the dark of the garden arch. I don't pray. Chapter 13. 21 Cot, 40 days until the anniversary. The sultry breeze ruffled the pages of 5 years' worth of logbooks heaped on the library table. Nidalo, the soft-bodied adept temporarily assigned to my position as Collegia Serravin's curator of archives, hovered at my shoulder, disapproving. You must allow me to close the casement, Acolyte Duplay. Constant temperature and gentle handling are critical to preservation, and I don't understand why you need so many logbooks out at once. The sun-sweetened airs of Serravin's rocky vale had cleansed the musty odors of dead houses, royal crypts, and haunted alleyways from my head. I wasn't about to shut them out. How had I borne 15 years in these stifling precincts, 9 of them closeted in this dusty labyrinth of book cupboards, lamp-grimed walls, and age-darkened study tables? Note the dryness of the parchments in the older journals, I said. Experience informs us that more water would improve the balance of elements in the preservation spells. The moisture in the air will suffice. Surely you don't suggest immersing the books in water, Nidalo? My recent practice at fabricating lies served many circumstances on this journey.
Certainly not.
He shook his head sharply, as if trying to extract sense from my logic.
Then keep the windows open. And if you could give me a better idea who might have borrowed a treatise on heaven and earth, I would not need so many volumes. Visiting scholars borrow books every week. You must keep a running tally, compiled monthly at the very least. I've a notion it was Idraga de Farnese who last requested this work, but have no idea when the good woman last visited. If you had to deal with this new mage at Castel Escalon, you would understand my determination. He is the most unreasonable, crude, demanding—
Angels protect me, I babbled like Ilario. The torrent of words poured from my mouth, each whirl and eddy leading poor Nidalo farther from espying my purpose, or so I hoped. The adept retreated to his search for the missing treatise. He had not seen me slip the exquisite little volume into my pocket within a half-hour of my arrival at my old haunts. I stretched out my newly unbandaged fingers and settled back to work in the quiet niche. Nidalo's irritated mumbling at the disappearance of a valuable text kept me apprised of his location. Switching logbooks frequently enough to prevent anyone from noting which most interested me, I jotted more entries in my journal. The gate warden's log confirmed that Michel de Vernazé had indeed visited Saravin twice the previous year, the first time shortly after the assassination attempt, the second a 10-day after his letter to the king hinting at new information and an extended journey. He had met with 6 senior mages on the first occasion, and only 2 on the second. Both times he had spoken with Cajetan as well. That was only to be expected. Saravin's chancellor received every high-ranking visitor. As I recorded Michel de Vernazé's visits and appointments, I encoded them with shifted notation, even within my usual cipher. I shifted times, dates, and other names in a similar fashion. The need to mask my inquiries wrenched my soul. Collegia Saravin had been my haven from family upsets and an unwelcoming world, a serene community of the mind where I could explore and contemplate the wonders of a mystical universe. Yet its genteelly crumbling walls enfolded ugly secrets, tainting my memories as if mold had crept out of its corners. A sorcerer associated with the Collegia had vilely abused Ophélie de Marangel right under our noses for months. How could those of us entrusted with children's minds, myself included, have been so inexcusably blind? I recorded and encoded every reference to Ophélie as well. In the early days of her residency, the girl had made occasional day visits to Saravin village, usually in company with the same few students, names duly noted. She had spent short holidays with the families of these same girls, only returning to her home in Chaliat for the month-long harvest recess. Library records scribed in my own hand indicated that 3 years ago, against all earlier indications, Ophélie had advanced to the rank of adept. That is, she had demonstrated sufficient talent and skill to study serious magic. The timing jibed with Dante's estimate of when she had begun bleeding herself. Only lunatics and desperate children could find logic in bleeding away one's soul to unblock the wellsprings of magic. Ironically, only an innately talented child could derive benefit from the attempt. Sometime in the next year, long before she had been moved to the crypt at Castel Escalon, a more experienced hand had begun taking her blood. Certainly in the months after her advancement, Ophélie's habits had changed dramatically. She left the school only rarely, at first alone, later in company with a different girl, a younger student named Lionel née Khazar. Everyone knew the Khazar girl. Tutors considered her talented but erratic, and were forever chastising her lack of discipline. I recalled her as unremittingly annoying. She would demand to read every work in the library, even the most advanced texts, on obscure topics such as animal summoning or bone reading, rather than choosing a broader selection of materials suited to her age and level. And she had plagued me with endless questions about impossibilities, such as invisibility or altering time. I had never realized she and Ophélie were friends. I jotted another date, then jerked my pen from the page. But that's the same— The words slipped out before I knew it.
Is something wrong, Portier? Nidalo imposed his beaky face into my light again as I flapped a page of my journal back and forth and back again to verify what I had just noticed. No, I just thought I had found Idraga's name in Mage Gadavron's appointment list for the 31st of last Oset, but my eyes played tricks on me. I'm not yet accustomed to these spectacles. But the surprise had nothing to do with Idraga, and there was no mistake. As I had encoded the last instance of Ophélie and Lionel visiting the village, it struck me that I had encoded the same date on a previous page. It was the exact day of Michel de Vernaz's first visit to Collegia Séravin. I quickly scanned the gate log for additional references to Lionel Necazar. The younger girl had gone out on her own early that same morning of Michel's visit, noting her intended destination as the fields, and her purpose as to collect fresh herbs for a formulary project. She had returned an hour later. Flipping through the wide pages, I skipped to the occasion of Michel's second visit. A scrawled notation glared up at me. Lionel had left the school on that morning as well, with destination Tigano and purpose to return a stray dog. She had returned to the Collegia less than an hour before Michel de Vernaz's arrival. I gave no credence to coincidence. Not daring to feel excitement, I spent the next hour retrieving all the information I could glean about the Khazar girl from the archives. She returned to the Khazar domain for school recesses, but otherwise left the Collegia only on class outings. She took no more of the village market excursions she had taken with Ophélie. She had appeared before disciplinary boards at least 12 times in 3 years, and had been placed on probation twice. It would be awkward to find the girl. Classes were already completed for the day. Only specialized tutorials went on in the hour before supper. For students not involved, it would be free time. I pushed away from the desk enough to spy around a corner to Nidalo's desk. The handwritten paper posted on a nail beside it provided a possibility. "Adept Nidalo," I called. "I need assistance retrieving some additional materials from Master Dante. Have you this month's restriction list?" Lionel Necazar had spent half her time on the restriction list since she had arrived at Séravin. I smothered a smile as I perused the notice. Indeed, the girl's name appeared along with those of 6 other students available for extra work during their free hours due to disciplinary infractions. Nidalo roused a student from a corner table to fetch the 2 malefactors I selected. As I waited, I occupied my twitching fingers by reshelving logbooks. On a whim, I flipped the student log to Mora's records, thinking to discover some common bent that might lead to conversation outside palace business. I'd spent much of the 2-day journey to Séravin reliving our pleasant hours working on the exposition and planning what I might say when we next met. Unpracticed at casual conversation and with so much of my present life secret and my past dull or melancholy, I felt as nervous as an acolyte. The record provided only one interesting tidbit. I had assumed Mora abandoned her studies for the same reasons I had, but indeed she had passed the intermediate examinations for adept's rank with high recommendations in all disciplines. Her claim that sheer boredom had sent her to court must be the truth. The reason was certainly not lack of talent. Shuffling footsteps rounded the corner into my niche. I shoved the logbook back into its place. "Divine Grace Benat, Lionel," I said, exposing my hand to a fidgeting, spotty youth of about 15 and a wiry, sun-browned girl a little younger. "And with you, acolyte," the stammering boy exposed the back of his hand. "Songeur de Duplay," said the girl, scarce dabbing her small hand on her shoulder. Her gray eyes raked me from head to boot. "Are you come back to Séravin, then, curator? Everyone says you gave up and left because you couldn't read your way past the examinations." Lionel was exactly as I remembered her. Dark green student's gown stained and wrinkled, hair escaped from 2 braids and frizzed about a smudged face. Speech neither belittling nor sarcastic, but merely uncomfortably frank for a girl of 13. "I am now attached to Queen Eugenie's household," I said, "and I require assistance obtaining materials for Her Majesty's mages. As you may remember, I like to ensure that students on restriction make good use of their time." To be sure, I had called on the quiet Benat, continually disciplined for his inability to speak clearly, more often than the brittle-edged Lionel. I whipped out my transcriptions of Dante's odd requests, items ranging from crystals of blue-white antimonium to several types of exotic feathers to shards of facet pottery and cyan porcelain, many of which were difficult to obtain outside a sorcerer's supply room. The requirements were so numerous and so varied, requiring trips to the aviary, the metallurgical store, and several individual mages, in addition to the general supply cupboards, it should take the students several hours to fetch them all, longer in truth, as I had split the list most unfairly, leaving all the most difficult acquisitions to poor Bernard. Once the two were dispatched on their errands, I began packing a stack of borrowed volumes into crates destined for Dante. Inevitably, my mind turned to the Mondragone texts. Since the day I had refused his demands to acquire them, our mystery had spiraled deeper into a darkness where innocents died in fire, and a conjured spectre drove a decent man to despair. Illicit power for sorcery and transgressing the boundaries of death were exactly the specialties of the Mondragone, who had named their family the Brotherhood of Malevolent Spirits. How could I deny Dante any resource that might lead to understanding our quarry's aims? Acquiring the texts would not be easy. Assuming I could find an excuse to visit the vault and abscond with forbidden materials, in no way could I take them all. The collection comprised more than 50 bound manuscripts and scrolls, far too many to escape notice were anyone to come looking and find them missing. "Adept," I called. "Could someone have shelved our missing treatise in the vault by mistake?" The short downward stair to the library vault began in an alcove just past the curator's desk. Impossible to pass without Nidalo's noticing. "No," he snapped, slamming a large herbal on my bookstack. "Every visit to the vault is supervised. Just because you no longer serve as curator does not mean the library has fallen to ruin." No, certainly not. But you see, I myself might have put the book there a few months ago. I seem to recall hearing that the Chaliac copy had been destroyed in a fire. I was concerned that our original would be the only remaining version. Perhaps we could take a look. As I had done frequently during the day, I tapped my fingers idly on Mora's document authorizing my access to all Serhavin's resources. Huffing in profound offense, Nidalo retrieved the keys from his desk. The vault door swung open with a dull clang. The adept hung a lamp from the drop chain in the center of the small stone room, then planted his back against the doorframe and waved a hand at the 2 small cupboards and 3 chests, one of wood, one of leather, and one of iron. "Quickly, if you please." The cool, windowless chamber housed what few magical texts had survived the Blood Wars. I touched the brittle volumes reverently, noting a threadbare cloth cover that had split, and a gilded title that had tarnished to unreadability. Few people ever looked at the fragile, fading texts. Many, like the Mondragone collection, were encrypted. A few appeared entirely blank, their information beyond our current skills to retrieve, though age, wear, and the presence of encrypting enchantments bespoke certain significance. Some texts had been composed in obscure dialects or comprised little more than extensive references to even older works we did not possess. The essential knowledge from the readable texts had long been distilled into the Encyclopedia of Workable Formulae, 10 volumes filled with detailed instructions that students were required to memorize and practice. What spells responded to a particular student's talents might take a lifetime to master. It left little time for browsing. A librarian, on the other hand, had plenty of time for study. 9 years had I scoured these source works for explanation of my failure. Though providing no answers, the effort had taught me a great deal about the deterioration of our art. Page after page referred to magic unknown to our experience, control of earth movements, protective wards reliable enough to prevent the spread of diseases, techniques to address afflictions of the mind. What had the Bardew villagers said of Dante? "He fixes them as is cursed in the mind." I had assumed the mage worked such standard remedies as sleeping potions or sedating enchantments, but back then I'd not yet experienced the strength of his will, the compulsions he could induce, the explosive energies of his magic. Could he truly address aberrant reason? What a blessing such an ability would be, and what terrible risk, too, if such power belonged to one without scruple or moderation. We knew so little about him. But then again, I flexed my fingers, pocked with healing burns. Perhaps my experience of the man spoke more of his true nature than his own words did. For better or worse, I trusted him. My survey of the cupboards complete, I rummaged through a heap of leather scroll cases in the wooden chest. "No books at all in here," I said, as if unfamiliar with the contents. Nidalo rolled his eyes and fondled his keys. Whispering the spell key to release the locks and wards, I thumbed the slight indentation on the side of the iron chest. As I opened the lid, a stench of black mold rolled out. I pressed the back of my hand to my nose, aghast. 4 or 5 mold-ravaged texts, each marked with the scorpion device of the Mondragoni family, all that remained of 33 bound volumes, lay half-submerged in a sea of green-black slime. Only 3 of 19 leather scroll cases had survived, soggy parchment protruding from long cracks in their sides. My thumb brushed one of the sodden pages. For one seemingly endless moment, the bones of my hand screamed with a cracking pressure. Then scroll and case slumped into a formless mass, as would a lead slug thrown into a smithy furnace. Was I meant to believe that ordinary mold and rot had so completely devoured these manuscripts in the 2 years since I'd brought them to the vault? Did someone think my senses too dull to recognize such powerful, corrosive spell work? Scrambling for explanations, I shut the lid and sensed nature's sigh as the magical wards settled back into place. The chest's magical protections remained intact, unforced. Even if Cajetan had changed his mind and chosen to destroy the documents, he'd never have destroyed them in place. The Gautieri, a powerful blood family, had encrypted all Mondragoni works as unfit for common readership, and then themselves been wiped out in the Blood Wars. Perhaps they had sealed the pages with destructive spells as well, and we had triggered them by moving the documents here. I could not recall the last time I had inspected the chest. "Mold's got in here," I said, tapping the iron box. "Best purge the entire chest, lest the blight spread to other books." "When I have time," said Nidalo with a yawn. "I've more important things to do than play charwoman." Either he knew very well what had happened to the collection, or he had no idea of its significance. "You'd best make time to clean it up," I snapped. "These were incredibly rare. Master Cajetan will pillory you for this, and likely me as well. Is your logbook complete?" He frowned, blinking rapidly, thinking. "No one's come in here without signing the book. I'm sure of it." The vault log lay open on its lectern. The open page covered 2 years. In the month since my departure, only 2 people had visited: Mage Saniel, a healer who frequently found an ancient herbal to be of use, and Mage Eliana, who studied family bloodlines. But Gaetana's tight signature glared from earlier on the page. I had opened the vault for Gaetana many times. She had never demonstrated any interest in the Mondragoni chest, but then her frequent visits would have left her familiar with the drawer where I kept the vault keys. Perhaps she had removed some of the works, or most of them, before destroying the rest. As ever, I cursed my inability to identify magical imprints. "No luck," I said, frustration finding an outlet as I slammed the last chest shut. "Is the Heaven and Earth treatise lost to mold as well?" "Honestly, Portier, I've taken good care of everything. I'm working here only until the Chancellor appoints a proper curator." Nidalo had sloughed off his self-important hurry and seemed genuinely concerned. "You'll not report me?" I slapped him on the shoulder. "No. Maybe you'd best leave the mess locked up after all. If there's a scandal, I'll do what I can." Nidalo huffed as we climbed the short stair. Awaiting us at the top was Lionel Necazar. The girl hefted a basket half her height, heaped with packets, vials, and boxes. "I've got these things you wanted. May I go now?" Nidalo returned to his desk, and the girl and I returned to my niche. "Empty the basket." I surveyed her acquisitions. "Not at all correct or complete," I said, flipping through the contents of 3 leather packets.
Someday, Acolyte Khazar, you will learn to examine your work with a careful eye. Come along, let us try again. What are you talking about? I did everything just as— Grabbing the girl's arm, I hauled her past Nidalo and down the library stair. Clanging bells summoned students to supper. Thus, rather than exiting the main doors into the crush of people in the collegia's central yard, I drew her downward to the library cellar. "Where are we going?" she croaked. "I fetched you everything on that ridiculous list." "We need to discuss that," I said, moving even faster as she started wriggling. A winding trip through deserted binding and copying rooms led us to the back exit and into a weedy enclosure. Around and above us, throughout the sprawl of collegia buildings, lights winked on one after another, like stars in the darkening sky. "You're hurting me!" Her voice rose, and her free hand flailed at my face. "What's wrong with you? Let me go!" She jerked away with strength enough that I needed both hands to keep her. I halted and gave her a firm shake. "Keep silent, or I'll see you on restriction for the next 7 years. That at least gave her pause. I propelled her across the uneven bricks and through a gate into the long-neglected outer gardens. Honeysuckle vines tangled in the arched trellises of an old pergola would shield us nicely from view. "My regrets for the rough handling, Lionel," I said. "I needed privacy to speak with you on a matter of grave importance. Will you listen?" "I've nothing to tell you or anyone," she said. Her belligerent stance only confirmed my suspicions. This was as stubborn a child as any at Saravin. "Your friend Ophélie de Marangel is dead." Her small body stilled instantly. "Cruelly dead from sorcery so wicked and terrible I'll not speak of it unless you force me." "Ophélie was not wicked." A child of 13 ought to be more surprised at such news. She certainly knew what had killed Ophélie. Elsewise, nothing in the world would have prevented Lionel Khazar from insisting I tell her. "No, she was not," I said. "She was immensely brave and determined to expose the villains who hurt her so dreadfully. Unfortunately, I found her too late to help her." Where did you find her?" Her voice quavered only slightly. "At Castel Escalon. She broke free of her captors, just too late to survive." "Captors? But they were supposed— But she went home." Lionel was not fast enough to cover her slip. She expected Ophélie to be somewhere else, not home, but safe. "She was sick." "Here's what I believe. Ophélie was bleeding herself to empower her magic. Someone here discovered it and began taking her blood for themselves. Lionel, who was bleeding her? Did she see their faces?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Ophélie never told me anything." No wavering this time. She was stubborn and angry, as only a child on the verge of adulthood could be. "She helped me with schoolwork, that's all. You've no cause to question me." She tried again to wriggle away. I needed another tack. "I've every right and reason to question you. Murder, this kind of murder, is more serious than friendship or promises. No one who believes in justice can let it pass." Retaining a hold on her arm, I sat on a peeling bench and drew her close. "Let's start again. A simple exchange. Facts won't hurt anyone or betray confidences. I can discover facts in many ways, but asking you is easiest because you were Ophélie's friend. When did you last see her? Last year, I know, sometime after midsummer." If I was right, the girl's meeting with Michel had occurred on 13 CS. Michel's last letter to Philippe had been dated 17 CS, and the Comte had visited Saravin for the second time on the 34th day of that month. "Sometime in CS," she said after a long stare, as if to plumb the depths of my nefarious questioning. "Or maybe it was later in Nieba. Ophélie helped me with schoolwork. I'm terrible at memorizing. She had been sick all spring. She got worse and worse, but the adepts in the infirmary couldn't make her well, so she ran away home." The answer marched out of her as perfect and unnatural as a tutorial recitation. "But just today I've checked the infirmary log and it shows no entries for Ophélie in the month of CS or Nieba or at any time last year."
Oh. That surprised her, or at least set her thinking. Why ask if you already know? In CS of last year, a nobleman came here to question the mages about a crime in Merona, about someone who suffered the same injury as Ophélie. I'm thinking you might have heard about the man and his inquiries. Maybe you sneaked out early one morning to meet him before taking Ophélie to see him. He returned here some days later. Was Ophélie still at the Collegia when he came that second time? It can't hurt her to tell me that, and I can surely search the archives and find out. Give me the truth, and I'll tell you something important about that man. Something in my patchwork of facts and guesses had struck home. She'd gone rigid as a post. Her pulse pounded like that of a frighted deer, choosing whether to run or stand her ground. Help me, Lionel. The truth can't hurt her. Not anymore. She was still here. She near swallowed the words. All right, good. Now I'll give you something. You may or may not know that the man's name was Michel de Vernazé, Conte Ruggiere. He is a great friend of King Philippe. I need to know what you and Ophélie told him. I believe he's held captive by these same villains. She jerked free of my grasp. I cursed the deepening dark that obscured her face, for I would have sworn she swallowed a cry. In any case, this answer came promptly. We didn't meet any gentleman. No one took her. Quiet, solid, certain, stubborn. I can't tell you anything. I won't. I don't know you. She was right to be cautious, no matter that we had seen each other on hundreds of occasions in the 3 years of her residency at Saravin. And yet, I rubbed my aching temple. Her very assertion that she didn't know me was a deviation from her steadfast testimony, as if she might be able to tell me something if she did know me, if she trusted me. That led me to examine the facts again, and they fell into perfect alignment. Michel took her. He came back here that second time to fetch Ophélie, and you promised to keep it secret and helped confuse the days so no one would realize he'd taken her. You spread the rumor that she'd been sick and wanted to go home, that she'd run away. No one denied it. Those who had hurt Ophélie certainly wouldn't, and the Collegia staff would be embarrassed that an ailing student had left without their knowing. But the villains guessed what Michel had done, caught up with them, and took them both. And if so, child, you are in terrible danger. If anyone suspects you know what happened to her, who was hurting her, Ophélie ran away. She just wanted to go home. Everyone heard us talking about it. Why would I stay here if I knew anything dangerous? I'm not stupid. The faintest tinge of panic colored her bravado. Listen to me, Lionel. Go home to your family. The Khazars were a very old blood family, descendants of ferocious marauders who had holed up in the mountains of Nivan before even the Facid had invaded southwestern Sabria. They could protect her. Feign your own sickness. Fail your classes. Just get away from Saravin. You've no reason to trust me, else I'd take you myself. But you must go. Fail my classes? Even afraid and angry, the girl trumpeted scorn. Do you think I'm a loony? I've talent leaking out my ears, could the old cods here bear to admit it. I should already be studying for an adept's level. There's nowhere else I can earn my collar or stay in the Camarilla's grace. No one can make me give up my place here. No one. Soul Eater, spare me. How could I, of all men, argue that? What right had I to steal her future? She had survived for almost a year. And yet... Do you understand what these leeches do, child? Every day they pierce your veins and attach their cups and tubes and pumps. Only a few milliliters today, they say. Only a thimbleful. But over the months, as the blood drains away, your flesh withers until you cannot tolerate food or drink. Your soul withers until you're incapable of reason. They leave you nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. Her face but a pale blotch, she backed away to the end of the pergola. I don't need you. Stay away from me. Indeed, this very conversation dragged her deeper into danger. Why hadn't Michel de Vernazé taken both girls? Had this one convinced him so easily, or was he simply careless of her safety? Blessed angels, the girls had trusted him. Yet I'd seen naught to evidence him as sympathetic to the wreckage he'd left in the wake of his investigation. First Calvino de Santo, then Ophélie. Perhaps Hilario's opinion of Michel was not so far off the mark. Lionel, just tell me one more thing. Why did he wait? The Comte. Why didn't he take Ophélie that first day when he saw what they were doing to her? It was cruel, despicable, to leave her in such circumstances. He was not cruel, she cried. Her armored silence cracked. As ruthless as any villain, I plunged my fist into that crack. The Comte killed Ophélie, Lionel, waiting, leaving her here those extra days. Killed her. No! Ophélie agreed to go back. He had to know where to find what he was looking for, the place where everything started. As soon as she learned the name, I wrote him a letter, and he came for her. Only, I guess... A sob escaped her. I guess it was too late. Her presence fluttered like that of a bird poised to take flight. What was the name, child? I swear on everything good and worthy in this world, I mean no harm to you or the Comte. What did your brave, beautiful friend tell him? What was the place he was looking for? She bolted as she spoke, leaving the answer hanging in the thick air. Altivière. Chapter 14. 21 Cot, 40 days until the anniversary. Altivière. The word scratched on the crypt wall. The word Ophélie de Marangel had spoken with her last breath. The mystery Michel de Vernazé had pursued to his doom. The place where everything started. I held the name close as I scurried back to the library and stomped up the stair, grumbling loudly about recalcitrant students. Was it a town? A village? A crossroads? A house? Nidalo sat at his high desk near the library entrance, reading a volume of the Encyclopedia of Workable Formulae. He broke off pieces of a steamed bun as he read, dabbing his fingers on a kerchief before turning each page. The Catalogue Geographia, a bloated volume that purported to list all place names in the kingdom, sat enticingly nearby on a bookstand. But its size made it impossible to disguise amid my lists and books, and my purported mission provided me no cause to consult it. Nidalo's presence put me back to work, sorting and packing the materials Lionel and Bernat had gathered. As ninth hour of the evening watch boomed from the clock tower, I stuffed the last packet into Dante's crates. The last student had scurried off to his bed. Nidalo was dozing. I had no sooner opened the catalogue, excited at the prospect of enlightenment, than a rangy, silver-haired man burst through the library door, his blue robes flying, his long arms spread in welcome. "Portier, bless my heart, it is good to see you. I squeeze in a long-delayed sabbatical to visit my family, a short few months only, and what happens? My prized curator takes a whim to abandon his outpost of sanity and take up residence at Castel Escalon. Do tell me you've come to reclaim your seat." "Master Cajetan." The room felt excessively hot of a sudden, as guilt robbed a long-delayed reunion of its pleasure. "No pouting, Nidalo." The mage waved an eloquent hand at the groggy adept, stumbling to his feet. "You know Portier has ever been my good son. Absent yourself for half an hour." I crossed to my work table before the Chancellor's exuberant survey of my turnout could take in the open catalogue. "It's fine to see you, sir. No one told me you were expected back any time soon." In fact, I had rejoiced that my longtime mentor remained on leave. Far easier to tell him lies in prose than while facing his iron-gray gaze. "I'm not actually returned." Cajetan paused as a sullen Nidalo gathered bun and book and left us. "To speak truth, I was visiting my sister in Tigano," he said, silver collar flashing in the lamplight, "debating whether to extend my leave a while longer. But Sharika sends me a daily report on collegia business, and there at the top is your name, so I needs must come and demand explanation." He spun and surveyed the open crates, stacked books, and my journal, ink, and scattered lists. "Are you truly reduced to groveling for your cousin's favor? I believed I had instilled in you some sense of your own worth." It's very complicated, Master. I needed to move on, or rather to come to some resolution about my father. I'd like to get the past out of my head once and for all. You know the conflicts it has caused me. I embellished those points of motivation and uncertainty that jibed with what he knew of me, likely more than anyone in the world, including my mother. Philippe could not know what hardship he had imposed when compelling me to deceive this man. As a new student at Serravin, I had lived in awe of Cajeton's magic, skills that allowed me to explore cities while sitting in a forest, or to stroke a purring cat in my lap when only a block of wood lay there. But as I grew more sophisticated in analyzing spellwork, I came to see that his illusions resembled pretty paintings on silk more than fully fleshed sculptures. His greater gifts were incisive intellect and devotion to a world enriched and strengthened by our glorious art. Inspired by his eloquence and demand for excellence, every student at Serravin held strong against the winds of popular scorn. The Chancellor had personally assumed my tutorial when a broken leg forced me to spend my first harvest holiday at Serravin. Unlike most of the Collegia's mages, he had never chastised me as I repeatedly failed at the magical tasks he set, nor had he offered maudlin sympathy when I recognized my defeat. Rather, with unyielding candor, he forced me to confront the truth of my failed magic and confess it aloud so that I might hear the verdict in both ear and heart, and then he guided me through the storm that followed. He had saved my life both in metaphor and in literal truth. For on that terrible night when I confessed my failure to my father and became a father slayer, Cajeton had stanched the bleeding. Once I had recovered, he gave me a refuge among these books, a position ordinarily forbidden to incapable sorcerers. I could never repay such debts. "I don't understand this need to humiliate yourself to enhance Onfroy's afterlife," he said, resting his backside on my work table. "You despised your father, and rightly so. Weak and willfully blind, he allowed an insignificant detail of birth to consume his life. He turned his back as his only son came near destroying himself to prove himself a man of substance, and then laid his own hand to complete that destruction. Onfroy deserves to languish in Ixtador and endure whatever unpleasantness that entails. Let the Soul Eater take him on the last day." "Master, please don't." He clapped me on the shoulder. "But then you've always had a tender heart, no matter that I've tried to stiffen it a bit." He had hammered honesty into me, and honesty stripped away any argument that might rebut his disrespectful logic. So I let the matter drop. When he picked up the spectacles I'd set aside and waved them in the air, I yielded to his good humor and returned his teasing grin. "You forced me to study too much, Master. My eyes are old before their time." But I near choked as he set the spectacles aside and fluttered the pages of my journal, and I relaxed only slightly when he picked up Dante's scrawled list of materials. I truly did not want to explain my day's work. Cajeton was intimately familiar with my record-keeping and knew how unlikely I was to forget the very details I'd used to confuse Nidalo. As much as Cajeton was my friend and mentor, he was a prefect of the Camarilla. The mages I pursued lived under the aegis of the Camarilla as well. In no way could I imagine Cajeton a partner in horrors, but, as I had oft told Ilario, personal feelings could not chart our course. Our success and safety as agents confides mandated absolute secrecy. "So this mage who can dispatch you on errands like a mindless lackey is our mysterious ex-sanguine," he said. "It seems he is." I deliberately released my fingers that were clenched in nail-digging knots. Dante had earned his rank legitimately. He served at the Queen's pleasure, under her protection, and had done nothing to draw Camarilla censure. It was only natural Cajeton would be curious. My current employer, the Queen's foster brother, who is addicted to charms and luck spells, ran across this Dante practicing in some village in southern Louvelle, the very domain Exsanguine claimed as residence. His collar is properly sealed with the Serravin mark, yet the woman who administers the concilium told me he submitted no references and refused to claim even a birthplace as a surname. Master Dante told her the Camarilla wouldn't know him, save by the annoyance of his collaring. "I don't like it," said Cajeton. His lean face skewed to a frown.
Naturally, the Camarilla requires regular communications from Orviene and Gaetana, but their work has so little commonality with what we do here, their reports are quite arid and dismissive. I think those two are something jealous of their privileges." His brows lifted and his full lips stretched wide in good humor. "So tell me about our extraordinary mage. Have you witnessed his work?" "Some." Knowing with what severity the Camarilla viewed uncanonical teaching, I was inclined to minimize the truly startling aspects of Dante's practice. Yet our plans required that Dante tread the boundaries of legality close enough to avoid Camarilla indictment, while demonstrating power of the kind valuable to rogues. Cajetan communicated with everyone in the Camarilla, and his rumor could only further our aims. Thus I set about filtering the truth. Omitting all mention of spyglasses and strange patterns written inside my eyelids, I reported my experience of Dante. He is ill-mannered and has an unwholesome affinity for violent behavior, but I'll say I've rarely sensed such power as he wields. The Chancellor did not interrupt as I told of the strangely composed circumocule, the fiery display in the dead house, the shattered god, the rumors of mind healing, and the extraordinary lingering virility of Dante's public magic. When I'd done, Cajetan's fingers combed his close-trimmed silver beard. "Hearing of such strength in an unknown of such erratic temper. We've heard rumor of transference revived." "No, no, master." My explosive dismay sharpened Cajetan's attention, leaving me fumbling to recover. "I mean, I can't believe any mage would be mad enough to start that up again. Even Dante, disagreeable as he is. But how could I defend him? A mage so driven to discovery and so little grounded by family, society, or moral persuasion as Dante was certainly capable." Cajetan fingered the scattered pages on my table. "Portier, would you feel it unseemly to leave me a copy of these lists? We live in a delicate balance. Should our art be dragged into evil yet again, I cannot imagine we would survive it." Our art. We. The Camarilla. My kind mentor had never overdrawn the line that excluded me from his fraternity. Yet Cajetan's quiet request, spoken with such sincere concern, exposed that boundary for an uncomfortable fracture. My mentor and I did not and would never share a position in life or experience the delicate balance of sorcerous power and political governance in the same way. But I dared not challenge him on it, lest it suggest some personal investment in Dante's concerns. "I understand, sir. I see no harm in leaving you Dante's lists. He never claimed them private. I'll leave copies with Nidallo." Cajetan smiled and clasped my hand, his smooth thumb tracing the savin mark on the back of my hand and the knife scar that scored my wrist and vanished under my sleeve. "I could not persuade you to come back here, my son. Nidallo, for all his gifts, has not your good mind or your love for the art, both of which have been left stronger, I believe, by your deficiency in practice. I feel better trusting all this," he waved his hand to encompass library and archives, "to one who has actually read our history." I drew my hand away, and my gaze dropped to the region of his hem lest he observe my guilt. "Some day, master, perhaps. The world remains an uncomfortable place." "Indeed so. Have you found acquaintances in Merona? Here, alas, you seemed caught between students and staff. I hoped your new situation might provide you companionship, at least." "Not many at court deem a fool's private secretary worth cultivating, though I've met a few friendly sorts. The steward's third secretary, a guardsman or two." "Your blush betrays you, lad. Could you have found a woman undaunted by your awkward connections?" Though his own wife chose to reside with her wealthy family in Talemont, Cajetan had ever urged me to ensure my future beyond the veil by contracting marriage, through a marriage agent if not else. "Tell me, who is she?" "I've met someone amiable. Likely no more will come of it than usual." No matter my disclaimer, thoughts of Mora induced a most pleasurable anticipation. She was so different from anyone I'd met, so sensible, so lacking in artifice. He laughed heartily and jumped up. "Forget the past, Portier, and forge ahead.
I'll be awaiting happy news. Now I must be off. If I wish to continue my sabbatical, I must be away again before Sharika hears I've come. Good night, master. He paused in the doorway, sobriety erasing good humor. I must insist, Portier. Anything you learn of this Dante, send it to me. Particles that fit no known formulas, mind healing, extraordinary power. His practice feels most disturbing. Had my old friend made this request a month before, I would have acceded instantly. I'd have agreed that a prefect of the Camarilla could not but draw on every resource to ensure magic's purity. But no matter urgency or righteousness, my newfound understanding of spying made his demand distasteful. Unlike Philippe, whose position gave him authority to demand such uncomfortable service, and with whom I had no personal bond but common ancestry, Cajeton compelled my obedience with ties of respect, affection, and gratitude. Transference, the worst perversion of sorcery, had occurred here under his own watch. Did he suspect? How could he have missed it? I could speak none of these arguments, nor question him. Sure as I stood there, he would prod and poke for explanation. I rubbed my arm, where the ragged scar yet pricked from his touch, an indelicate reminder of debts unpaid. Certainly, master, as you wish. It was the only answer possible. Though I fully intend to avoid the man, now I've satisfied his requirements. As ever, I am an abject coward at confrontation. Nay, lad, speak not so slighting of my best work. His elegant hand touched my cheek, and with his usual wink and flourish, he hurried away. Unsettled with these conflicts, propelled with a heightened urgency to complete my mission before Nidalo returned, I sped to the lectern and leafed quickly to the alphabetical listing of the Catalogue Geographia. No entry corresponded with the name Ophélie had bled to discover. The royal geographers who assembled the catalogue were known for their prejudices. They listed locales in Louvel, Aubigny, Nivelles, and Tallemant in detail, but they frequently left out much from the less prosperous domains major, or places that lay in the domain minor of a personal or family rival. To find the most accurate information, of which the catalogue was but an organized extract, one had to look to the unwieldy volumes of the survey, the census taken at the outset of each Sabrian king's reign. Hastening into the survey room, I pulled out the index volume of the Survey Philippi. Even more than before, the painful sense that I must not expose my purposes consumed me. Altevier did not appear in the survey's summary list of great houses, nor anywhere in its sparse index. I removed my spectacles and pressed the heels of my hands into my gritty eyes, forcing myself to concentrate. I had no time to read the entire survey. The spelling of Altevier rooted the word in central Louvel, whose lexicon had become standard as printed books spread throughout the kingdom. But Ophélie might have misspelled an overheard name. Perhaps the word drew from an older tradition. Altevier could be interpreted as highest view. I pulled out the survey volume devoted to Grenville, the rugged domain to the north, where local dialects had evolved from the same invaders who had populated Dante's Coverge. I scoured every entry, every farmstead, house, village, and crossroads, and found nothing. Growling in frustration, I tore through the slim collection of pages devoted to mountainous Coverge, but Sabria's poorest domain major had no great houses, farms, or towns, only scattered mining settlements, none of which came anything close. I ran my fingers over the remaining volumes. As a fish hooked and drawn, my finger halted on the slender volume entitled Domains Major, Arabasca. I snatched the book from the stack. A door slammed. Measured footsteps echoed on the library stair. I dared not stop. Who knew when I might get another chance? My finger sped through the pages, pausing at any name remotely similar. And there it was. Eltevier, 37 residents, 9 men of arms-bearing age, 111 goats, 8 stone houses, a temple ruin and watchtower circa 450 SE, both scavenged for building stones, watering hole, dry well, 13 knives, 2 axes, access by goat track and stone bridge, 3 kilometers due north of the shrine at Canfreg Spring.
a goat track to access a watchtower, a highest view. I shoved the Arabascan volume into the stack and slammed the book cupboard shut. Then I snatched up the lamp and turned to go. Nidalo loomed in the archway opposite. "Your lists made no mention of survey volumes," he said, glaring at my hands as if expecting evidence of theft. "They do not leave the library." Emboldened by discovery and fueled by an unfocused anger, I had no trouble with this play. "I've taken no survey volumes. Count them if you wish. You are not privy to every matter my mentor and I discuss. Now, I've closed Mage Dante's crates with tamper seals. If you could provide rope—" I oversaw the delivery of Dante's crates to a local drayman and left Collegia Saravant without another word to anyone. Altevier. I should have known to look to Arabasca first. Some 2 years before, I had retrieved a cache of books unearthed from the ruins of a once fortified Arabascan town called Zarl. Before and during the Blood Wars, Zarl and that entire corner of Sabria's eastern borderlands, crags and stony tablelands pocked with wildcat dens, hermits' caves, and robbers' lairs, had been the domain of the Mondragoni necromancers. Had it not been middle night at the dark of the moon, I would have set out for Arabasca immediately, yet simple wisdom insisted that investigating Eltevier on my own would be a fool's gambit. Despite my youthful dreams that had repeatedly anointed me the boldest of knights, I lacked the weapons to dispatch even a single despicable mage. Trained awareness of enchantments, paper knowledge, and a borrowed cuirass could scarce stand against magic bolstered by transference. And the manly art of righteous combat was as alien to me as the practices of sculpture or painting. The only gentleman's swordmaster my father could afford had been a drunken tavern brawler. I needed Dante. A dreadful night in the local hostelry affirmed the sensible course. In the dark wakings between my own nightmares of glaring specters and fleshless mules, and the mumbling, snoring, wind-ridden sleep of my companions in the bachelor's loft, I resolved to save Lionel Ney Khazar. I would not force myself on the girl, but neither would I follow Michelle's example and abandon her. Ilario would know her family. Somehow, in his odd way, he could devise a scheme to remove the girl from Saravant. Once that was settled, I'd devise some ruse to roust Dante and ride for Eltevier. Even such resolution did not ease me into sleep. I spent the last hours of darkness huddled over a corner table in the inn's common room. Meg, the yawning, drop-shouldered woman who kept the shabby establishment, brought me ale and cold steamed buns left from the previous day. "You're back to Morona with first light, then," she said as she spitted a slab of bacon over her newly stoked fire. "Aye, the great wicked city, all fish and sour wine with evils round every corner." My mirthless humor echoed the common local opinions. Meg bobbed her head knowingly. "There was a lad from out near Onset what went to Morona and near got hisself starved." Citizens of Tigano prided themselves on exchanging lurid tales. Living in the shadow of the Collegia Magica seemed to expand everyone's imagination into the realms of the fantastic. This common room witnessed many a night of competitive tale-spinning, yet made-up stories paled beside a plotted web that linked royal assassination and transference, Morona and Collegia Saravant, the living and the dead. Of a sudden, my sluggish curiosity woke. What had people seen round about Saravant and Tigano? One sure way to prompt more stories. "Your Onset boy fared lucky even so," I said, issuing my challenge as soon as the woman's story wound to a bittersweet end. "Fellow in my lodging house at Morona was found murdered not long since. Ears, nose, and fingers cut off. Corpus dropped in an alley near the docks, emptied entire of his blood. The whore who lives upstairs says the man's ghost lingers in the lane. Scared 3 customers away. Dreadful things like that don't happen in Tigano." Meg, dusted with flour and smelling of smoke, scooped up my emptied mug and refilled it from the tap. "Nah, boy. 'Tis not only in the city ghosts are walking. Every morn Bets the Seamer spies her gammy what was hanged a-dangling beside her washing line, and Dame Fanny herself says her dead sons creep about their old rooms in the manse.
None dares go to our dead house save in the best daylight. But it's true, we've seen no gruish murders such as you're telling of."
"Be thankful," I said. When she issued no new attack in our lurid joust, I drained my cup and gathered my traveling case to go. Too much to hope that evidence lay about the countryside awaiting my eye. I'd had a moment's thought that if Gaetana or someone else was practicing transference at the Collegia, some evidence of a mule might have turned up here. They'd not dare use a second student.
But then,
the woman's hand slowly turned her bacon.
I've not seen a man so staggered as Adept Caperno when Constable called him down from Saravan and he declared Grafer wheelwright 3 times dead. Emptied half my tun afore he spake a word."
Meg blotted her sweaty brow with her sleeve, and she did not look up to make sure her tale had created the proper state of horrified amazement on my face. This tale frightened her as well. I lowered myself to the stool. For a constable to call in aid from Saravan was not uncommon. For an adept to be frightened by a corpse was something else again. And for that adept to be a cocky former classmate who had left Saravan abruptly a few years previous mandated a hearing. 3 times dead? I never heard such. Though her complexion took on the color of soured milk, she could not resist the telling.
Grafer got drunk and beat his wife. As was his common way, he run to the wood to sleep it out. But a tri-month passed, and he never come home."
She filled herself a mug and dragged a stool up to my table.
"Then it happed one night a crate was left in my own yard to be shipped off to Morona. No one spake me, but only left the proper coin with it. Come daylight, the drayman and his helper, loading their wain, dropped the crate." She leaned close until I smelled the ale and garlic on her breath. "And 'twas Grafer curled up inside, dead. Constable called the coroner. But the coroner couldn't say what killed Grafer, as the lad had marks of strangling on his neck, and yet had green scum lodged in his throat as though he were breathing and fell into Breek's ditch." She drank deep of her ale. "Adept Caperno come down from Saravan and worked his magic to seek which way Grafer died, so they could name the murderer. 3, 4, 5 times over he worked it, till he puked all over the dead-house floor, for he'd no magic left in his blood to fire his spell-making. Once he'd drunk up my ale, all Caperno said was, 3 times dead, strangled and died, stabbed and died, drowned at the last, and maybe more besides, but my seeing failed me. And then he stumbled out and's ne'er again come down the hill."
A story to make anyone blanch. A story that teased and nagged and roused a certainty that this was no exaggeration, but very much a part of the exact same story I lived. "That's a cruel, wicked tale, mistress. This happened when? 6, 7 years ago?"
"'Twas exactly 3 years past, come midsummer, as it happened when my daughter was confined with her youngest, and we had a charm singer in toward her house from—"
The innkeeper flushed and jumped up, as if she'd just recalled that I, too, was a follower of the Camarilla, who lashed or fined such unsanctioned practitioners as charm singers.
"Best get to my baking. Everyone will be up soon."
She stuck out her hand for payment. I rummaged in my belt purse, and the first coin I pulled out was the double-strike silver, Gruchen's luck charm. I'd never returned it to Dante. No reason not to spend it. Silver was silver. But I slid the coin into my boot, then pulled out 20 copper kivre and tossed them on the table. "One more thing, Mistress Meg," I said, snagging her apron as she scooped up the coins. "Did the constable send after the one who was to receive the crate? Surely that person would have knowledge of the crime. I'd like to think such mystery simply explained, and well punished." She downed her ale and shook color back into her sagging cheeks. "Constable thought same as you, but my lads had already broke up the crate and thrown it in their morning fire, and none recalled what was writ. Some say Grafer haunts Breek's ditch. I've not seen him, but I don't go down there no more. 'Tis a wicked age we live in, temples deserted, disbelievers growing bold. Folk forget their ancestors and make demonish devices that steal the stars from the heavens and prison time itself in jewel cases. My mam said the dead rise to give us warning of evil times, and so I believe." She jerked her apron from my hand. I rousted the stable lad, preferring to lead my mount until the light grew, then to remain in Tigano one more moment. As I trudged along the rutted road, I could not shake the notion that Adept Caperno had met a fate no fairer than Grafer Wheelwright. Had the frightened adept gone back to Saravin and asked one question too many? For I would swear on my hope of heaven that he had left the collegia exactly 3 years ago at midsummer without a word to anyone. The rare physician could retrieve a life whose spark had dimmed past common detection, but only a sorcerer of uncommon power, only 3 I'd read of, had ever reclaimed a dying person from the very folds of the veil. Only a sorcerer exploring the unholy might see use in repeatedly driving a man to that brink and snatching him back again. The light grew, tinting the scant clouds with vermilion and rose. Old Meg's story had raised such dread in me that I felt near drowning in it. I retrieved a flask from a saddlebag and drew down a long pull of ale, then pressed my face against my horse's flank. And in that moment of warm, living darkness, memory raised an image of freshly splintered wood. Not Grafer Wheelwright's crate, broken and thrown in a fire, but long strips scattered in Ophélie's cell in the royal crypt. Great heaven, had someone transported her to Castel Escalon in a crate? And Michel? My heart near stopped its beating. I had seen such a crate as could hold a tightly bound man, not 2 days after Ophélie de Marangel had escaped her prison. A crate exuding the stink of mushrooms growing in dirt and dung had sat in Castel Escalon's steward's office. Had it held a dead man? Or, the gods save us all, a living one? I threw myself on my horse and pushed the poor beast unmercifully all the way to Morona.
Chapter 15. 23 Cot. 38 days until the anniversary. The morning air hung heavy and damp in the bustling passages and courtyards of Castel Escalon. I ducked my head as I forged through the ever-moving river of courtiers and servants. The sense would not leave me that anyone I noticed would turn up dead. I had arrived the previous evening after 2 long days on the road, only to find the tally of the fallen grown to yet more dire proportions. Waiting in my apartments was a message from a devastated Ilario. Mage Orviene's adept Fedrigo, Ilario's favored maker of crocodile charms and stomach elixirs, was reported knifed in a tavern brawl near the docks and thrown dead into the river. And beside Ilario's scented paper lay a letter scribed in my own hand, still sealed, returned along with a message informing me that the Marquess and Marquesa de Marangel and their 2 young sons had met an unfortunate fate. An explosion of devil's firework had devoured Ophélie's home and family not a 10-day past. Someone felt us on the trail of discovery. Every hour since learning this news had been filled with a creeping dread, the first tremors of an earth-shaking that set birds and beasts to flight. My morning's first task was to settle the matter that had gnawed at my vitals all the way from Saravin. Henri de Saint, 3rd secretary to the palace steward, was my quarry of the moment, assuming he lived. Henri was sweeping his private office, which was not at all private and very unlike an office, being little more than a closet off the stone-floored north wing undercroft. Casks, trunks, and teetering stacks of crates shared the vast undercroft with a legion of undersecretaries, paymasters, footmen, draymen, and ladies' maids. "Divine Grace, Henri," I said, as if our 2 brief encounters had made us personal friends. "I just wanted to thank you again for the recommendation of your tailor. As soon as I've pay in hand, I'm determined to give him fair custom." "Oh, very good," he said, looking a bit surprised as I occupied his stool, drawing up my knees and wrapping my arms round as if set to stay a while. He set his broom in the corner and brushed off his sleeves. "Is there something I can do for you, Songeur de—" His eyes darted to my exposed left hand. Savant Duplay, is it, Portier?" I bobbed my head. "Honestly, you're the only person in the palace who's been civil, so I didn't think you'd mind another inquiry. I've just returned from Collegia Saravin, whence I shipped 3 book crates back here for this wolfhound of a mage, Dante." I screwed up my face in disgust. "The taverner told me a dreadful story about a crate that had been dropped in her yard, only to find a dead man in it. A corpus, to be shipped here to Castel Escalon, she said. And not respectfully in a decent coffin as a family might do, with a verger's blessings and proper pall over all, but curled up tight in a nailed-up box as one would never suspect. Have you ever heard of such wickedness?" "Nay." His nostrils flared in distaste. "Such a violation would be exactly so. But, you see," I dropped my voice, drawing him nearer with every word, "I recalled that stinking crate you had in here not a 10-day ago, just before the fire on the Swan, and it gives me the frights to think it might have been a corpse as well. And I'm wondering—" This Dante has already laid threats on me, you see. I'm bound by my duties to deal with him. But if he's the one shipping corpses about the kingdom or having them sent, I'm thinking to resign my post and hie me back to Academe." Henri's knotted brow softened. "You needn't fear, good Portier. He's neither sent nor received any parcel whatsoever. That particular nasty crate, living mushrooms as I recall, destined for an apothecary in Matefries, originated with the least likely person to be engaged in abominations of any kind, Damoiselle Nebillard herself." The sunlight pouring into the dusty hall dimmed to gray. I heard myself laughing and prating about foolish anxieties and country superstitions, but all the time Mora's own words crowded my memory. "Some matters we cannot alter, some promises we cannot undo." Eugenie herself had stitched only the new Destine ensign on the celebration banners. Who but Mora would have seen to the ordering of linen and hiring of seamstresses and the delivery of the finished rolls? Mora, the Queen's trusted household administrator, who had been unstrung since the fire on the Swan, and Matefries lay on the Louvelle Arabascan border, the last town of any size between Merona and Eltevere. Blessed angels! My spirit recoiled, rebelled. Yet, as if I had split into 2 persons at once, Portier, agent confide, nattered with Henri about his busy life in the palace, and all the crates and bundles that came through the palace, exclaiming how easy it must be to get them confused. "As do you, I keep a journal," he said. "Everyone says I can recall names and dates and sizes as some recall their children's birth stars and lineage." Flushed, he waved off my feigned amazement. "I'll send notice when your boxes arrive. Then you'll be finished with this fearsome Dante. A footman I know saw the mage set fire to his food with his eyes. He was at table with the Queen's ladies and claimed the meat was off. And the maid who washes his linen swears he can see through walls, as he forever opens the door before she knocks. Could that be true?" "I'd put no outlandish talent past him," I said, truthfully. "But I'd best hush. What if he finds out I've spoken ill of him?" Henri blanched. "One more small thing," I said. "You've surely heard about this event Lord Ilario plans for Prince Desmond's death day. I'll need banners to be made." Numb already, I was scarce surprised to hear that the palace seamstress who had sewn the banners for the Swan had slit her wrists, horrified that her faithful work had been used to endanger her king. "The 3rd secretary would make a fine credible witness," said I, "the king's chosen agent, a lunatic who had dared imagine that out of this snarl of ghosts and murders something new and good might take root in his own sorry life." I made it as far as the wide steps of whorled marble that led into the Queen's wing of the palace before I dived into a small fragrance garden to be sick. The heaving seemed to purge my head as well as my stomach. Mora could not be involved in these crimes. I did not question my growing certainty that Henri's crate had held a living prisoner, but any of 200 people could have attached Mora's name to it. She did favors for everyone in the Queen's household, and surely 50 other people had been involved with the delivery of the banners to the Swan. Unlike her mistress, Mora had boarded the ship. Questioned outright, she could surely provide an explanation for everything. Only I could not ask. Secrecy must be maintained. Exoneration was not my prerogative. My charge was to gather evidence, make linkages, investigate, deduce. I wiped my mouth on my sleeve and plucked mint leaves from a spreading plant. Chewing the pungent leaves, I headed for the east wing and Ilario's apartments, speeding through the curved window gallery that displayed the ruddy rooftops of Merona. I would task Ilario with saving Lionel Necazar, and then persuade Dante to come with me to Eltavir. Unmask the true conspiracy, find the murderers, and all would be clear. Duplay! I near jumped out of my skin. A firm hand on my sleeve drew me out of the stream of footmen and maidservants to the window wall. I've been hoping to speak with you and hear you manifest in my own haunts. Major Vienne. Every distraction receded as I bestowed my entire attention on the neat little man with pomaded hair, silver collar, and pleasant smile. I inclined my back. Divine grace, sir, how may I serve you? His wide, soft features drew into a focused concern. Excuse my abruptness, Songeur de Duplay, but I hoped you might be able to enlighten a grievous darkness. Whatever I can. Curiosity scorched my mouth dry. My assistant Federigo has gone missing for more than a 10-day. A reliable report says he's been stabbed in a brawl and drowned, but I... A nervous finger rubbed his rounded chin. I cannot accept it. Drigo was an abstemious man, not at all inclined to gaming or rowdiness. I'm extremely worried about him. Had I charms or amulets or enchanted swords to defend myself, every one would have been raised. Why would Orviene come to me with this? A grievous matter indeed, I said carefully, but I scarce see how I can help you. Though my employer ever sings Adept Federigo's praises, I've met the fellow only once. Orviene propped himself on the window seat and examined me with a sharp, wry glance. He cleared his throat. Well, this is about your employer. Lord Ilario frequently hires Federigo for private spell working, so I thought perhaps he might know why the lad might have gone down to Riverside, or whom he might have met there. But your chevalier forever behaves as if I am a goblin lurking in his closet, and refuses to speak with me beyond formalities. If you could enlighten me, I need not bother your master. And truly... Of a sudden, the mage's whole posture shifted, as if a mask had dropped away. My apprentices are as sons to me, Acolyte Portier. Drigo has no family save his mother in Delure. How can I write her of his death, offering no more explanation than drunken foolery? She cannot even claim his remains. The world stilled. His body's not been found, then, I said. The mage motioned me to bend my head closer. You'll have heard whispers of the resurgent evil abroad in Merona, and that the practice might even be linked to the events on the Swan. I wish I could declare such rumor false. Any with a marked hand is at risk. I've urged my aides to stay wary, and so you should as well. I fear greatly for Drigo's fate. No trace of the bantering courtier remained, but only a sincerely troubled man, afraid his missing apprentice might face a death more terrible than a tavern rowdy's blade in his craw. Dared I believe him? I can try to find out, Sir Mage, I said slowly. Naturally, I could not betray Lord Ilario's confidence. I'd never presume that. But if he knows aught of your assistant, I'll let you know. I would be most grateful. He offered his hand, palm up, requesting a trust bond, an old-fashioned custom among magical practitioners.
Though I had no magic to forego, I laid my palm on his without qualm. Warm and steady, his hand conveyed no ill. "Mage," I said, seizing an opportunity unexpected, "if you've evidence or suspicion that the fire on the Swan was linked to illicit practice, should not the Camarilla be warned? So many died." One small hand flew to his mouth, the other jittered in a vigorous denial. "Merciful saints," he whispered, eyeing the passing maidservants and courtiers. "Forget the ravings of a loose tongue. Of all men you should understand my position. Do I speak my suspicions, all will name it jealousy and ambition, an attempt to divert attention from my own limitations. Even so, if the murderous fire itself gave me pause, I would speak out. But it was not in the crime, but in the remedy I felt the stirring of strength extraordinary." "In the calomancy, then," I said. "You believe transference enhanced the magic wielded to bring the rain?" That jibed with Dante's experience. He winced at the words spoken aloud. "We all reached for strength beyond our own that day. That was likely what I felt. If you hear aught of Federigo, I'll inform you right away, of course." Orviene could certainly be accused of jealousy and ambition. Gaetano was a master mage and the Queen's first counselor, privy to the Queen's secrets, always first to be consulted, always at her right hand. No matter Orviene's popularity with courtiers and servants, it must appear impossible to gain ground on her. Was this only a play for sympathy, or did he suspect my role? I could get no firm sense of the man. I watched the mage hurry up the Queen's stair, then turned into the passage where the three mages had their apartments. Morning light revealed naught but dancing dust motes. When I rapped on Dante's door, enchantment grazed my knuckles like broken glass. "He'll not answer." I lurched around and slammed my back to the door. Truly, the morning had my nerves shredded. A dark young man in adept's gray lugged a desk toward me, a stool upended on its top. His sharp features and trim beard looked vaguely familiar, which could likely be said of every young male adept in Sabria. Every one of them had passed through Saravan's library at some time or other, and every one of them grew a manly beard once he escaped the collegia's strictures. "Is the mage away, then?" I asked, lending him a hand with the heavy table. "Not that I know. He's only given up answering the door." He bobbed his head toward the stretch of wall beside Dante's door. "Just there, if you would." We placed the desk as he wished, and he unstacked the stool, setting himself on it to catch his breath. "If the door is locked and warded, even I can't get in, which is why I've commandeered this desk. I'm hopeful that if I demonstrate a resolute spirit, my new master will decide he can use me after all." "You're Master Dante's new assistant." Curse my distracted mind, where had I seen him? He entwined his long fingers and rested them on the desk. "I confess it. Assigned 3 days ago. I've hopes of learning a great deal once he allows me into his chamber. You're the librarian from Saravan, the royal cousin. I'm greatly reassured that you survived your fiery resignation." The dead house. This was Conte Bianchi's adept. Recalling my craven posturing on that night set my complexion ablaze. "Aye, that's me," I said. "My temperament is ill-suited to violence." "Mine as well," he said, grinning. "But the magic is incomparable." He flicked cold dark eyes to Dante's door. "I'd sell my gammy to learn how he does it." "I just know my gullet clamps shut whenever he points that staff at me," I said, resisting the temptation to compare experiences of Dante's wonders. The poorer the common assessment of my capabilities, the better. Paper knowledge feeds the soul and intellect, but provides little defense against fire spouts that char your clothes. I exposed my hand and bowed. "Portier de Duplay." He returned the courtesy. "Jacquard de Viol. I never thought to see you outside your archives, curator. You were as imposing as the library facade.
I believed you must have lived there, unaging all the centuries since it was built, and had accumulated all the knowledge to be found there. Your direction helped me through many an examination. But not the final examination as yet. He wore no collar. Many adepts left the collegiate to apprentice with master mages, hoping to make the leaps of talent and insight that would carry them through mage testing. Most never made those leaps and never returned, remaining minor practitioners of the art under strict Camarilla supervision. Glad to hear I was useful, I said, unable to recall Jacquard or his talents. This new direction my life has taken, I'm not sure it suits as well. Which leads to business. I must inform Master Dante about the errands I run for him. My last, as it seems. We can try. Jacquard popped up from his stool, tapped on the door, and pressed the latch. He did not flinch, nor did he examine his fingers as I did every time I touched one of Dante's wards. Nor did he seem to sense the flood of magical energy that rushed through the open doorway like a herd of newborn lambs. The whirls and eddies of power made me feel 16 again, full of vigor and unsullied hopes. "Master," said Jacquard as he stepped through the doorway, "Soldier de Duplay wishes to speak with you." When I stepped out from behind the adept, shock stole my tongue. Illness or exhaustion had rewritten Dante's body in the 5 days since we'd visited Caldino de Santo and his spectre. He stood in the center of his circumacule, leaning heavily on his staff. His eyes, circled in gray, had sunk deeper under his already heavy brows. His gaunt cheeks were faded, as if these weeks of palace life had not just paled the sun-darkening of his skin, but sucked out its natural coloring as well. His thick, wide shoulders bent as if holding up the vault of the sky. Great heaven, what had he been up to? "I'll see no visitors today, no flea-wit assistants, and no failed cowards ever. Weakness offends me." Cursing Jacquard's presence, I stammered, "Master, I've only a brief—" "I said not ever!" Blue and purple lightning belched from his staff. Gleaming spicules scored exposed flesh and pierced garments, flesh and bone, stinging like frozen needles. Throat and lungs were seared with frost, and my mind with a ferocious repudiation. Only a determined observer would have noticed how Dante's hand trembled as he extended the staff. Jacquard hurriedly dragged me back over the threshold. The door flew shut behind us. The adept rubbed his arms, as if to make sure his skin remained whole. "Why did he leave the god-blasted door unlocked if he didn't want company?" he mumbled, kicking his stool against the wall so hard it bounced into the middle of the corridor, causing a passing maidservant to squeal and scuttle past. I knew why. Dante had wanted to warn me off. Don't come here ever. Something had changed. My glance flicked to Jacquard, reappraising. Did the danger lie in the new assistant himself or some other threat? "Who can explain one like him?" I said. "When he allows you inside again, inform him that the materials he requested are on their way from Saint-Ravin. Father Creator, I'm pleased to leave him to one younger than I. May you learn enough to make your difficulties worthwhile." "I'll give it a little time," he said. Heaving a sigh, he retrieved the stool and settled himself on it, feet propped on the desk. As I rounded the corner into the window gallery, he pulled a book from the folds of his gown and began to read. He seemed ordinary enough. Frustrated and concerned, I set out for Hilario's apartments. My imagining faltered at any magic which could cause so great a change. And what could induce Dante to refuse this one last meeting for which I had a reasonable excuse? I needed to tell him all I'd learned. As I hurried up the broad curved stair to the royal level that housed the elite of the Queen's household, a cluster of ladies in cream-colored silks started down it. They twittered and buzzed softly like moths, the luminous Eugénie de Sylvet at their center. I moved to the side and bowed deeply as they passed. As I straightened, the Queen glanced over her shoulder and smiled ever so slightly. A tweaked corner of her mouth, crinkles at the corners of dark, sad eyes. I could not have said exactly how she framed an expression that left me awash in the knees. How could such ethereal beauty be tainted with the vileness of this conspiracy? But then, I thought, as I moved on down the passage, Ophélie de Marangel might have grown into such a graceful woman. Who was left to weep for Ophélie but Lionel Nécazar and I? And if I didn't see to it, Lionel's fate might mirror her friend's. I rapped on Hilario's elaborately carved door harder than I might have otherwise. Oddly, the door opened but a crack. "Lord," I said, recognizing the pale blue eye that peered out at me. "Heaven's mercy!" breathed Hilario as he opened the door just enough I could squeeze into his private sitting room. "I am not at all suited to hidings and sneakings." As Hilario threw the latch, I watched in astonishment as another visitor stepped through a narrow gap in the red brocade wall, then shut a hinged panel, quickly rendering the wall whole again. Dante leaned his back against the hidden door and slid slowly to the floor. "I just need sleep," said the mage, once Hilario and I had hauled him up and over to a couch. "Stop fussing." "You look like death," I said, "or near enough. And you're not so fine as all that if your legs'll not hold you up. When did you last eat?" "Can't remember." He brushed his shaggy hair from his face and scrubbed his sunken eyes. "What did you want to see me about? I need to get back. Gaetana might come for me." Hilario held a glass of wine under Dante's nose. "Start with this. I'll send for food." Dante hesitated. "Shall I sip from it first?" snapped Hilario. He slammed the glass onto the table he'd shoved next to Dante's knees, slopping the dark liquid over the rosy marble. The mage reached for the glass. His hand trembled so violently he could scarce get it to his mouth without spilling it over himself. Gods. Making any plans or decisions in his state would be unlikely to serve us. "If you would, Chevalier, food is an excellent idea," I said. "I've not eaten since I got back last night. And you must partake, master. I'd not like to waste my time on a corpse." Hilario marched off to the next room to ring for a servant, slamming the door behind him. "What is this about?" I said. "Not to concern you." "Not so. We cannot afford you to be incapable. If you're ill, we'll fetch a healer. If it's something else, I want to know. We're nearing the crux of this mystery. I need you fit." "I am not ill." He would not meet my eye. Rather, his gaze traveled Hilario's apartment, as if to make sure no one lurked behind drape or statue. Certain marbles, like the science silk hanging of human-sized dancers, the elephantine urns trimmed in gold and bursting with flowers, and the round tabletop of pink marble supported by intricately worked castings of fanciful beasts, caused his gaze to linger. Each time he wrenched his attention away and fixed it on his staff for a moment before returning to his inspection. His color deepened when he noticed me watching. Odd how that simple reaction forced me to look at him with new eyes. Curious, yet embarrassed to be caught gawking, he'd likely never been inside a wealthy man's private apartment. No matter his formidable talents, or his unique and powerful insights into magic, he was only a man, still young in countless ways. I needed to remember that. If not ill, then what? "There is a thing I can do, that I am learning to do, to read another mage's spell work from a distance and draw it into myself, so I can see the exact pattern of the enchantment, its kirna, even as it's being shaped." He gripped his staff and shifted uncomfortably on the thick blue cushions, as if he were 80 years old with grinding joints. "All sorcery requires certain expenditures. This requires more. That's all. I can manage it." To see into a living enchantment. So casually he spoke of it. To make his mind an opticum that could see the invisible cells,
not of stems and leaves and crystals, but of spells. He would be able to understand a spell's composition and intent far more completely than by analyzing its residue. He might be able to devise magic to counter it. Not even in the vault texts had I heard a glimmer of such a possibility. Gates of heaven, man, have you accomplished this? Counterspells, as I knew them, required endless trial and error and an assumption that a particular enchantment would be repeated to an exactitude. If we could know what the other mages were doing, we'd not have to insinuate Dante into their trust and hope to make them spill their secrets in words. He grimaced and ground the heel of his staff into Ilario's fine carpet. I'm no good at it yet, but the last few attempts... He glanced up, and I caught the feral gleam I'd espied in him so often. Orviene has all the magical skills of a tool grinder, but he's careful. His poison wards are clean and meticulous. His sleep spells follow common practice and work as well as any. But Gaetana brings far more talent and a sharper will. Her work is complex, things like honing the fighting skills of the Queen's bodyguards, sharpening their awareness. I've yet to pattern one of her works completely. But he would. I could read it in him. Though it might kill him, he would. Fed by his fever, ideas bloomed in my head like night lilies. Perhaps we've been mistaken, assuming Orviene and Gaetana worked together. Just an hour since, I told him of the missing Federigo and Orviene's hesitation to report his suspicions of Gaetana. He seemed sincere. Perhaps Gaetana's worked the transference alone or partnered with someone else. Mayhap. He considered for a long moment. Orviene craves to be more than he is, but his magic doesn't reach. I'm no good to judge more than that. But the woman... Dante shifted again, and downed the remainder of his wine, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Then he stared at the heel of his staff without speaking. I refilled his glass and summoned patience. I completed Gaetana's little translation task, he said after a while. A simple magical cipher. It was no treatise on the divine elements, but a few pages of a mage's scribblings. He was trying to prove that animals have souls by teaching them to understand human words, exploring techniques to disrupt their natural behaviors with regard to hunting, mating, pain, and the like. Some very unpleasant techniques. His lip curled. I think Gaetana wanted to see if I balked at such practice. When I didn't, she said she had another text for me to unlock and translate, a manuscript buried deep in layers of wards and ciphers, even less savory, but carrying knowledge of the uses of magic that have been lost for generations. She prates that a practitioner of exceptional talents and proper ethics can convert any knowledge to good purpose. I've yet to see that text. The fever of the hunt rose in me then. Was this why you warned me off today? I'm watched closer every hour, he said. Gaetana walks in at odd times, often without leave. Adepts and acolytes trot over with messages or requests for information. Orviene pesters me to collaborate on his puling little projects. Now I've this fool adept lurking about, thinking he's the god's own son and he was once their lackey. I'm attempting to discourage visitors. We need to... Dante broke off when Ilario returned with a tray of cold roast lamb, sugared oranges, and hot cider. While the mage dug in, and Ilario propped himself at the doorway in a sulk, I inspected the brocade wall. No enchantment, seam, or mechanism marked the secret entry. "Oh, here, portier," snapped Ilario, after I had fumbled about for a while. He marched across the carpet, tapped a brass gargoyle tucked into the corner beside his marble hearth, and slid the ugly little visage to the side. The panel in the wall swung open, revealing a gap that might have been a coal chute at middle night. "How long have the two of you shared this little connection?" I said, recalling Ilario's prattlings of hidden passages, trapdoors, and spelled closets that he and Eugenie had explored as children.
When I heard about Dante's new assistant, it seemed reasonable that the two of you would be less free to talk together from now on in his rooms, which I know you do, though you never tell me half of what you discuss. So I found occasion to inform the mage about the route between here and there." Ilario hooked a thumb in his belt and returned to his aloof stance by the door. "Never imagined he'd actually use it. Has not my fool's wit exposed our every secret?" "It will be most useful, Lord Chevalier," I said, fully sincere. A glare seemed enough to move Dante to speech, or perhaps the rapidly vanishing food and wine had soothed his brittle edge as well as his exhaustion. He cleared his throat with a growl. "You have shown resources, Chevalier, and the food is welcome." "Have you a response, my lord?" Truly, I felt like one of the women who minded the youngest students at Saravin, settling their fights when they dropped mice into one another's boots or dumped cold tea on one another's sheets. Ilario fondled his lace and fluffed his ruffles while gazing at the ceiling. "Shall you provide an exhibit for my exposition, mage?" Dante swallowed the last bite of meat with a grateful sigh. "Aye. It's another thing I've been working at. I aim to shock the twittering birds around this palace, including some merc-headed beginners not so far from here. Did you bring my other books and materials, student?" I took what peace I could and resisted falling prey to his taunt. "Most. And I learned a bit." As Dante devoured the last of the bread and oranges, I launched my tale of Lionel, Ophélie, Michel de Vernazé, and bodies in crates. "The Khazars are an old-fashioned lot," said Ilario, who now sat on an exotic footstool, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on his chin. "They build on cliff-tops and keep close behind their walls, playing knife games and dancing until dawn. But something tweaks me about the name. One of Philippe's envoys might be a Khazar or related to one. I'll inquire about it. Yes, discreetly, Sir Mage. But Damoiselle Mora a villain? That seems unlikely. She is so ordinary." Ordinary, unlikely, the very qualities I brought to Philippe's clandestine service. No, I could not be so wrong about Mora. Dante's demeanor had hardened as I spoke of Saravin. "This Cajetan," he said, "your friend who asks you to spy on me. Should I be expecting visits from Camarilla inquisitors?" "Certainly not. The transference worries him, and the consequences should relations between the Camarilla and the king break down further. He's the only surviving mage in his bloodline. I wish we dared ask his help." "Keep your friends out of my business," Dante snapped, wiping sticky fingers on his sleeve. "You'd do well to consider what kind of mentor locks his student in a tomb when he fails. If he can't teach, he should find someone who can." "You know nothing about him," I riposted, anger flared all out of proportion to his jab. "Or me." The green eyes burned. "I know what it is to believe life's dropped you in a shaft you can't crawl out of, and I know what the hand that reaches down to you looks like. I'd wager my eyes 'tis not the hand of this mentor of yours." Dante, gifted with talent beyond imagining, could never understand. Cajetan's library had saved my sanity. "Your interpretation of my life is irrelevant to our task, mage," I said, "and I'll thank you not to speculate on my personal situation. Cajetan will not have occasion to query you unless you do something to warrant it. On the other hand, I think this mystery of Eltivier must be followed without delay. The Marangels, the dead seamstress, the cell in the crypt, the murderers are cleaning up after themselves. They know someone's after them." "I agree," said Dante, tapping his staff on the carpet. His head was cocked my way in a most annoying manner, as if his mouth were engaged with the present conversation while his mind yet dealt with the last. "We oughtn't be seen leaving Merona together. I'll meet the two of you at the shrine at Canfrig's Spring, 7 days hence?" "Both?" Ilario straightened his back. "Yes, I could possibly make the time to accompany you. You may have need of a night. I'll spread it about that I've gone back to the country for a cleanse, as I do every summer, but I'll tell John Dearne I've a liaison with a lady. He's quite discreet for a valet, but none too clever, so someone will wheedle the news from him. I'm attentive to so many ladies, some will think it's one, and that one will think it's another, until everyone is in a merry muddle and won't know where I've gone." Dante wiped his mouth and rolled his eyes. On another day I would have laughed, but on that morning I felt only urgency. "Canfreg Spring," I said. "Midday of the 7th from this. Then on to Eltevere." Chapter 16. 31 Cot, 30 days until the anniversary. "He'll come," I murmured, dribbling wine onto the stained rock and passing the pewter cup to Ilario. "He's a man of his word. We'll finish our prayers, leave him some kind of token, then ride out. He'll catch up. We cannot remain here." I bowed to the tarnished icon and moved toward the round door of the little stone shrine, one of 100 such shrines that lined a pilgrim way stretching from the western sea to the city of Abidaijar in Aroth, the home of the cult of the reborn. We had arrived at this barren holy place well before midday of the 7th day out of Merona, and had lingered through a blistering afternoon and a devilishly cold night awaiting Dante. Now the sunlight had again begun its crawl up the jumbled crags to the east. Ilario made a quick oblation and hurried after me, the low ceiling forcing him to hunch as if his neck were broken. The soot from centuries of smoldering herbs had already soiled his soft gray hat and its soft gray krite's feather. "But what if his horse has pitched him in a ditch, or he's gotten himself sick again with his sorcery?" "We can't help him by dawdling," I said, pausing at the doorway. I felt exposed here. Every bird call raised the hair on my neck. The dry breeze whispered of treachery. The Chevalier and I were too conspicuous even for the small traffic that traveled this red rock wasteland. I should never have brought Ilario. At my insistence, he had traded his satin and lace for canvas breeches, plain shirts, and buff jerkin, and his horse for a pilgrim's donkey. But Father Creator had surely designed the fop to fit in Castel Escalon's halls like the gilded caryatids and fluted columns. In places like this wayside shrine, where one met few but goatherds, pilgrims, and scoundrels or adventurers bound overland for the exotic lands of Aroth and Sion, Ilario stood out like a magpie among sparrows. A nosy tinker had spent the night near our encampment. A trio of surly pilgrims, a balding, fleshy fellow of thrice Ilario's girth, his gap-toothed brother, and a wan, flat-eyed woman, had ridden in at dawn to fill their waterskins at the muddy Canfreg Spring. For pilgrims, they were exceedingly well armed, dirks at belt and boot. The big man carried a war-axe and a looped chain. They had stared at us for an hour before moving on east. A temple reader had arrived at mid-morning in a heavily laden donkey cart. The reader, a thick-set provincial with a profusion of black, wiry hair, and his red-haired manservant, a hungry-looking, agitated sort of man with a wolf-like jutting nose and chin, set up a small booth and altar across the road from the shrine. Temple servitors disdained the cult of the reborn, yet the bluff, friendly reader invited Ilario and me to join him for devotions. He had exposed his left hand. A man of the blood, then. Though my own gesture was quick, his keen-eyed manservant took full note of my own family mark. The two settled in for the day. We needed to move on. As we stepped into the heat-blasted afternoon, Ilario returned the offering cup to a niche above the doorway. I clutched our wine flask. "Your lengthy devotions send a fair odor to Sante Marco," said the leather-skulled mendicant brother squatting just outside the shrine. "The sweet smokes will lure our beloved saint back through the veil to stand stalwart in our earthly battles." "We await the day," said Ilario, crossing his arms over his heart in pious fashion. Ilario's familiarity with cult customs made me suspect him a believer. Relentless sun and wind and the incessant inhalation of sweet smokes had withered the mendicant brother to a husk and left his mind adrift somewhere between the barren landscape and heaven.
His ragged garments, the cast-off donations of myriad travelers, flapped in the dry breeze. Dangling from his neck was the same green pilgrim badge Ilario and I wore, marked with the red phoenix insignia of the cult. As if of their own accord, the mendicant's bony fingers tapped the side of his rusted cup, reminding us of our obligation to make a more solid offering to keep his herb basket full. Ilario dropped a silver kivra in the cup and one of our bread rolls in the old man's lap, then strolled across the dusty ground toward our tethered donkeys. I tossed a few coins after Ilario's and followed, studying the rock-lined path, the hive-like shrine, and the rubble walls of the sacred enclosure for some way to leave a sign, so Dante would know we'd come and gone. Gruchin's silver coin, tucked into my boot since Tigano, would be too tempting to any passerby. We'd need my compass to locate Eltivir. I had no scarf or gloves. "Sweet heaven, it's a ruin," Ilario grumbled, brushing at his hat. His efforts had succeeded only in spreading the thick soot from his hat to his favorite leather riding gloves. Inspired, I snatched the modestly feathered hat from Ilario's grasp and returned to the mendicant brother. "My master especially reveres Sante Marco," I said, dropping my voice. "He holds a belief that he once met Sante Marco reborn, the elderly swordmaster who taught him all his knightly skills. But in the shrine yestereve, he experienced a revelation that he should bear himself to the elements to mellow his pride in that encounter. It's why we've stayed to proffer additional devotions. As his prayers provided no relief from the saint's geas, he offers you this fine hat." The mendicant brother spread his arms as if to embrace the sky, then reverently brought his fingertips to heart, forehead, and lips. "Sante Marco ever fills our needs," he said, his voice as arid as the wind across the stony landscape. "Warn your master to heed the letter of the saint's instruction. Where the veil is thin, the saints awaiting view us clearly." "Where the veil is thin, brother? What does that mean?" "'Twas in these lands first blood was shed in anger between human and human." "The lay of Goram and Vichkar?" I said. The tale of two friends who battled to the death over a bronze knife had been told since long before the rise of the Sabrian kingdom, before cities, before vineyards, before writing. "You believe it occurred near here?" "Aye. Their battle is our blessing and curse, as is all of creation save heaven. The saints draw back the veil to witness such terrible deeds." Certain places on the earth provided a potent venue for spellwork, deep caves where ancients had painted beast images on the walls, an ancient vineyard in Louvel, a desolate plain in the heart of verdant Chalia. Devout Sabrians claimed such extraordinary magical places to be the actual venues for the creation stories, the cave where humankind first mastered fire, the plain where we first shaped a wheel, or the field where the Pantocrator planted the first grapevine, inevitably linking magic and holiness. They believed the tales collected in the Book of Creation to be history as true as the founding of our kingdom, their lessons a message from the divine. The Camarilla deprecated such factual interpretation, insisting that each location of magical significance exemplified but a fortuitous confluence of the five divine elements. Such a site would inevitably attract those who practiced sorcery, imbuing the places with history alongside the layered residue of their magics. This position made more sense to me. A few mages who lived before the Blood Wars had proposed a truth somewhere in between, that stories of such longevity must hold some secrets of gods or nature that we ought to be able to decipher. However, even they had never hinted that the tales might witness to a physical proximity of the human and divine worlds. "What have you seen, brother?" I said, crouching beside him, my hands flexing as if to wrest his knowledge from inside his bald head. "What witness do you bear of Goram and Vichkar's blood in this land? Or the thinning of the veil?" It was easy to believe this dry red wasteland had witnessed humankind's first murder. The mendicant brother clasped his hands before his breast. "I have witnessed marvels and terrors, the stone that does not fall, the stream that runs uphill, the shadow that burns."
The Pantocrator's aurora shines through the veil from time to time, and I've seen the Soul Eater's servants fly from the god in terror, drenched in blood, passing so close as to freeze my soul." These marvels he spoke of came from no lore I knew. But what if the conspirators had heeded such rumor and had chosen to pursue their magics here, thinking to find the area a potent field for spell work? Perhaps the Mondragoni, preoccupied with necromancy and demonology, had claimed this region for their domain based on such stories. I pressed the brother to tell me how and where these strange things manifested themselves, but he rambled on of holy mystery and Sante Marco's blessings. My questions made no more sense to him than asking how did the earth manifest its solidity or the arch of heaven, the 10th gate, position itself in the night sky. Some things just were. The perpetual smokes of Sante Marco's shrine took him wandering the land. Whether in his mind or in his body, today or 20 years past, it was all one to him. Jittery and frustrated, I bowed and bade him farewell. Until Sante Marco comes, we await the day. His lips widened over broken teeth, and he plopped Ilario's smudged hat atop his sun-scalded head.